A figure cloaked in magical robes steps into the ruined sanctuary. From inside, a giant monster gradually appears. It looks like a buffalo crossed with a baboon. The wizard stands facing it without showing any fear. The monster roars angrily. The wizard immediately summons a giant magic circle so large it seems to cover the entire sky. He speaks in a clear voice, "I hope that..." The wizard kneels on one knee. At the same time, a magical sigil appears right beneath him. A powerful energy surges up from the ground, blowing his white cloak away. The wizard chants, declaring that this frost will freeze the entire ground. He produces a snowflake, and immediately the sigil beneath his feet activates, enveloping it. He continues the chant and puts it into an eternal sleep. The form of the ice goddess instantly appears. After being summoned, the wizard uses magic to toss the snowflake high into the air. Immediately, the whole sanctuary quickly becomes frozen. An ice storm rushes toward the monster, causing it to growl and retreat. The Ice Queen breathes a chilling cold down on the monster. It instantly freezes solid while trying to climb higher. She is controlled by the wizard through the magic ring. The magical symbol beneath him begins to glow brightly. Finally, the wizard stops using magic. Everything returns to peacefulness as before. He looks inside with a serious expression. The story begins with the narration. The Shin family is the top magical clan in Korea. Despite countless geniuses in the family, the narrator is still known as an outstanding talent until a certain incident occurs. Inside a high-rise building, a middle-aged man is standing with his son in a room. He asks, "Haeun, do you understand now?" The son, named Shin Hun, the third son of the prestigious Shin clan, smiles and replies, "Yes, father." He continues, "I will bring results worthy of the Shin family's reputation. I will graduate top of Obelisk Academy, becoming the greatest wizard and leading our family." His father looks out the window and says, "Your talent surpasses your siblings, even beyond everyone else. I'm counting on you." Son reached the pinnacle of magic. Whoever stands at the peak of magic and proves himself. He confidently replies with 3 words, "Yes, father." He silently thinks, "I will definitely prove it and become the greatest wizard in the world. I swear to surpass not only my brothers, but also my father, the strongest wizard in the country." 2 years have passed since then. At the prestigious Obelisk Magic Academy inside a classroom, the teacher announces second-year students to gather. Today will be the first practical test, 100 Beast Suppression. Just do it like always, don't worry. The student about to take the test, Sahyuk, mocks, "Is there any reason to worry, teacher?" He continues, "The lowest rank has already been decided." Shin Hun, a failure, can't even use magic. He wonders, how did he even get into second year? Meanwhile, Haeun can only sigh. Sahyuk laughs contemptuously, teasing, "A worthless trash who can't use magic." Haeun doesn't say anything else. In this world, wizards have always been rare and valued. Inside the practice room, machine dogs created by technology quickly activate. At the same time, the speaker announces, "Prepare for the Bish Sahyuk combat test to begin." At the command, he immediately summons fireballs to attack the machine dogs. The speaker announces the monster suppression test was completed within the time limit. Passed. Bish Sahyuk confidently repeats, "Easy." He thinks about how modern magic has advanced drastically with the emergence of AI. All modern wizards have implanted AI chips in their bodies, allowing them to cast spells easily without complex incantations. But the main character, Haeun, does not fit into this system. Just then the speaker announces again, "Next, Shin Hun." The test begins as monsters start appearing again. Haeun stood still, closed his eyes, and began concentrating magical power between his hands. He thought to himself, first focus the mana, the source of magic, from the heart, passing through 8 steps to form the magic formula. But before he could do anything, the monsters quickly rushed in to attack, forcing Haeun to pause his spell casting. Sahyuk and his friends immediately turned the situation into a mocking joke. The two called that magic. Haeun gritted his teeth, enduring their ridicule. He told himself, "Shin Hun, an outdated wizard who can't use AI. In this day and age, know your place. Magic isn't suited for someone like you." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Shin Hun!" In an instant, his magic took effect, instantly destroying both monsters at the same time, leaving a scar on the floor of the testing room. The speaker immediately announced that he had exceeded the time limit for the monster suppression test and failed, and this became a joke among the other students. Haeun clenched his fists on the floor, thinking, "I failed." However, he still smiled brightly as he looked back at his hands. At least his casting speed was faster than before. He recalled, "When I was considered unfit for AI, my father gave up on his expectations for me. He even gave me medicine to destroy the mana circle in my heart. But I had no intention of giving up on my dream. He continued thinking, the path I chose is traditional magic, something outdated. The downside is I can only learn ancient magic through books. He returned home to his messy bedroom full of books. Heian kept searching for something, mumbling, damn it! Wouldn't it be better if those old books were in digital form? I'm out of space for books. Suddenly he noticed a peculiar book. The book looked quite strange, piquing his curiosity. Did I buy a book like this? Finally driven by curiosity, Heian quickly opened the book and flipped through a few pages. He read and commented, pretty old but looks unique and expensive. Strange letters like special symbols were written on a page, confusing him. What's this? The writing is hard to read. After a while trying, Heian managed to read them Beobithio Vine. Oh, it's been a long time. He recalled Jabel Bitenio, the first grand wizard of humanity, the first emperor of the Magus Empire of Bitenio and the founder of magic. Heian reminisced, when I was young, I studied many biographies about him. Returning to the present, the page suddenly glowed, making him lean back. When the light peaked, it instantly emitted strange halos that blinded Heian's eyes. The light grew more intense, forcing him to cover his eyes and wonder, what is this? After a while, as the light softened, Heian realized this light was a phrase that seemed a bit out of place in the room's context. Maybe the original text was missing contact or the translation was inaccurate. The phrase, everyone has had to go to the night market, suddenly came from within the pages, spoken in a mysterious voice. O descendant with shared physique, hear my voice. The voice continued. I am Ray Bell by Tenyo, leaving this book for you. This made Heian even more curious. The voice came from the book. He recalled then, I didn't know that being considered unfit was actually a blessing for me. Back to the training ground on a rainy day, the teacher announced, those who fail the practical test will have to retake it. Everyone was immediately surprised and whispered, someone failed the practical test. Another person mocked, it's that guy who got rejected by someone. Heian thought quietly, someone like me, only able to endure helplessly, never expected to be able to regress like this. The regression seems to be additional information not clearly explained in previous points, but kept as original. The next day at the academy, inside the large cafeteria, many students were eating together. Heian sat alone by the window, still diligently taking notes. Seeing he looked lonely, another male student approached and asked, eating alone again today? Heian looked over, yeah, you're here. The guy placed the food tray on the table, pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, oh, that dish looks pretty good. Just as he took his first bite of rice, the narrator introduced, his name is Ji Song-chan, but he's a bit clumsy. However, he ranks in the top 10 at the academy and has completed 3 magic circles by the age of 18, making him quite a talented wizard. While Heian was thinking Song-chan intended to finish his meal, if you're not eating it, let me have it. Heian broke into a sweat and replied, each to their own. Heian thought to himself, and this is the only person I can call a friend in this damn school. Seeing Heian's serious expression, Song-chan showed concern. If anyone bullies you, just tell me. I'll take care of them. Heian looked away and answered, no need. Then he changed the subject. Yesterday I found a strange book. Song-chan asked curiously, what kind of book? Heian explained. It's a strange book. From page 3 onward, all the pages are blank. Finally, Heian revealed, it's a book about the Bitenio vine, but it seems someone tampered with it. He said that when he opened the book light and a voice came out. Song-chan praised the use of magic like that as very elaborate and asked about the book's content. Then Heian answered, it talks about passing magic down to descendants like that, but if you don't share the same constitution, you can't open the book. Hearing this, Song-chan was even more impressed. Oh, sounds really interesting. Can I try it? Heian added. And on the last page he continued with a very serious face, saying, you have to die once to achieve this. This made Song-chan surprised. What? Heian explained. Not at the heart, but creating a magic circle in the brain. Song-chan frowned, looking skeptical and a bit annoyed. That's weird, creating a magic circle in the brain. Isn't that basically telling someone to commit suicide? Let me see the book first. After school at the Obelisk Academy dormitory, the lights were still on late at night. Song-chan was led by Heian to his room to verify the treasure. Song-chan took the book and asked again, "This one? If you don't share the same constitution as the Bitenyo vine, you can't open it, right?" Heian seemed unsure. You try opening it." Song-chan tried his best to open the book, but it didn't budge at all. He had to give the book back to Heian. "Can't open it, not even a little bit." Could it be locked by magic? Before leaving, Song-chan said goodbye. "I don't know whatever I'm going to sleep now." Heian watched the door slam shut behind his friend, holding the book he had just taken. Just by flipping 2 pages lightly, they separated easily like normal paper. Heian thought to himself, "When I read it, it opens this easily." Suddenly, the text printed on the page began glowing with a mysterious golden color, making him even more amazed. Wait, wasn't this page blank before? In Heian's mind, a vague figure of the book's owner, Bitenyo, appeared, raising a hand and saying, "Descendant, if my guess is correct, you're using magic by creating a magic circle in your heart, right?" The voice continued, "For ordinary people, this isn't strange, but for you and me." Bitenyo's voice echoed in Heian's mind. "That's not the right way." Suddenly, the book flew up, shining a holy magical light down on Heian, making him shield his eyes and exclaim, "What is this?" Bitenyo spoke once more. "If you accept my will and are willing to become my disciple, destroy the magic circle in your heart immediately." Energy from the book suddenly flowed directly into Heian's brain. The voice in the book kept guiding him to destroy the old circle and create a new magic circle in his brain. The voice instructed, "Then open this book again." At the same time, the bookstand began glowing again. Heian's face darkened as he thought, "This is some cruel joke, telling me to keep making magic circles in my brain all the time." He knew well that the source power of magic was actually toxic to the brain. If it invades the brain, the mind will collapse, and in the worst case, it could lead to brain death. Heian grew worried, gritting his teeth and thinking, "That's right. No matter how you look at it, it feels like telling me to commit suicide." Heian decisively pulled the curtain closed, telling himself no one would do such a crazy thing. From then on, he never touched that book again. One morning at the academy, the teacher looked at Heian confused and asked the student, "Heian, what's going on?" Heian handed the mysterious book to the teacher and said respectfully, "Could you please check this book for me once?" The teacher was surprised. A book. He observed the book cover for a moment, then commented, using ancient script. The teacher gently touched the book, pondering, "It seems quite old." But he asked, "So how do you want me to check this book?" Hyun replied, "Just open it for me, please." "Yes," Hyun added. "And, please try to check if it's sealed by magic." The teacher looked puzzled. "Sealed?" Hyun confirmed, "Yes. Recently, there's been a strange rumor spreading in the academy." The teacher placed his hand on the book, advising, "Worrying about rumors won't help your studies. I'll check it for you, but you should focus more on your studies so I can concentrate for a bit." But after trying for a while, the book showed no sign of anything. The teacher returned the book to Hyun. "There's no sign of magic on this book at all. Ignore those rumors, just focus on your studies." Hyun could only stammer a reply. "Thank you, teacher." He silently hoped there would be some kind of potential. Even Sun Chan, who has high magical power, and the teacher couldn't open this book. Hyun looked at the book, smiling. If that's true, then he's starting to hope for the book. Maybe it's real. That night, Hyun sat in his room, mind in turmoil, eyes fixed on the book on the floor. Hyun took out the medicine his father had given him. He thought the medicine his father sent would destroy the magic circle in his heart once he took it. He recalled his father's advice. Put magic aside for now. Focus on studying magical theory. Hyun gritted his teeth determinedly. I don't intend to give up magic. He looked at the pills in his hand, but his hand kept trembling. Hyun tried to steady it, telling himself, don't shake. He summoned all his courage. Anyway, my life is already on the edge. He swallowed all the pills at once. He thought today might be his last day. The medicine quickly took effect. Hyun gasped, eyes wide open in pain. He collapsed to the floor, clutching his chest. It hurt so much. The magic circle linked to his heart was breaking apart. This terrible pain felt like death to a mage. The energy from the shattered magic circle began transferring to Hyun's brain. He started sweating profusely. From now on, he thought, This is a forbidden challenge circulating mana through the brain. He told himself, only now am I truly reborn as a real mage, referring to a transformation or rebirth into a different kind of mage. Hyun's body began to tremble violently. As soon as he circulated mana through his brain, he realized the pain vanished, but the agony felt like dying. That sensation came down like an endless downpour. He despaired, so this is what death feels like. Death. Just then, someone whispered in his ear. An invisible hand touched Hyun's ear, and a voice spoke, "Can you hear me, future generation?" Hyun realized it was a voice transmitted by mana. His body felt as if lifted up. Bold thoughts surfaced, light and darkness, heaven and earth, mana souls, dancing and whispering, coexisting with mana. Though Hyun's eyes were closed, he was completely awake. He heard someone's voice, laughing, singing, as if bestowing a blessing upon him. A long night had passed. The next morning, Hyun opened his eyes, feeling as if nothing had happened. He sat up, carefully examining his body. I'm still alive. Hyun glanced at the magic book. It had flipped open by itself. He immediately picked it up and froze when he saw a letter appear on the page that was previously blank. The voice from before was now clearer. It was Bithano's voice. Congratulations on completing the first step. The voice continued, Idris is the name of this book. From now on, your legendary story will begin through this Yedris book. Through the Yedris book, I will transfer all my magic to you. Bithano paused a moment, then said, To the one who comes after, no, I should call you my disciple. Hearing my disciple, Hyun couldn't hold back his overwhelming emotion. A few days later, one morning at the academy in a classroom, the lecturer was continuously teaching. Hyun sat at his desk, happily flipping through the pages of Idris, his heart filled with joy. He thought, a new entry has been added. Who would have thought studying magic could be this interesting? Idris truly holds a wealth of knowledge inside. The book contains special languages dedicated exclusively to mages, accompanied by very detailed, hand-drawn illustrations. Hyun reviews what he has learned. Let's begin. Mana also has its own will. He reflects. For most people, when mana enters the brain, two wills, the will of mana and the will of the brain, clash, leading to brain destruction. So for an ordinary brain, mana is a poison. But I am different. The will of my brain has blocked the will of mana from invading. In other words, the brain is not destroyed. Hyun thinks to himself, my brain does not accept the will of mana. He holds the back of his neck, realizing that's why his body naturally resists AI chips interfering with brain functions. Then as Hyun was focused on reading, the instructor suddenly spoke, Everyone. Yes. They all replied, knowing, we're about to have the midterm assessment for second-year students, right? This exam has a new rule, and everyone in the class was surprised. Even Hyun was a bit cautious. A new rule. The teacher smirked. Starting this year, students who don't meet the standard in the assessment will be expelled. The instructor's eyes narrowed excitedly. He added with a meaningful tone, This rule was proposed personally by the head of the Shin family. This made Hyun more suspicious, while most students were worried about the new rule. Meanwhile, Sahyuk seemed very pleased to finally eliminate defective products. The instructor hinted, it seems there is a student in our class who is at risk. Hyun quickly frowned, thinking. At dusk, in a quiet corner of the city, a billboard with the logo and words Training Center appeared. Hyun stopped walking past the sign and thought, the simulation training centers for rent in this city are way too expensive. He turned on his phone to check the price and was quite surprised. This place costs 200,000 won per hour. Damn, even this price is too steep for me now. When Hyun entered, a receptionist greeted cheerfully. Hello, sir. Yes, he said. Give me an hour. The receptionist asked, Are you alone? Hyun replied briefly, Yes. The staff handed him a card. This is room card 14. Instructions for using the 3D imaging device inside the room. Hyun took the card, nodded, and said, I know how to use it. After Hyun left, the staff muttered to himself, Isn't this Shin Hyun of the Shin family, the son of a noble yet considered unsuitable for anyone? What bad luck. Inside test room 14, a speaker announced, Starting simulation training for the Wolf Challenge mission. Hyun cracked his knuckles ready. Within seconds, a pack of phantom wolves was summoned, growling continuously in a threatening manner. Hyun raised his hand to assess the situation, low-level monsters, but dealing with 10 at once is not easy. He also thought the average completion time for this wolf exercise at the academy is 12 minutes and 33 seconds. He told himself that now he would put into practice what he learned from the Edris book. Training every day like this is the best way to test speed. Hyun calculated and prepared to activate his new magic circle. Then he raised his hand high and shouted, "Infinite Circle!" Immediately, magical power surged, forming a figure-8-shaped ring of light around Hyun's body. The phantom wolves charged instantly, bearing sharp claws and teeth. Hyun shouted, "Water!" while performing several complex hand gestures. Immediately, he summoned a large amount of magical water. He looked at the result he created, smiling with satisfaction. "This is amazing. Is this really my true power? Unbelievable." He thought about the difference. While other mages can only circulate the magic circle through their heart to use magic via AI, he could circulate his magic circle throughout his entire body using his brain. Thanks to the infinite circle, my long-suppressed magical power has finally been unleashed. Hyun immediately created another more complex magic circle with many overlapping runes forming a star shape. A powerful stream of fire quickly shot out from it. He was a bit startled by this unexpected power. Just then, Bitaneo's voice echoed in his mind to reassure him. "My disciple, do not be surprised by things at this level. You still have a long way ahead. The infinite circle is just the foundation of Bitaneo-style magic." Hyun seemed to feel his master's presence right behind him. He even felt as if the master was patting his head. The master began to teach the key is controlling magic through images in your mind. Bitaneo stopped patting his head and continued, "This is the first step of Bitaneo magic, the mind's intent." Hearing this, Hyun regained his confidence. After finishing the training service, Hyun left. The receptionist cheerfully said, "Thank you, see you again." After Hyun left, the staff went into examination room 14 holding a broom to clean. He kept complaining, "I just want to go home." He began to show a look of disdain, walked to the results machine to check, thinking silently. I wonder how that fallen genius practiced. But the results displayed on the screen really shocked him into silence. Shin Hyun Wolf exercise after 37 seconds. He shouted in panic, "This is international level." Then he angrily kicked the machine hard. How can someone who fits nowhere set this record? This damn piece of trash is broken again. Meanwhile, Hyun walked holding the iDress book, humming a cheerful tune, his spirit very strong. He knew this was the beginning of his own legend. Hyun recalled the hard training process to form the first circle. Tu Ming could be the name of the circle or the technique. It was truly a grueling struggle. He carefully reviewed the notes in the iDress book, realizing it was completely different from any magic he had learned so far. Bitaneo's voice echoed again as he read each page. "Mana is your hands and feet. It is your heart and mind. Learn to use it as you wish." He read the book while wondering what those words meant. Trying to find enlightenment from such vague words was like trying to see through a secret behind a transparent curtain. You can sense something very close but cannot grasp it. In magical research circles, this is called the Wall of Enlightenment. When a mage reaches their own magical limit, they are touching this wall of enlightenment. This is true for all eras. Hyun decided to focus on practicing mana flow. He told himself he had made up his mind from now on he would focus on circulating mana through his entire body as written in the Yedret book. However, in the end, he still couldn't help but worry if that alone would really be enough. When Hyun regained focus and awareness of time, he realized he had been circulating mana continuously for 10 hours. Normally, this would leave him exhausted and unconscious, but strangely, this time he didn't feel tired at all. The next morning at the academy, Hyun still felt a bit dazed, not fully recovered from the long training session. He sighed humorously. "Is it morning already?" Just then, Sun Chan cheerfully waved from afar. "Good morning, Haeun." Seeing Haeun's unusually worn-out look, Sun Chan ran over and asked urgently, "Hey, why do you look so drained? Are you okay?" Being followed and questioned by his friend, Haeun felt a bit annoyed, though he knew Sun Chan was just worried about him. This friend always had so much energy. Haeun thought to himself that continuously being aware to circulate mana was really not easy. He had to quickly get used to this new magic circle to be able to use it skillfully as soon as possible. He recalled the past when he obtained his second magic circle at the age of 5 to 2, likely 25. Everyone called him a prodigy. His father had very high expectations for him back then. Heian began to sense the mana in his body and assess the situation. For now, he had only created the first circle in his brain. What is the best path ahead? He remembered breaking the wall of enlightenment is necessary to improve further in magic. His father said that when he still had expectations for him when he was young, Heian muttered his father's words, "Perfection is just a chain." He continued reflecting, perfection is a lie born from human arrogance. Finally, a spark of light flashed in Heian's mind. He seemed to awaken, that's right. Perfection is just a lie. In his bedroom, Heian sat on the bed continuing to practice mana control. Around him were books for reference and support. He closed his eyes, slowly feeling more deeply. I can feel it now. He repeated the teaching from the Edra book. Mana is the hands and feet, a heart and mind that can control it at will. Finally, a small flame flickered in the palm of his hand. He saw the result. Heian felt even more motivated imperfection, a free imagination. Instant magic without incantations. He compared AI magic using short spell commands to activate magic. Its casting method was consistent, but the approach recorded by Baiteno in the Idrit book was the complete liberation of one's own thoughts. Heian realized this was a kind of magic that could freely change forms. Invisible magic without a fixed spell structure. Thinking so, he quickly transformed the flame in his hand into small firebirds. The little firebirds flapped their wings and flew freely around the room. Heian smiled at them, continuing to control them with his thoughts. He clenched his hand, self-assessing, even though I'm still only at the first magic circle, and this is physically exhausting. It's unbelievable that I can use such seemingly impossible magic. He clearly felt himself gradually breaking through the wall of enlightenment, reaching a higher level. Back at school on a sunny morning, the teacher entered the classroom and called Heian, "Shin Hun, you have a visitor. Follow me." Heian was very surprised. He quietly followed after the teacher. Walking down the hallway, the teacher said, "Yes, your father is here to see you." This made Heian even more surprised. "My father?" "Yes." In the academy's private meeting room, Heian's father, a man wearing a white coat, was standing looking out the window. Hearing a knock, he said, "Come in." The teacher stepped in and said, "I've brought student Shin Hun, father." Heian slowly turned around. Looking directly at him, he greeted calmly, "Long time no see, father." After Heian's father signaled with his eyes, the teacher bowed respectfully, then quietly left the room. "Then I'll take the liberty of sitting down on the sofa opposite my father." He began the conversation. "You're still going to school," he continued. "It seems you still haven't taken the medicine I sent." Heian immediately replied, "Yes, but my magic has improved recently." Hearing this, his father still wore a disappointed and somewhat disdainful look. "Improvement? You're still chasing that foolish dream?" Heian responded with a firm and serious tone. "Yes, I am determined to become a grand mage, someone who can lead this era." This ambitious declaration caused his father to be stunned for a moment. Heian's eyes looked straight at his father with no fear or submission at all. Finally, his father sighed. "Heian, you've wasted a year already." His voice grew sterner. "It's time for you to face reality. No matter how hard you try now or what you achieve in the future, as long as you refuse AI magic, you will never become a true mage." He continued in a slightly softer tone. "But you do possess a unique talent. If you give up that meaningless idea and focus on studying the proper magical theory, even if seen as an outcast, you can still use your talent in another way." Heian immediately rebutted, "I told you before I will not give up night magic." He emphasized, "I don't want to live a normal life." Then he stood up, his voice full of determination, showing strong opposition and a desire for independence. "I will not live a normal life depending on the family name or father's reputation. What I want is to become the next head of the Shin family." His father still thought this was just empty talk. He immediately wanted to extinguish his son's hope. Becoming a grand mage or head of the Shin family isn't something you can achieve just by ambition. Heian confidently smiled and replied, "I will prove it." He looked surprised. "Prove it? You're not just talking about trying to pass the academy's exam to avoid expulsion, are you?" Heian straightforwardly set the condition. "In the upcoming standard test, I will rank in the top 10. Yes, and if I fail, I will voluntarily leave the academy and dedicate myself to researching magical theory as Father wishes. But if I succeed, I want Father to acknowledge me as a talented mage and promise to fully support me on this path. This proposal made his father think carefully. Was this the source of his baseless confidence? Finally, he put on his cloak and prepared to leave, not forgetting to say, "Perhaps that isn't a meaningless achievement after all." Haeun silently watched his father's retreating figure. A few days later at the academy, the instructor stood on the podium and announced, "Attention! I will explain the method for this evaluation test." The students below immediately buzzed with chatter. Is it a one-on-one duel? I'd rather have a monster elimination match. The teacher continued, "This test will be a knockout tournament, meaning one-on-one duels between students. The test will officially start in 3 days. Haeun listened attentively to every word. Meanwhile, in a corner of the classroom, Sahyuk and his friends kept laughing mockingly at Haeun. The teacher continued the announcement. From the round of 16 onward, outside companies and members of the Magic Tower will be able to attend as spectators. He concluded, "Do your best, everyone. That is all for the announcement." Haeun silently resolved, "Now is the time to show everyone my true abilities." Inside the academy grounds outside the hall, students were gathering and excitedly discussing the upcoming duel test. "I heard the Magic Tower is coming too." "That's awesome." Hearing those words, Haeun thought to himself, "The whole school is buzzing about the midterm test. If the Magic Tower is here, it's a chance for me to get attention from the media." He knew well about the Magic Tower. It's a powerful organization of the world's top 12 senior mages, holding power comparable to a nation. Joining the Magic Tower is every mage student's dream. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, blocking Haeun's path. "Hey, defective product, none other than Bexahyups." He grinned slyly and asked, "How have you been lately, Haeun?" Haeun frowned, clearly annoyed. He knew this guy was Bexahyups, a second-year student from the elite class known for his arrogant and unpleasant personality. Sahyuk stepped closer and continued, "In the first midterm assessment match coming up, I heard I'm your opponent." He said with a hostile tone confidently, "You know you're as good as dead, right?" Then Sahyuk leaned in close to Haeun, his eyes narrowing threateningly. "I'm going to settle the score from 5 years ago." Hearing this, Haeun could only sigh in exasperation. He recalled 5 years ago at the finals of the Interbranch Magic Tournament. This Sahyuk guy had been soundly defeated by him. When Sahyuk lay sprawled on the ground crying, the announcement speaker had blared, "Winner Shin Hun." After that match, the world had given him the nickname Lonely Mage Tu Yun. Haeun thought that since then this guy has known he doesn't fit in with anyone. Back to the present. Sahyuk continued to taunt, "Didn't the teacher say anyone who fails this midterm test will be expelled?" Haeun remained silent but thought to himself, "You've been bothering me non-stop all this time." Sahyuk looked smug and provocative. "Should I beat you senseless until you beg to quit yourself?" He sneered. "What will you do? Cry and run home to tell your mom?" Sahyuk's friends standing around burst out laughing. "Yeah, Haeun thought so. This guy is my first opponent. I can't miss this golden opportunity. This is a great chance to show everyone my real skills." Thinking this, he sneered disdainfully in reply, "Huh, isn't that what's going to happen to you, Bexayu?" He thought, "I'm going to make the most of this opportunity." Bexayu received this scornful response from his opponent. Feeling cornered, Sahyuk was furious. "What did you say?" Everyone around began gathering, curiously watching the argument between the two male students. Sahyuk scowled and growled, "Is this idiot crazy?" He kept verbally attacking. "Are you out of your mind? Still don't understand your situation, huh? What could a stupid defective product like you be hoping for?" Haeun just let out a light breath, looking somewhat indifferent. Then he raised his eyebrows and calmly replied, 5 years ago you were just as noisy as this. And the result was you lost to me miserably. Yeah, looks like you haven't improved at all." Struck at his weakness and past shame, Sahyuk trembled with anger, stammering, "You're a real bastard." Haeun smiled innocently again, but his words were full of sarcasm. Sorry about that. Losing to me made you that upset." The weak sorcerer Sahyuk was called weak outright. Sahyuk immediately flew into a rage, veins bulging on his face. Damn it. Then he couldn't hold back, grabbing Haeun's collar and shouting, "You defective bastard! Yoon brushed Sa-hyuk's hand off his jacket sharply, his voice full of contempt. Living forever in the mud. Maybe you don't know this, but only those standing at the top have the right to look down. He casually adjusted his tie and continued, and once you're a genius, you'll always be a genius. Haeun smiled confidently. Of course you'll remember that. After teaching him a lesson he won't forget. Haeun turned his back and walked away, leaving Baek Sa-hyuk boiling with anger yet also a bit worried, biting his nails and muttering to himself, "You defective bastard, I'll crush you and burn you to ashes." The next day, online news loudly reported Shin Haeun's comeback. Shin Haeun, once known as a prodigy, will reappear, drawing close attention from everyone. Articles recalled that he was a Korean magic prodigy, mastering the first magic circle at 5 years old. At that moment, Haeun held a newsreader device, thoughtfully considering the grand comeback of a genius, the fallen genius of the Shin family. Shin Haeun rose again despite all difficulties. He read the news while wiping his hair, a slight smile showing satisfaction. He knew full well that such front-page online news definitely had the hand of Baek Sa-hyuk. Finding a journalist willing to write for him wasn't difficult. Haeun had already predicted this outcome. With that personality, he knew Sa-hyuk would do things like this. He thought to himself, in this midterm evaluation, they will expect the return of a genius. The more the public watches me, the more beneficial it is for me. Perfect. While deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his father. Haeun answered, replying to the other end. "Yes, father, I've read today's article." His father's voice sounded hesitant. Yes." He chuckled lightly to reassure him. "Don't worry." On the other end, his father still seemed concerned, asking repeatedly. When asked if it was arranged by him, Haeun simply replied, yes. Then Yoon recounted his plan. "I provoked Baek Sa-hyuk to attract public attention." But his father seemed unsurprised, saying, "Haeun, I accepted your previous proposal not because I trust you, but to prevent damage to the Shin family. But I still didn't expect you to win. That article could bring shame to the Shin family." "Then why did you ask me to let this go?" Haeun calmly replied. "The public already believes I'm expelled from the Shin family. Even if I bring shame, the impact on the family is minimal." He lightly traced his hand over the address book as his father's steady voice continued from the phone. "The impact may be small, but not non-existent. You must understand that no matter where you go, the Shin family name will follow you." He immediately answered, "Of course I understand, but considering the benefits gained, I believe it's worth it." His father sounded puzzled. "Benefits? If you win, what benefits will the Shin family get?" Haeun said confidently, 100%. "Father, I confidently declare that I'm the greatest sorcerer from the Shin family and the strongest head in the family's history. You will have the greatest leader the Shin family has ever had." Finally, his father gave him some remarks. "Your ambition exceeds even the tower's master. Very good. For now, I'll leave it at that." Haeun happily replied, "Thank you, father." But he didn't stop there, his voice stern. "But if in saying that you only bring disgrace, prepare to face the consequences. I'm hanging up now." Haeun ended the call, put the phone down on the table, and sat back in his chair. He tightly held the towel in his hand, smiling confidently, and said, "Now the stage is set." On the day of the midterm evaluation, everyone gathered fully in the stands. Below the arena, Haeun stood rotating his wrists ready. Baek Sa-hyuk stepped closer, smirking with contempt. "Defective product, do you like the article I wrote? Called a prodigy from day one, you were already famous." He chuckled non-stop, mocking. "I can't stop laughing just thinking about how ridiculous you look, losing without even casting a single spell." Haeun smiled back. "I think the real loser is you." This made Sa-hyuk momentarily stunned and confused. "What, is he crazy?" he continued calmly. "Thanks for playing right into my hands. But you don't like me, right? I don't care about a nobody like you. So I'll make this quick. Don't go easy on me." These provocations truly angered Sa-hyuk. He shouted, "You're really crazy, huh?" He raised one finger to call the first spell round. Pointing his finger straight at Sa-hyuk, he said, "I will defeat you with just the first spell round." Above in the stands, there was a non-stop buzz of chatter about this shocking declaration. This only made Sahyuk feel more anxious and angry. He began sweating, stammering, "A lowlife like you dares to mock me." He raised his hand to bite his fingernails, his face twisted with frustration. The referee raised his hand and blew the long whistle. The second-year Obelisk Academy students' midterm test first match began on the arena floor. At this moment, the three magic students appeared, but the focus was on Haeun, who was smiling confidently. Sahyuk took the initiative, raised his hand to strike first, shouting, "Die, you trash!" Sahyuk's eyes widened as he focused his power into the attack. As he swung his arm sideways, a two-dimensional spatial magic board appeared instantly, launching fireballs rapidly toward Haeun. He easily dodged to one side, having already predicted the next move of his opponent Sahyuk's magic barrage. At that moment, the chip on Sahyuk's neck continuously emitted small electric sparks. Sahyuk immediately shouted the name of the third spell round barrage. Haeun realized he had correctly anticipated his opponent's attack direction and smiled triumphantly. A huge explosion was unleashed, aimed straight at Haeun's position. Smoke and dust billowed everywhere as the stands once again erupted in noise. Sahyuk smirked confidently and said, "Ha, this is what you get for being arrogant, you fool." But his joy didn't last long. As the smoke cleared, Sahyun frowned in shock. It was Haeun. He was still standing firm without a single scratch, which only made Sahyun more flustered and amazed. "No way you're not hurt at all." He hurriedly summoned his spell board and shouted again, "Take this!" Watch as he launched 3 more fireballs. Haeun gathered tiny water droplets at his fingertips and softly called out, "Water." Instantly, a water barrier he controlled formed, becoming a solid shield in front of him. Seeing his attacks continuously nullified so easily, Sahyuk's face paled in shock. My special magic's barrage blocked so easily. Meanwhile, Haeun just gave a slight smile, eyes fixed on the water continuously swirling before him. Outside the arena, a man watched intently from above, whispering, "Strange that person is watching the match from the glass room upstairs." He commented again, "Yeah, even though it's just the first spell round, he can cast that fast." The female secretary next to him looked puzzled. "Why did you change your schedule at Lamb Tower just to watch this student's match? Do you know anything about Haeun's magic?" The man with brown hair and bright brown eyes, wearing a neat suit and appearing very knowledgeable about techniques, simply replied, "No." He explained while keeping his eyes on Haeun's figure below, "I just read an article about the prodigy's return. I was curious, so I came here." The female secretary looked a bit confused. "So it was just a coincidence?" He laughed and replied, "Ha! Even so, if the rumor that the owner of Lamb Tower and an 8-ring mage came here to watch a student's match got out, it would cause chaos." The man smiling with delight was Kangen, the owner of Lamb Tower and a powerful 8-ring mage. Kangen laughed heartily. "Ha ha, I know that well, that's why I use the VIP room." Suddenly another figure appeared behind them. Kangen, with his sharp senses, immediately turned around and joyfully spread his arms to welcome, "Oh, you're here too." At the same time, on the ground, after the dust from Sahyuk's recent attack cleared, Haeun quietly exhaled. Sahil could only stand there, biting his nails, his mind in chaos. What the hell is going on? Did he block my 3-ring bombing magic with just a 1-ring water spell? Recalling how his fireballs evaporated instantly into steam and tiny raindrops upon hitting the water shield made Sahyuk unable to believe his eyes. Adding to that, Haeun's unusually fast spell-casting speed made him laugh smugly and ask, "What curious about how fast I cast spells?" Sahyuk immediately snapped, "Shut up," but he kept nurturing his desire for revenge. Sahyuk shouted, "Die," then raised his hand to attack again. As he swung his arm, 3 more fireballs were immediately launched. But this attack was stronger, creating a larger explosion than before. Sahyuk felt extremely relieved, thinking he finally eliminated his opponent. He mocked, "Ha, idiot, I knew from the start when you showed off with just 1 ring of magic pathetic." He thought Haeun had been completely burned in that fire, but once again Haeun stood perfectly still in the same spot, even raising his hand to taunt. Sahyuk seemed to go mad, yelling angrily, "Trash, where do you think you're going?" But instead of answering with words, Haeun responded with his first attack. A sharp mana dart was formed. Instantly, the mana dart flew like an invisible dragon's tail straight past Sahyuk. He luckily reacted in time to dodge, though he couldn't keep his balance fully. "What?" Sahyuk glared suspiciously at Haeun, frowning. "He summoned a wind spear, what?" Looking back at Haeun casually brushing dust off his shoulder, Sahyuk wondered in confusion. My attack didn't affect him at all. He wasn't affected at all. Then Sahyuk looked at his palm, overwhelmed with helplessness and frustration. He shouted, "Ha, really? You can beat me with just a first-ring spell." Heian replied confidently with a light laugh. "Yeah, of course." Right after Heian summoned another mana dart and threw it straight at Sahyuk. When it struck Sahyuk's defensive shield, he briefly thought this time he was done for. But instead, his shield held firm and resilient. Sahyuk began trying to regain his composure and look for a counterattack. He snarled angrily, "What the hell are you doing? Don't get cocky just because you cast spells faster than me." Trying to refocus, he cursed under his breath, "Trash." But just then, the dart that seemed blocked suddenly changed direction behind him and plunged into the arena floor. A piece of fabric on Sahyuk's sleeve was torn by the sharp air from the dart. Sahyuk was immediately terrified, his face pale, stammering, unable to speak. "Please, Heian. You..." He wondered in panic. "When did you summon the wind spear behind me?" At the same time, Heian raised his finger again, clearly preparing to summon another dart. Sahyuk was utterly confused, shouting in despair, "You bastard, what did you just do?" This battle with complete dominance unfolded under the tense watch of Kim Kan. Jin and his female secretary were both intently watching the final outcome. Seeing the fear on his opponent's face, Heian smiled triumphantly and asked, "What, you still don't get it and want me to show you again?" He smiled fiercely and confidently. Hyun immediately unleashed a new skill, a stream of mana gathering quickly from his fingertips to form the shape of a small bird. This mana bird flew gracefully and vividly. Then he swiftly dashed toward Sahyuk at an extremely high speed. The sudden speed startled Sahyuk, who hurried to find a way to defend. He was shocked, thinking, is this really a wind spear? Wind spears don't have dual shot attributes, do they? Hyun laughed and replied, "Definitely not." He continued to summon more wind birds. "But I can so try blocking this attack." This time it was 4 shots. 4 wind birds simultaneously charged at Sahyuk. Sahyuk hurriedly raised his shield to defend tightly. The 4 wind birds crashed into the shield and vanished. Sahyuk thought to himself that even though it was only a first-tier spell, as long as he could block it, it was fine. But things didn't go as he expected. Another wind bird suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. Sahyuk painfully realized a wind spear was flying in a curved trajectory. Hyun spoke with a teasing tone. "Thinking is good, but are you sure you want to just stand there frozen?" Saying that, Hyun quickly summoned even more wind birds. The fight had just begun, yet he controlled them to fly and keep applying pressure on his opponent. Sahyuk once again found himself in a tough spot, silently cursing the damn guy. He thought of a way to escape, just get out of the wind spear's range and create distance. Mana and magic range both have limits. He reasoned that if he was far enough away, those tricky, unpredictable attacks wouldn't be able to reach him. Hyun laughed and said, "Not a bad decision if that's so." Hyun quickly clasped his hands together, and immediately the wind birds were empowered, flying like arrows. This caught Sahyuk off guard. "What?" The lightning-fast wind birds rushed right before him, making him scream in shock. Meanwhile, in the stands, Kangen was watching the match, continuously impressed. He turned to the man standing beside him, saying not only did he cast instant magic, but their trajectories also changed and merged mid-air. "What kind of magic is this?" The middle-aged man standing next to Kangen looked familiar. Kangen called out, "Lord Shin Hun." That was Hyun's father, Shin Hun, head of the Shin family, a powerful mage with an 8th-tier magic circle. The nearby secretary responded, "That's right, Lord. Hyun's magic clearly disregards the usual rules of open-source magic." She explained further that open-source magic, for example, has a maximum range of 37.44 meters, a top speed of 117 km/h, and its flight path can only be adjusted once mid-flight. For example, if the target is more than 30 meters away, the magic can't reach it, and once the trajectory changes, it cannot be altered again. In other words, open-source magic is only effective within predetermined ranges and effects. Therefore, modern magic battles often resemble a game of wits, where each side tries to predict the opponent's moves based on known magic types like straight lines or 30-degree curves. Flexible reactions like gaming skills are key to winning. But Baitenio-style magic completely ignores the rigid rules of current open-source magic. Another wind bird created from powerful mana slammed down near Sahyuk's feet. The impact knocked Sahyuk down, denting the arena floor. He gasped, unable to believe he was really struggling against a first-tier spell. Hyun spoke, "You underestimate first-tier magic too much, Sahyuk." He bent down a small drop of water gathering on his fingertip. "Even if you drain yourself with third-tier magic, remember sometimes something simple can end everything." Sahyuk's eyes widened in fear. What do you mean? Hyun smiled lightly. This is first-tier water magic. He continued, magic is similar. You don't always have to use grand spells to finish a fight. As he finished speaking, the water on Hyun's hand stretched out and poured directly into Sahyuk's slightly open mouth. The fast-moving water quickly formed a ball, blocking the airway, causing Sahyuk to choke. His face flushed red as he desperately tried to cough in vain. Hyun calmly explained that the Academy's combat uniform integrates a magical safety barrier, but it seemed like it was useless to him right now. Hyun's expression turned cold. Sahyuk gasped for air but seemed completely exhausted. The entire audience fell silent, holding their breath, waiting for the match's outcome. Hyun just stood still. He slowly turned to the referee, assuming the professor was the referee, and said respectfully, "Professor, I think the result is pretty clear. Do we need to continue?" At that moment, the referee's whistle blew and the official announcement echoed through the speakers. The match was over. The winner is Shin Hyun. Sahyuk, semi-conscious, was immediately taken inside by medical staff for care. Hyun also returned to the waiting area. Hyun looked at his clenched fist, feeling a familiar pride rising. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. He grinned triumphantly, clearly sensing once again that he truly was a mage. Meanwhile, in the management hallway, Kangen was walking with his secretary right after the match ended, and Hyun was declared the winner. Kangen commented on the return of the genius. Very interesting. Kangen's eyes gleamed with strong interest as he squinted. I want to know more about this kid. Back to the usual atmosphere at the academy. Sun-chan warmly greeted Hyun. Hey Hyun, you won. Awesome. Hyun just had time to call Sun-chan's name before Sun-chan's eyes lit up, slinging an arm around him and asking, So how have you been training? Your magic is amazing. Then he excitedly recounted the match, wind blades flying, magic merging, and then splitting again. Hyun got straight to the point. Do you want to know? Sun-chan happily replied, of course. Hyun smiled mischievously. That magic tea is a secret. He still decided to keep the secret of the Idris book. Hyun held out his phone and asked Sun-chan, Have you seen this? Sun-chan leaned in curiously to see what it was. On the screen was a news report with a video interview of Hyun right after the match titled boldly, The Return of the Genius. Hyun asked again, That interview right after the match. Aren't you curious about my magic? In the interview video, a reporter asked Hyun, Can you tell us exactly what the instant magic you just showed us is? Another asked, How are you able to cast magic instantly like that? Are you talking about changing and merging the trajectory of the wind blades? Hyun in the video just gave a resigned laugh. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted, I will answer those questions for him. Hyun in the video looked surprised. Yes, the person was Kangen, stepping forward to introduce himself. I am Kim Kangen, owner of the Blue Ice Demon Tower. Hyun, I've been watching your match and I'm very impressed. Kangen approached Hyun, clapped him on the shoulder, and cheerfully told the reporters, I believe he used fourth circle magic. Pirate Mage Hyun looked puzzled in the video. Pirate Mage Kangen said, then raised his hand to create a small fireball, which surprised the reporters and everyone present. It is magic that allows the user to prepare spells in advance and store them so they can be cast instantly when needed. As long as you have the record, instant spell casting is entirely possible. So why isn't such a useful magic widely used? He answered himself, recording has a critical drawback. It can only contain spells that are at least 3 circles lower than the user's current level. Then Kangen turned to Hyun in a friendly tone. So Hyun, am I right? Hyun in the video smiled and replied, yes, that's right. At that time, Hyun just gave a wry smile, thinking to himself that he didn't even know how to explain this Bitaneo-type magic properly. He came to help just when I needed it. Another reporter expressed surprise. So that means your actual skill level. Hyun is already fourth circle magic. Kangen confidently answered on Hyun's behalf. Exactly, I'm certain of that. Hearing that, the reporters immediately raised their cameras and started taking photos continuously. They quickly concluded this was hot news, reaching the 4th level of magic. At such a young age can be compared to level 6 of the Tower Masters, as the Blue Tower Master himself confirmed it, so there's no doubt about it. Returning to the current conversation, Sun-chan asked Hyun, So you really are a level 4 mage now, but setting that aside. Sun-chan continued, wondering from the video, how do you explain your magic bypassing the rules of open source magic? Hyun nodded. Yes. That's exactly the issue. In the video, when the reporter asked about breaking the rules, Kangen seemed a bit hesitant. At that time, I took the opportunity to show off. Haeun explained to Sun-chan in the video. Haeun said, "Please allow me to explain that bypassing the limits of open-source magic is actually very simple. Haeun, in the video, I improved the basic magic formula." This made Kangen in the video look very surprised. Kangen muttered, not believing his ears, improved the magic formula. No way, Kangen thought to himself, that it would be as difficult as adding a flying function to a car, not something easily done. Kangen continued thinking, if he isn't someone incompatible with others, who knows how far he will go in the future. In the video, Haeun summoned a beautiful blue butterfly using magic called the transformation skill. Immediately, many similar butterflies flew fluttering around the reporters. Haeun declared, "From now on, I will call this transformed magic transmogrification magic." Kangen's eyes widened, watching the perfect butterflies flying around. His heart stirred. This is a revolution. From today on, the entire magic community will be shaken. Ending the video flashback. Sun Chan frowned with a slightly annoyed look. Transmogrification magic. Sounds a bit hard to believe. Should I believe it? Haeun confidently replied, "Yeah, just believe it." "Yeah." Sun Chan put his hand on Haeun's shoulder. "All right, I'll believe it then. Anyway, congratulations on winning your first match." "Okay, I'm heading back to the dorm." Haeun was surprised going back already. "Yeah." Sun Chan smiled and turned away. "I have to go adjust my mental state a bit because tomorrow I'm facing a pretty tough opponent." Haeun tilted his head curiously. A tough opponent. The next day at Obelisk Stadium, the stands were still filled with people. On the battlefield, Sun Chan was standing. It was his turn to compete, but he seemed to be in a difficult situation. His opponent was standing firmly in front of Sun Chan. Haeun sat in the stands watching him thoughtfully, so the tough opponent Sun Chan mentioned is her. The girl fighting Sun Chan, the one mentioned, had long golden hair. Her name was Adella Star. She was now raising her hand to cast the spell Moonlight Calamity. She was considered a genius of two prestigious families, the Star family in France and the Huyen-su clan in Korea. He thought to himself again, Adella's magic is very special. The main reason was the secret lunar magic of the Huyen-su clan. Adella's spell immediately caused huge difficulties for Sun Chan, forcing him to quickly activate his light shield. The brilliant aura from Adella's ultimate skill continued attacking fiercely against the shield. It shattered Sun Chan's defense and struck him directly, causing him to collapse onto the battlefield floor. The referee immediately blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. An announcement was made shortly after. The winner is Adella Star. Adella slowly untied her hair ribbon. All this happened before Haeun's eyes from above. It seemed he was particularly focused on this girl's skill set. He began analyzing internally. The secret magic combining light and darkness creates a brilliant light capable of illuminating the silent night. The signature secret magic of the Huyen-su clan. This secret magic isn't registered anywhere in open-source magic in terms of range, power, or properties. He told himself again, of course, facing her will be very difficult. Suddenly, Haeun's gaze stopped at a point. He quietly murmured, "Wait." Adella was standing on the battlefield looking straight up at Haeun's position with a slightly puzzled expression. "Is she looking at me?" After the match ended, Sun Chan, frustrated at the loss, kept complaining non-stop. "Damn it." Haeun stepped forward, handed him a bottle of water, and patted his shoulder encouragingly. "You did a great job. Drink some water." Sun Chan kept complaining. Running into Adella was really bad luck. But at that moment, a woman appeared behind them. Sun Chan turned and whispered to Haeun, "Did you win the second match?" He smiled lightly and replied, "Of course." Sun Trang was about to continue. "So your next opponent is—" Then Adella suddenly cut them off. "That last match was great. A good fight." It turned out she had been standing right behind them all along without them noticing. Sun Trang, hearing the praise, immediately changed his attitude and responded happily, as if flipping a switch. "Oh, thank you. I've learned a lot from you." Meanwhile, Adella kept staring intently at Haeun, which made him feel a bit puzzled. She spoke to him. "So, Haeun, you returned to being a mage, right?" Then she looked sharply at him and clearly stated her purpose. "The reason I joined this academy is hoping you'll help me remember it." Haeun thought about the relationship between the Shin family and Adella. Adella's mage clan and the Shin family had known each other before both enrolled in Obelisk Academy. The two clans had a very good relationship, so Adella and he had the chance to meet at many different events. If there was one word to describe the relationship between him and Adella, it would be rivals. Adella had even given up studying abroad to enter Obelisk Academy, all for the goal of surpassing him. But since the day he was deemed incompatible with Mana, they stopped talking to each other. Being labeled incompatible was a major event in his life, and also a huge shock to Adella, who lost her rival to strive against. Hyun then smiled lightly and said to Adella, "Adella, I'm not worthy to be your target." She replied decisively, "We'll only know once we fight each other." Sun Chan, standing beside him, gently nudged his arm and asked worriedly, "Hey, Hyun, are you sure you're ready?" This made him a bit confused, huh? Ready for what? Sun Chan frowned deeply, asking if he really didn't know. "Your next opponent is Adella Star." This information surprised Hyun what? That whole night, Hyun spent a lot of time thinking. The next day, at the Obelisk Arena, Adella stood ready in a fighting stance, but her opponent, Hyun, was nowhere to be seen. The crowd in the stands immediately buzzed with talk. "Where's Hyun? Is he too scared and ran away? Haha, it's all just hype." In interviews, he keeps talking about his transformed magic, but in the end, it's all just talk, isn't it? Probably realized he can't beat Adella and quit early. The referee, standing in the middle of the arena, just swallowed loudly. Then he prepared to calmly announce the result. Time's up. According to the rules, Adella Star automatically wins. Suddenly, Hyun hurried out from inside the waiting hall, calling out loudly, "Wait!" He forced a smile and said, "Sorry for being late." The referee looked quite angry. "Hyun, why are you only just arriving now?" Then he pointed to Hyun's spot in the arena. "No, I'll hear your explanation later. I won't give you time to recover. Consider this a penalty for being late. Get to your position now." Hyun stepped to the position opposite Adella. He rubbed his hands together lightly. Adella interlaced her fingers to form a triangle symbol in front of her chest. Meanwhile, she curiously asked him, "Can I ask why you're late?" Hyun just smirked and simply replied, "It's nothing important, just some preparation." Then he immediately summoned a magic circle at his feet. Adella repeated his words silently. "Preparation." He smiled and continued, "You're pretty strong, Adella, so I have to prepare carefully to beat you. This will be an interesting match." Adella was a bit puzzled. "You prepared for a whole day." Then she gradually noticed something different about the power radiating from him. She thought to herself, "I can feel that Jin Hyun in front of me is completely different from yesterday. Will I get to see his true power?" Hyun confidently instructed Adella, "Let me say this first, you have to use your full power from the start to fight me." The referee quickly shouted loud, "The match begins." As soon as the shout ended, Adella immediately raised her hand to cast a fireball. She formed a gun barrel shape with her hand aimed straight at him and shouted the move's name, "Six-Barrel Firepower." Instantly, powerful flames shot out from her fingertips. With one move, she launched 3 consecutive fireballs toward Hyun. Seeing this, Hyun raised his hand to call forth a response, a raging storm. Almost immediately, strong winds were summoned. They rushed forward and easily shattered the incoming fireballs. Adella saw her attack countered and clenched her palm tightly. A light slipped out from within her palm. Adella pulled out a long, sharp spike from her palm. As the command was given, the ground beneath Hyun began to crack. Sharp spikes formed from energy gradually pierced up from the ground, splitting the arena floor. They shot quickly toward him and exploded violently. Hyun quickly jumped out of the affected area. He executed a backflip with incredible skill and grace. Seeing him in midair, Adella said, "You won't be able to dodge this attack in the air." But her sharp gaze quickly noticed that Hyun seemed to have some plan. Adella immediately drew a seal, preparing to use an aerial attack. Seeing Adella's move, Hyun thought, a technique targeting the opponent's defenseless state when airborne. Even if you see the attack coming, it's very hard to dodge. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. That's what most people would think. But Hyun quickly summoned a defensive shield. The shield formed in midair right under his feet, allowing him to step on it as a foothold. Everyone in the stands gasped in amazement. Creating a magical defensive shield in midair? Impossible! Even Adella did not expect this. She widened her eyes in surprise. "What is that?" He flipped the shield horizontally and used it as a platform to stand on. Hyun smiled triumphantly from atop his shield. This gave Adella a strong urge to overwhelm her opponent. She thought Shin Hyun still uses that unique magic, the moon element secret magic of the mystic family. To confront it, I have to use everything I have, and to do that, I'll need to bring the sun itself into the fight. A dazzling light like the sun suddenly shone down on the arena, shining directly into Adella's eyes, forcing her to quickly raise her hand to shield her eyes. Adella, slightly flustered, stammered, "Sunlight, an attack is coming, I have to defend." Without hesitation, she focused her spirit and summoned a very sturdy shield in front of her. At the same time, Hyun landed on the ground and shouted, "No!" A sword formed entirely from wind energy immediately appeared in his hand. Hyun didn't hesitate to swing the wind sword straight down at Adella's large shield. Adella silently thought, using a level 1 magic to attack my level 3 defense. Surely he's probing carefully and cautiously. As expected, his attack was immediately deflected by the shield. Hyun quickly slid his hand on the ground, gliding a long distance to reduce the impact. Seeing this, Adella raised her hand, preparing to counterattack. She thought, all right, now it's my turn. But surprisingly and unexpectedly, her legs were tightly bound from behind by a mana thread she hadn't noticed. Adella started sweating from the surprise and confusion. Everything seemed to be going according to Hyun's plan. She thought to herself, bound feet since when? Adella wondered, could he have cast the spell the moment he set foot on the ground? She felt worried too quickly. Her eyes could hardly keep up with his movements. At that moment, Hyun suddenly moved again. He created another kind of magic from his hands. Hyun shouted the name of the skill water missile. Immediately, a special swirling stream of water appeared on his hand. Taking advantage of that moment, Adella used her firepower to burn and break the binding spell on her legs. Hyun pointed to the sky, creating large water spheres. When he pointed them toward Adella, the water spheres instantly transformed into dolphins, rushing to attack her. Adella quickly summoned a defensive shield. The water dolphins crashed into the shield and completely vanished. Adella finally breathed a sigh of relief inside. It seemed he was easier to deal with than she had thought. She recalled the previous interview video with Hyun when Kangen said, in my opinion, Hyun used level 4 engraving magic. Adella confidently argued that engraving could only activate level 3 or lower magic. As a supposed level 4 mage, Hyun could actually only use level 1 magic through engraving. She smiled confidently. Level 1 magic could never defeat her. But suddenly a windbird swooped straight down from the sky toward her. It struck the ground hard, creating a powerful impact. Luckily, Adella dodged just in time. However, she was shocked and wondered when he had found the chance to attack. She doubted could it be that he hid a wind spear magic disguised in the blinding sunlight. She quickly realized she had been stunned and disoriented by Hyun's technique. Hyun stood calmly watching Adella stagger and fall. He asked, have you forgotten who you're facing? Adella stared. She looked up, frowning with a clear expression of submission. In the stands, Kangen's female secretary quickly grasped the situation. She commented that his combat instincts were much sharper than they had imagined. Kangen also began analyzing Hyun's tactics in detail from the moment he dodged the first Earth Spike attack. Hyun had planned everything. By dodging into the air, he lured Adella into launching other attacks. Then, using the magic shield as support, he climbed even higher. Kangen explained that he concealed his body in the sunlight, limiting Adella's vision. Then, using the prepared engraving magic, he set up multiple layers of wind spears in succession. Kangen continued while falling. He deliberately used earth magic like earth binds to draw attention to the ground. This caused Adella to mistakenly think it was just a normal ground battle. And when he was perfectly aligned with the sun, he unleashed the critical wind spear that had been cast beforehand. Kangen laughed and looked at Shin Hun. He remarked, a level 1 Grand Mage. Now I understand why he was once given that title. But Shin Hun still wasn't fully convinced. He said, but after all, it's still just level 1 magic. Shin Hun pointed down to the arena and said, look. Below, both contestants had returned to stand opposite each other, preparing for the next attack. At this point, Adella's hair was somewhat messy. There was a small wound with blood on her cheek. In contrast, Hyun maintained his composure without a single scratch on him. Shin Hun assessed that although in a very advantageous position, he still couldn't deliver the finishing blow. He frowned. He can't do it. Hyun stood silently without saying a word. Shin Hun added, and Adella still hasn't used that kind of magic yet. But hearing the comment, Adella then placed her hand on her chest and said honestly, to be honest, you really impressed me. You remind me of that moment. Her eyes suddenly shone brightly. I will also use all my strength. Hyun quickly took a defensive stance, thinking to himself, finally, it's time. Suddenly, Adella's whole body began to emit a magical and powerful white light. Hyun couldn't help but sweat nervously, his whole body tense, ready to counterattack at any moment. Adella summoned a magic circle of immense power. Her strength was so great that the entire arena floor cracked. Hyun was shaken by the tremors and kept shielding his eyes. That circle projected an intense beam of light downward, blotting out the entire sky. Watching this, Hyuk seemed to have lost all hope. He turned his back and left while Kanjin questioned, Sir, are you leaving? He declared the match over, saying there was no need to watch further. Suddenly, a loud noise made him stop in his tracks. Even Gin was startled, turning around wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Kangen stammered, and even Sun Chang, who was watching the match, had to stand up abruptly. Adella was stunned, thinking this couldn't be happening. Hyun had summoned a magic circle even bigger than hers with an extremely powerful fire attack. He raised his hand toward her and shouted, "Fire Mountain!" Adella looked at him in surprise. A level 2 magic spell. He smiled and said, "I told you I was delayed because I had to prepare to defeat you." Adella doubted. The limit of Gitok only reaches level 1 magic. "Have you already attained the 5th magic circle?" Hyun smiled confidently. The night before at the Obelisk Academy dormitory, he sat on his bed silently looking at the Edred book. He thought to himself, Adella is not someone I can defeat with just level 1 magic. He picked it up, thinking his combat style wasn't suitable for the Moon Arcane secret techniques. Hyun flipped through it again and thought, at first I planned to wait until I fully mastered it before overwhelming her. On the latest page of Edred, if I can truly control 2 men, he spoke aloud, it says to channel energy into the next page's magic circle. This magic circle will take you to a new level. He was surprised after reading it. A kind of mechanism. Hyun quickly raised his hand. "I'll try it." Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the book and a stream of light emanated from his aura. The magic circle symbols in the book gradually lit up. He also gasped in amazement, but the book seemed to keep glowing. Hyun covered it with his hand. Damn it, it's glowing again. Then it radiated light into his body, causing Hyun to tremble uncontrollably, unable to stop covering his face and screaming as his body slowly disappeared from the room. After a while, when only scattered small rays of light remained from the book, Hyun had been completely absorbed. He slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a golden light. Oh, before him was another world with a space about the size of a library room, hazy to a strange degree. Hyun looked up at the source of the light, wondering where he was. A female voice rang out, "Welcome to the first trial page." The girl had golden eyes and wore a magnificent dress. She introduced herself. "I am Alpha, the guide for the first trial page." He was startled and turned around. Hyun was surprised. "The first trial page?" Alpha replied, "That's right. This is the first trial page inside the Edred book." He was shocked. Inside the book. Not teleported to some distant place, but actually inside the book. Hyun was sweating, unable to believe it. Alpha continued, "In this trial, I will test if your 2 men is truly complete. Trial instructions will be given at the start. If you pass from page 18 to page 31, you will update information about level 2 magic." He hesitated, thinking, "So I have to pass the trial to get information on the next magic circle." Alpha asked, "Explanation done, shall we start the trial?" He immediately replied, "Of course, let's start now." After receiving the candidate's consent, she bowed and slowly vanished. Understood. Alpha suddenly flew up and announced, "Then let's begin the first trial." Hyun looked at Alpha strangely as she slowly disappeared, turning into shimmering golden fragments that floated away. Hyun stood stunned watching her vanish, thinking, I didn't think she was human, but I didn't expect her to be a magical entity. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded. "Now I will explain the trial." He immediately recognized it was the professor's voice. A sparkling crystal floated between Hyun's hands. It emitted a magical, colorful aura. Bitenio said, "The name of this crystal is Mana Relationship. It is an incomplete crystal with 4 attributes all mixed at 0. Your task is to fully refine this crystal." He widened his eyes in surprise. Fully refine this crystal. A mana relationship is an extremely fragile crystal that requires very careful mana control. Inside this crystal, 4 types of mana exist in a chaotic state. And now I have to refine it. It's like being asked to separate sand, salt, sugar, and pepper from a fine mixture. This is not simple. Usually, only those skilled in mind control can refine it, but this will be interesting. Hyun's aura flared up as he prepared for the test. His pupils carried the green tint of focused mana aura. Tiny colorful specks appeared immediately interspersed with flowing mana lines. He immediately cast a firm spell on the crystal. Hyun closed his eyes, focused his mana slowly tensing up, but ultimately failed. The crystal instantly pushed back forcefully, throwing Hyun into the bookshelf behind him. He slowly slid down a book, landing on his head as a result. Hyun thought disappointedly. If the mana fluctuates even slightly, it creates shock waves, sending out warning signals. He took the book off, looked at the still glowing crystal, and thought, even if I try to separate it, their mana is intertwined to an inseparable degree. But I've got an idea now. I'll keep trying no matter how long it takes. And after who knows how much time passed, he smiled and stood up again. and the result afterwards, he got mana pushed back by the crystal again. I kept experimenting to refine it again and again. Just one small slip made me start over from the beginning. I repeated this countless times, and then Hyun sighed in relief, his face drenched in sweat. Finally succeeded, he said as he watched the crystal gradually crystallize the mana relationship. Suddenly, Batenio's voice rang out. Congratulations on passing the trial air. He curved his lips and looked back at his hand. Batenio added, You have mastered mind control. I will update the Edred book with the level 2 technique ring to create a resonance ring. After passing the test, Hyun immediately woke up in bed. It was already the next morning. He blinked. I'm back. The page gradually engraved the words again as Hyun flipped it. He smiled and said, All right, finally learned the method to destroy the level 2 magic ring. Hyun thought, Before the next battle begins, I must definitely master the level 2 magic ring. Back to the Adella Academy arena. He summoned the maximum magic ring, loudly calling Moonlight to Yun, immediately covered it with his bare arm. Meanwhile, the ground beneath where he stood sank due to the strong aura above. Adella pointed her hand at his magic circle. Following orders, she immediately launched a powerful light beam down exactly where Hyun was standing. Sun Chan watched the battle anxiously grimacing. Damn it, Hyun is going to die. Adella confidently turned away, tossing her hair. The match is over. She looked back at Hyun in the fading light, surprised he could grow so strong in such a short time. Please, Hyun, who exactly are you? But it's over now. The genius I once admired is no longer here. Suddenly, a loud noise contradicted her from behind, causing Adella to freeze. She immediately turned around. What's that sound? But then Hyun opened his eyes wide, revealing his deep red pupils, nearly shouting the level 2 ring activation resonance. He called the shadow move to blind the eyes, instantly creating a huge fire circle behind him. In Hyun's hands were 2 magical flames. He looked at the purple flame combined with the 2 infinity magic circles. Hyun immediately merged the 2 flames with a free will, slowly opening his hands, palms facing each other, as if stretching something wide. His eyes remained intense, become my limbs. This surprised in Hyuk and Kangin. Even the other trainees watching the match were left agape. Adella froze in place. What is happening? A giant hand of a deity appeared, splitting the magic circle's light from Adella to shield Hyun. He pointed his finger at her and called out, Fire Mountain. Adella, unprepared, quickly retreated on instinct and called the first version of the resonant defensive magic. Hyun summoned a large 6-barreled gun loaded entirely with firepower rounds. Adella's eyes widened in shock as the gun barrels fired the first fire rounds. Adella had already decided where she was headed, silently yelling inside, No, I can't block this. Finally, Adella raised her hand high to cast magic, looking at Hyun emotionally. You have once again become my target. Immediately, bullets from the gun rained down continuously on her. Even the referee gasped for breath because of it. But after the barrage, Adella still stood firm. Hyuk and Kangin watched the result intently. Finally, she collapsed exhausted. Adella lay on the ground with bullet holes scattered across the floor. Hyun then squatted down, exhausted and panting. The referee quickly announced the match is over. The winner is Shin Hun. Immediately, the entire audience cheered loudly. Hyuk also left at the same time. Kangin didn't forget to ask, Are you leaving? He said he had another meeting. But with a smile still on his lips, Kangin replied, I see. He looked back at the arena. You really aren't good at lying, huh? At that moment, he saw Hyun happily celebrating his match results. Back in the waiting hall, Hyun took off his jacket, his body drenched in sweat, so tired. The second infinity magic circle synchronizes with the mind circle to complete advanced magic and lunar magic, a hybrid magic combining the range of light magic and the potential of dark magic. By adjusting the intensity of dark elements, I can narrow the attack range and counter moonlight with enhanced dark magic. After all, lunar magic is the unique secret art of the mystic family. Not everyone can wield it. But by observing and summarizing the magic's structure, I succeeded in controlling pure mana. The resonance circle allows me to analyze magic with a unique perspective, uncovering the structure of lunar magic. The mana refinement process also trains my mana control. Without these factors, defeating Adella would have been almost impossible. He looked toward a group of trainees chatting excitedly over there. A young man with white hair and distinctive glasses, wearing classy leather shoes, entered the waiting hall. He cheerfully called out, Hey, Hyun. Surprised, he just nodded unconsciously. Hyun stood up and said in surprise, The master of the magic tower, Kangin, smiled with a curled lip. I came because I wanted to talk to you. Hyun was invited by Kangin into the office to discuss. He smiled and opened, "Sorry to bother you while you're resting. I watched your match. It was truly amazing." "Yes." Heian just thanked him. He continued, "I'll ask directly. Heian, have you already reached the 5th magic circle level?" He fell silent, thinking back that he had used 2nd-level magic during the match. The master of the Blue Tower had thought he was using imprint magic. If I used 2nd-level magic, then I must be a 3rd-level or higher mage. He thought to himself that he must have reached magic level 5. Then he awkwardly replied, "No, I haven't reached level 5 yet." Kangen immediately brightened up and continued asking, "Got it, so how did you manage to use level 2 magic, Heian?" Difficult questions paired with high expectations made him even more uncomfortable. "If I said it's clairvoyance, you wouldn't believe me, right?" He raised a question. "If it's clairvoyance, then this must be the magic transformation you mentioned in the previous interview, right?" Heian said, "Yes, that's the magic transformation." He silently calculated better to leave it at that. Even so, reaching level 5 at 18 years old is unbelievable. This will cause a worldwide stir. And when I use level 3 magic, it will definitely cause trouble. I have to keep this secret now. Kangen asked again, "Clairvoyance is amazing, but what about level 2 magic?" His eyes showed seriousness. Heian held his chest and replied, I improved the engraving spell." This surprised Kangen even more. Improved engraving spell. Suddenly, Kangen jumped up while Heian was stunned. "Haha, that's definitely the only way." He stepped toward Heian and said, "Really impressive." Suddenly, Kangen with his sharp eyes reached out to him. Despite the dangerous look, it was just a pat on the shoulder with praise. "I'm really impressed. I didn't expect you to even improve on engraving's weakness." But what just happened terrified Heian to death. He casually replied, "Thank you, Heian." Upon closer inspection, he noticed red eyes. Kangen's eyes then glowed with a mysterious red light. Those dangerous, controlling eyes made Heian sweat even more. The room grew even tenser with just the two of them staring eye to eye. He slowly curled his lips into a smile, definitely red eyes. He withdrew his hand from Ingok's shoulder. Kangen laughed and said there was no mana trace of a level 5 mage. "Now I'm sure, like you said, Heian, you're still not level 5. Now I'll take my leave." He squinted. "I'll explain everything to the Hong Nakmanyan press." Heian quickly stood up, affirming as Kangen left. He respectfully bowed goodbye. Heian sighed in relief and brushed his hair back. "Ah, thank you. Be careful going home." Thinking back, I didn't expect the Tower Master to use Hong Nakmanyan to verify. Hong Nakmanyan To, the Tower Master of the Blue Tower Manyan Kim Kangen, can see the essence of mana. It's considered the strongest clairvoyance manan in the world. The more he thought, the more he broke out in sweat. I escaped because the Tower Master didn't catch me. The Baitaneo-style magic secret is my greatest secret. I can't risk revealing it. The next day in the arena, the match ended again. The winner, Shin Hun. You defeated your next opponent. Heian looked down at that guy one last time before stepping back into the waiting hall. Inside the hall, a girl followed closely behind him. "Wait," she spoke. Heian turned around a bit surprised. Adella appeared now bandaged but able to walk. Heian asked, "I thought you had to leave around 4 o'clock, but you're back already." She just replied, I'm fine now." You're wondering why?" Adella quickly said, It's nothing serious. I want you to give me feedback on our match." She hesitated since there's still the final match, so if you're tired, we can talk later. Heian smiled and immediately pointed inside. "No need to wait. Feedback now will help me. Follow me to the waiting room." His words warmed her up a bit. But Adella thought to herself, like the last match, there isn't much about tactics or magic use to learn from. Someday I'll also... She followed behind Heian shyly, thinking that someday she wanted to be like him. Meanwhile, Heian walked and thought to himself, "Haha, I can feel an intense heat wave behind me." Inside the skyscraper, in broad daylight, at a large, luxurious mansion, a mysterious woman stood in front of a TV screen showing Heian while commenting. "Shin Heian, I thought it was over already." With the symbol of a dragon, it is easy to distinguish that this is the headquarters of the Shin Corporation. Inside the large room, a woman stands in front of a wide screen showing images of Heian. She complains, "Damn it, I thought it was over already." Behind her stands a man. The woman turns to look at him, frowning, and says, "Hey, are you going to let Heian go like this?" She is the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Shin Saha wonders what else could we do. His full name is Shin Ji-han. Seha immediately says loudly, "What if they take Heian back home?" She worries, "Do you still remember what happened a year ago? You know better than anyone else. Do you want to experience that kind of treatment again?" Ji-hun feels it's nothing important and says, "Don't worry, Seha. A year ago that kid might have been a genius, but now he's just a pile of trash. He can only use level 2 magic in a real match." Ji-hun laughs and asks, "You've watched his match too, right?" Seha still can't calm down but says, "Everyone is going crazy about how amazing he is." He pulls her shoulder closer and says, "Listen carefully. Seha, but all his recent opponents have only been third-year students. Against a level 4 mage, he could easily defeat them, but Heian has a critical weakness. He is not compatible with Ai's magic. He barely manages to compensate for that by using tricks and techniques. In the end, Heian is still far below a normal level 4 mage. After all, his skill level is too low." Seha stammers, "So that's true." "It's true, huh? I think so too. No matter how hard he tries, he'll still be crawling on the ground. Someone incompatible will always be incompatible." She bites her nails full of worry. What if he threatens to become the next head of the family? Ji-hun looks at her and immediately shatters the cup with his aura. Ji-hun says, "We can deal with that later, it won't be too late." Drops of coffee fall onto the floor. Back at the arena on a clear afternoon, cracks from impact scars dot the floor beneath the stage. The opponent falls to the ground. The referee finally blows the whistle to signal the end of the match. The champion of the mid-year exam is Shin Hun. He stands firm before the audience. The students sitting in the stands immediately jump up and cheer. Wow, the genius returns, so cool, as expected of the Shin family. He keeps receiving praise from the fans. Wow, wow, amazing! Heian smiles and waves to everyone, receiving recognition from the entire crowd for surpassing even Ai's magic. Heian is truly a genius, Sun Chan shouts from afar. Heian, you're so cool. He runs over, grabs his shoulder, and shakes him. You really did it. Everyone acknowledges your skills. Congratulations. Heian can only smile awkwardly. Sun Chan calms down. But behind him, other contestants still look on with envy. What's wrong with that guy? Without forbidden magic, he's nothing. His coach, teacher Trang Su, also approaches. He happily congratulates, Well done, Shin Heian. I'm proud as your homeroom teacher. Sun Chan joins in. Teacher, will you treat us to celebrate Heian's victory? Because of his friend's enthusiasm, Heian sighs. Ji Sun Chan Shin, that's you. Trang Su continues. I've already planned to invite you all, no need to ask. Yeah, Sun Trang excitedly shouts. Awesome, let's go together. He's pulled away but stammers, wait, hold on. Heian whispers to him, Sorry, I really want to go, but I have an important meeting. Suddenly leaving Sun Trang's arm startles him. Oh my God! Come on without the guest of honor. What kind of party is this? He just winks, raises his hand to say goodbye, and says, Sorry, it's really important. Sun Trang is left behind with a disappointed face, but the teacher puts a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Heian quickly leaves the arena. I have a very important promise to keep. He suddenly stopped walking. In front of him was a long, luxurious black car with a butler who had been waiting there. We have been waiting for you, said the young master. His face turned serious, and the man bowed. The head of the family is waiting for you, sir. I will escort you to the main house. That night the car returned to the Shin mansion. He stood before the large main door thinking, It's been a year since I was deemed incompatible with AI magic since I opposed my cold father and moved to the academy dormitory. I have never been allowed to set foot inside the house. He opened the door and stepped inside. Everything was quiet. He said, Nothing has changed. Everything is just as I remember. Hyun walked down the hallway until a large door appeared before him. Hyun thought to himself, My father's research, I've finally come back here. He approached the large door and knocked a few times. From inside, In Hyuk appeared frowning seriously and said, You may enter. Hyun then opened the door and stepped in. He stood before the room of the Maido family head. Please, please. In Hyuk hesitated, thinking, He's here again. In Hyuk sat at his desk, placing a book down, his voice booming, Come in. He bowed respectfully and politely. Long time no see. Hyun looked up at his father, who held the book with a stern face, and said, Sit down. Both sat opposite each other at the desk. His voice was firm. I used to think you were just a useless kid. He paced around him at a speed 20 times slower than average spell casting, and just a slight mistake would cause spell failure or worse, no spell at all. He stopped behind Hyun, hands clasped behind his back. Back then, you were the prime example of a useless person who couldn't fight. Then suddenly he gripped the back of Hyun's chair. But everyone believed you had some special talent, so I told you to switch to AI magic to maximize your potential. Of course, I didn't expect much from that. I just saw it as the last option for a desperate person. Hyun responded, I understand, father. Online news pages continuously posted articles about him with accompanying photos. He's back the one once called Genius Shin Hun, but due to incompatibility with AI magic, many doubted his return. However, with his recent performance in Obelisk Academy's midterms, it seems he's standing at the door of a comeback. The whole country is starting to pay attention to him as the youngest son of the prestigious Mado Shin family. At 5 years old, he had mastered level 1 magic. By age 7, he was proficient in dual casting. Shin Hyun was once the pride of the family, famous for its long history, and the giant magic stone enterprise of the Shin Corporation expected to inherit the family head position, but failed, disappointing both his father and the public. His father continued, Moreover, I read the article on Big Ra's site. I see it as a great opportunity for you to regain your honor after the previous failure. However, you have exceeded my expectations despite that incompatibility creating transformation magic. He smiled and said, This time you've won, Hyun. You deserve to be called a true mage. Hyun's eyes lit up. Thank you, father. In Hyuk said, From now on, the family will fully support your training. Whatever you need, just tell me. I will approve your return to the Mado Shin family. As the legitimate heir of the family head, you should carry the family name proudly. Hearing those strong words from him, he smiled brightly. In Hyuk warned, And I want to remind you, if I find you procrastinating or lazy in your training, I will cancel your magic circles. He immediately placed his hand on Hyun's forehead. Yes. Hyun clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, this was the overwhelming aura of an 8-circle mage, truly terrifying. But this was his last chance. Hyun replied, Yes, father. He sat back down and asked, So what is your goal? In Hyuk answered, Right, you once wanted to become the head of the Mado Shin family, didn't you, Jihan Seiya? In Hyuk Minji. Currently, you are the weakest among your siblings. He immediately replied, I've already told you, father. My only goal is to become the head of the family, that's all. First, I want everyone to remember my name. In Hyuk asked seriously, How will you do that? Hyun placed his hand on the table. By participating in the World Academy Olympic competition in 2 months, contestants from all over the world will come to compete, and I will bring home the gold medal. The Olympic competition for mages is held annually and always welcomes mages under 20, also called the Magic Olympics. It attracts worldwide attention comparable to professional tournaments. He finally said, But the best performer in our country, Tower Master Lam Ma Tower, only won a silver medal. Yes, I even won a gold medal, which doesn't seem realistic at all. You think so too, right? Hyun confidently replied, Yes, so I want one condition. He was surprised. One condition. Yes, Hyun said. For the next 2 months, please stop the seniors from interfering with me. In Hyuk thought to himself, bold move using an almost impossible condition to exchange for temporary protection. Normally, I would reject such unreasonable requests. Then he chuckled with delight. But this time, it's different. The next morning in Hyun's apartment, books and papers were scattered across the floor, and Hyun was sound asleep, still holding the book he was reading. When he opened his eyes and woke up, he realized he had fallen asleep again. After returning from my father's place, I started reviewing the criteria for the second test. I passed the first test, but need to reach the 3rd magic level. I have to pass the second test. Right now, I don't know where to start. The only thing I know is resonance, meaning I have to increase compatibility with magic. The most difficult stage of the second circle. He flipped to another's page and said to himself, to pass the test, I have to touch here and control mana based on the principle of resonance. A little tip I know is that I need the judgment ring and the resonance ring. Looking at the page, he had to complain about the bad handwriting before returning to the main topic. Is this the most effective way to connect? Hyun was controlling 2 maxics with mana. They looked like 2 threads woven into a 4-leaf clover shape, then pressed onto the page. Hyun silently waited for the result. Finally, he sighed and walked outside the modern city to relax a bit. As he walked, Hyun thought, yeah, sometimes a walk really helps you relax. He took a deep breath of fresh air after breakfast and went for a relaxing stroll. I feel like I understand resonance better now. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Watch out!" startling him. When Hyun turned his face, something strange was thrown right at him. A plastic bag suddenly flew into his face, causing him pain all over. He held his face and sat down with a groan. "Ouch, that hurts." Meanwhile, a girl approached worriedly and asked, "Are you okay?" He looked up startled. "Hey, are you Adella?" The girl in front of him was none other than Miss Starrick. Hyun then walked with her, asking why that plastic bag had flown toward him anyway. Adella stammered as she explained, "I was happily spinning it because I was about to drink banana milk, then it flew away." She looked apologetic, having accidentally thrown the bag toward him by coincidence. He said awkwardly, "Ah, I see." Adella bowed apologetically. "I'm sorry." He laughed and said, "It's okay, thanks to you I get to drink banana milk too, but do you still only drink that?" She opened her supermarket bag filled with lots of banana milk cartons. She said, "Of course, it's the best drink humans have made." He looked overwhelmed at the pile of banana milk. "That's a lot." After a moment, she spoke. "I heard you've returned home." Hyun replied, "Yeah, I returned to the Magic Tower yesterday." Adella continued, "Good thing you still want to become the Tower Master, right?" He wondered, did I say that? Adella recalled their childhood and just smiled, saying, "Yeah, we talked about that." Hyun thought and said, "No, I don't dream of that anymore." This surprised her even more. "What have you accepted reality?" Wow, thinking about how many outstanding brothers the Tower Master has, becoming the family head is no easy feat. He wondered, what are you talking about? He added, "My dream is to become a master mage and stand at the pinnacle of all mages, not just the entire Magic Tower." His eyes shone with determination. "That's my goal." This left Adella stunned. She quickly turned away, unable to believe her ears. The pinnacle of all mages, a fierce goal beyond imagination. Adella finally laughed and said, "Being someone who follows you feels so intense." That night, at the Magic Tower's main house, the Shin family nervously bit their nails again. She slammed the tables and called out to Jihan, "Hey, aren't you worried at all?" He replied calmly, "Father must have his reasons." He frowned, thinking he couldn't believe the conditions his father had set. He recalled when Jihan and Si were called to In Hyuk's office. He asked, "Father, why did you call us here?" The father pondered a moment and said, "I know your personality, so I order you not to touch Haeun for the next 2 months." Immediately, both of them flinched, and Si turned pale, arguing, "Father, why?" Jihan quickly raised his hand to stop her and calmly asked, "Father, can you tell us the reason?" He slowly said, "Both of you know that Haeun officially returned to the Magic Tower yesterday. She is still a minor and has been away from home for a year, so I think giving her 2 months to adjust to the family is necessary, especially since both of you will be closely watching her, looking for ways to compete for the head of the family position." Then Jihan was silent for a moment, forcing a smile, and replied, "Yes, Father, I understand. Is there anything else?" He stood up, looking out the window, and said, "That's all. You two must be tired. Go rest." Back to the present. Si anxiously continued to wonder, "Brother, why did you leave without saying anything?" She suddenly froze. Jihan's face was extremely grim at that moment. He seemed like he wanted to go crazy. "Damn it, I can't accept this." But In Hyuk and Minji aren't interested in competing for the head of the family, so I understand why they weren't called to the meeting. But just letting Haeun be after a year away from home, if it were the old father, he would probably have told us to endure it, saying that a 1-year difference is disqualifying for being an heir, and that protection for young people only applies up to 56 years old before the imprinting process begins, meaning 17 years old is already beyond that scope. He voiced his frustration. "Then why did he say that?" Si asked, constantly biting his nails. "Could it be that father has—" Jihan repeatedly denied, No, Haeun still hasn't proven enough to father." Si asked, "Then why?" Thinking back to when he unleashed his moves, maybe father saw some potential, or was interested in the mysterious magic system that Haeun controls, or maybe father and Haeun made an agreement. Hearing the hypothesis he proposed, she immediately panicked. "An agreement? What agreement with father?" She frantically grabbed her face, shouting, "Right father wouldn't make such a decision, it's too troublesome," asked Haeun. "Should we call everyone who was assigned to watch her?" Jihan simply replied, "Yes, unless they are confident they won't be detected by the Shadow Guards." Shadow Guards are Father's intelligence unit acting as the secret magical force and elite team specializing in infiltration information gathering escort missions. There's nothing they can't do. But Jihan clarified, "I have withdrawn all surveillance following Haeun." She broke into a sweat. "Brother, what are you planning to do?" He looked back at this car and signaled, "I'm going out first." Even though C agreed sitting around doing nothing for 2 months isn't his style. If Haeun made some kind of deal with father, that's a bit risky. He left the room with a sly smirk. "I'll join the Black Tower at Obelisk Academy." Teacher Trang Su cheerfully announced, "The midterm exams are over. Well done, everyone. First, our class is honored to have a leader. Let's give a big round of applause for Shin Hun." When he stood up, everyone immediately applauded enthusiastically. He stepped up to the podium, extending both hands to receive the certificate. Trang Su praised, "You ranked first nationwide, congratulations." He replied, "Thank you, teacher." The teacher smiled. "Since you achieved first place, you must maintain that position for 2 months and participate in the Academy's Olympics." Haeun smiled in response. "Yes, that's what I plan to do." He walked back to his seat. Everyone in the class was whispering and chatting about him, winning with illusion magic and bragging so much. Some maliciously said, 2 months. He'd drop rank in just 1 week, haha. Typical outcast, that's all he can do. He sat back down. Though he received much opposition from the class, he remained undeterred. Sun Trang walked out into the school hallway looking exhausted. Finally done. He yawned. Why so many as 8 straight theory periods? While he was complaining, Haeun was there too. He sighed in relief. At least tomorrow is all practical lessons. Sun Chan hesitated. But then Haeun punched him in the chest. "See, I told you to exercise." With just one punch, Sun Trang immediately collapsed, prompting him to disdainfully say, "Weakling, are you really a mage or what?" Being mocked by his friend, Sun Trang frowned harshly. He ran after him and said, "Magic loser, now you can't even tease me with magic anymore." Haeun walked on saying, "If you're mad, try to surpass me." He clenched his fists, determined, "Then I'll be stronger than you and punch you once." Hearing that, he just smiled happily. Haeun then said, "Really, if so, come to the training room after dinner for a change of pace." After hearing that, he trailed off repeatedly. Seeing Sun Chan stunned like that, he raised an eyebrow and judged, "What's with that attitude?" Sun Trang just lightly sweated and said softly, "Well, I want to, but right now, I can't." Haeun got straight to the point, crossing his arms seriously. "If you don't like it, just say so." Sun Trang immediately grabbed his shoulder and quickly said, "Let me be clear, it's not that I hate training. I just hate training with you. Got it?" And he still hated it intensely. "What about me?" He continued, "Honestly, I'm a little scared of the way everyone looks at you." At the Obelisk Academy training room, he was lifting tons of weights while the other students were sweating profusely. Looking at him, Haeun lifted the weights like they were toys, making everyone worried. Who is that? Can a person really lift that much weight? But he was angry. "What the hell are you doing, Junho? I told you training is more important." The others recognized him as an elite candidate and immediately said, "Is that Shin Hun, the second year who topped the midterm exam?" After a moment, Haeun gently put the weights down. He wiped his face with a towel, sighed as he walked, holding a water bottle, thinking, "I've been so focused on mastering Bitanio magic that I've neglected physical training, almost forgot about it." Haeun took a sip of water while thinking, even Idrat's books clearly state that an infinite magic circle flowing throughout the body connects with the body's physical strength. A healthy body combined with a strong magic circle creates synchronization that improves efficiency. I have to master both magic and training to optimize physical power. One morning at the Academy's training ground, the leopard with a strange third eye was growling. They surrounded Haeun in the training yard. They all lunged at him at once. He stepped back. First, Haeun's eyes widened, and he immediately created a circle above that stabbed down like needles through the crystal shards, piercing the leopard attacking him. The first one disappeared, leaving 2 others that lunged at him with open jaws. But Haeun instinctively bent down, causing them to crash heads together. He quickly raised his hand to cast fire magic. He shouted, "Fire Mountain Heian," combining the attack while stepping back. One more disappeared, now only one remained. The teacher immediately announced, "Heian complete the monster combat training." Trang Su checked the tablet results and saw a perfect score. He smiled and replied, "Thank you, teacher." After training, he sat on a bench and looked at his hands. Heian thought idly that thanks to the infinite magic circle, his physical ability had improved by 1.5 times. He clenched his palm. "If I can reach the third circle, I'll be even stronger. I have to quickly strengthen the infinite magic circles." Heian closed his eyes. His aura grew stronger, focusing on meditation and training while thinking. The will circle and resonance circle push both types of mana circulating throughout the body. Here, adjusting the vibration frequency and rotation speed of each circle to 12.25% and 4.63%. Then increasing the purity of mana in the will circle by 8.9%, just a little more. At this point, he was close to synchronizing the two circles. After a while, Heian tilted his head back and exhaled deeply. He was sweating profusely and thought, synchronization rate 99%. No matter how many times I do it, I can't reach that last 1%. But the proficiency level of the magic circles. Heian smiled. He clenched his palm. "I will succeed at all costs." That night, he was casually walking down the street. Heian still had wireless earbuds in. He looked like he was jogging on the sidewalk, until he reached an alley where he soon noticed a shadow hiding behind, but it was already too late. The fist swung at Heian. He was lucky to dodge to the side. The man finally revealed himself. He was dressed entirely in black. The stranger with an assassination intent loudly questioned Heian. Then he suddenly went silent, eyes wide in shock at him. Looking at those eye and hair colors, they seemed very familiar. He called him Beksa Hayuk. As soon as Heian finished speaking, the man immediately attacked but missed. Angry Sahyuk spat insults. "You're really good at dodging like a rat." Hayun knelt down and picked up his earphones. "What's up? Not going home this weekend?" He looked up, replying with a mocking smile. "It's not that I'm not going home, it's that I can't write. You're under house arrest, so even if you want to go home, you can't." He stood up, facing him. Sahayuk got angry at the attack, trembling and silent before saying, "I'll kill you." Hayun laughed out loud. "Ha ha, you use your family's power that much, and this is the result. Even if it wasn't house arrest, I wouldn't go home anyway." Too embarrassed. Or is it that you just have nowhere else to go? Constantly despised by Hayun, he immediately snapped, raising his hand to start casting fire magic while shouting, "Shut up, you useless bastard!" He widened his eyes in surprise and said aloud, "Is that bastard really planning to attack me with that? Using magic right on the street." Sahyuk then leaped towards him with his hand holding the fire magic. He loudly cursed that bastard Hayun. His sharp eyes dodged the attack by grabbing his wrist, while also grabbing the back of his shirt, making Sahyuk wide-eyed and struggle in surprise. Hayun quickly swept his leg. He grabbed Sahyuk's hood and pushed him down to the ground, causing Sahyuk to shout out loud. Hayun frowned, looking at the arrogant guy. He kept shouting, "Let me go, you bastard!" At that moment, he thought this could be an opportunity for himself. Shortly after, the Obelisk Academy monitoring team quickly arrived. They surrounded Sahyuk. He continued cursing as both his arms were restrained. "Let me go! Today I'm going to kill that bastard! Let me go!" Someone from the team spoke up to restore order. "Talk later." He looked at Sahyuk causing trouble and told a nearby guard, "I had to stop him because he attacked me with magic." "It's all on the CCTV." "Can't believe he used magic here." That guard then said, "We'll discuss details tomorrow at the academy. It's late now, you should go back to the dorm." Sahyuk was then put into the agency's four-wheel vehicle. He looked at him thinking, "Keep it up, Sahyuk." The next morning at the academy, all the students were gathered at the large bulletin board. They kept chatting. "Did you hear? Sahyuk used magic on the street over the weekend. It was chaotic." "Really?" On the bulletin board, a new announcement appeared about a curfew penalty. Sahyuk was deducted 10 points for using magic off campus. This was ordered by the Obelisk Academy Administration Office. A male student asked again, "But why only 10 points? Is that all?" Another replied, "Exactly, isn't that enough to get expelled?" Hayun was already there. He looked at the notice and thought, Sahyuk caused that much trouble but only got 10 points. Of course, it's because of the immediate intervention from the SA family. The SA family is a rising clan that donated a huge sum to the academy to gain prestige, so the academy couldn't punish him too harshly. Hyun walked down the hallway thinking, maybe right now Sahyuk is getting his ass kicked. Meanwhile, Sahyuk was suffering scoldings from his father. "You crazy bastard!" Sahyuk quickly responded anxiously. "Sorry, father." His father yelled again into his ear. "I told you to stay quiet until you graduate." "But that's hard, huh?" Sahyuk stammered immediately. No, father." He continued, "If this family doesn't get the title, it's all your fault. Understand?" He instantly flinched. "Yes, father, I apologize. I will remember." The other end suddenly hung up, making Sahyuk sweat nervously. "Damn it!" He was so angry he slammed the phone against the hallway pillar. Sahyuk gritted his teeth. Shin Hyun's eyes rolled in frustration as he muttered repeatedly while pacing, "That damn Shin Hyun! Shin Hyun!" he shouted as he stomped on the smashed phone. "That bastard!" Everything is that bastard's fault," Sahyuk said as he stomped on the phone. Suddenly, a teacher just happened to appear. He put on a gentle expression. "Oh dear, looks like you have a grudge against Hyun, huh?" Sahyuk was immediately startled. He grit his teeth and glanced at him. "What about Teacher Smith not allowed? He is an instructor at the academy named Lang Smith." Smith stepped forward, smiling. "Of course not. Liking or disliking someone is your choice. But Sahyuk, don't you want to take revenge on Shin or on—" He leaned in closer, making Sahyuk feel even more uneasy. Smith asked dangerously, "Isn't that what you want?" Evening fell as he returned to the academy dormitory. In Haeun's room, he sat at his desk holding a phone, thinking, after Baek Sahyuk's incident, I can push back. But wow, actually I gained some benefits from this. A new email popped up on the screen. He opened it. The sender was his father with news that negotiations with the Baek family had concluded. In exchange for keeping this matter quiet, we receive 3% of the Baek family's extraction rights. Well done. If you want any reward, just tell me, Haeun. After reading the letter, he smiled contentedly. For the Baek family to gain the title, they can't just focus on the academy. They also have to maintain good relations with other prestigious families. If so, they must use special measures. The Baek family is right to do this. In the end, the victim this time was none other than himself, the direct descendant of the Shin family. No matter the cost, the Baek family wants to handle this scandal, but these conditions really emphasize the importance of a title to a family. A title is a symbol of a family's status. It's considered a family emblem, like a mage's title in the mage family or a mystic's title in the mystic family. This title defines a family's rank. Baek Sahyuk was basically expelled from the Baek family because of this. With his skills, he wouldn't be able to harm me. He sighed in relief, clutching a book. Now everything's settled. Forget about being Santa Claus. Focus on improving farming techniques. The next morning, the academy was crowded again. He walked thinking whether the control over instructors had tightened because of Baek Sahyuk's incident. Suddenly, a familiar middle-aged man's voice called out, "Shin Hyun!" irritating him. Haeun stopped. He turned around and greeted Teacher Smith. The man smiled warmly. Suddenly, Smith went silent and stared at him with strange eyes, making Haeun somewhat confused. Then he suddenly laughed casually. "I've been watching for a while, Haeun. It seems you really don't like me, huh?" Haeun immediately replied, "Yes, that's right." "No, you don't not like me," Teacher Smith continued. "I understand. I've said harsh words before, but they were all sincere advice, so don't misunderstand me." "Yes," he answered on the surface, but this made him wonder even more why the old man was suddenly acting like this. Smith put on a friendly face and asked, "So what now? Shall we start over?" He extended his hand, intending to shake. Teacher Haeun awkwardly replied, "No thank you." But suddenly the atmosphere turned strangely tense. He widened his eyes, wondering what this discomfort was. Meanwhile, the teacher gave a creepy smile, his voice heavy. "Though late, congratulations on ranking first in the midterm exam, and I sincerely hope you find your own path." Haeun was sweating from the aura he emitted. Mana is right, but from afar I could clearly sense his aura. I thought magic. This dark mana is the Black Tower. As soon as Haeun realized this, he froze. The Black Tower is different from the 12 recognized towers. This is an unofficial tower following a different path. A group of corrupt criminals formed by a mage who calls himself the Dark Mage King. Haeun eyed cautiously. "Damn, is Teacher Smith connected to the Black Tower? Does that mean there are other mages at the school from the Black Tower? How and when did they get here?" he silently observed. Not important right now. Haeun's eyes suddenly reacted intensely. First, I need to understand the magic formula to assess the situation. He could see through Lang Smith's AI magic. It was massive and filled with the essence of darkness. Haeun's eyes gradually widen. This magic formula looks very familiar. This is mind control magic. He thinks again. Wait a minute. Mind control. But my brain resists all external interference. So Mr. Smith's mind control magic doesn't work on me. Haeun closes his eyes and murmurs, "Thanks to that, I'll survive this time." Everyone around him and Smith are still acting normally. They haven't noticed yet. The next step is to pretend to be affected by this spell and dig for more information about the Black Tower. He then slowly opens his eyes, which seem soulless. Mr. Smith notices and immediately stops acting. Very good. Then he makes a rude remark, "A foolish cripple who can't even use an AI chip but still manages to make me sorry." Smith leans in close. Haeun hears this clearly. He drops a cube into Haeun's hand and commands, "From now on, you must always carry this with you. Also, don't ask why you have to carry it. That's all." It's a chip. Haeun responds mechanically, "Yes," wondering silently, "That's all." Then Smith adds, "And Haeun, explain your magic transformation." Hearing the question, Haeun feels angry inside. This can't be explained. He immediately fakes a headache, causing Smith to panic. He keeps holding his head and groaning in pain. Smith immediately says, "It seems your unconscious desire to keep your visual magic secret is very strong. All right, stop now." Haeun smirks silently, slowly analyzing the mind control magic. It interferes with the target's brain, either numbing emotions or controlling them at will. A magic symbolizing the Black Tower. If a high-level mage uses this, it could even cause the target's mind to collapse, making it an extremely dangerous forbidden magic. And as I just saw, if the affected person has a strong will about specific memories, trying to extract those memories can cause their mind to collapse. Seeing how easily he gave up, it seems the magic transformation isn't the goal he's after. Suddenly, Smith grits his teeth, holding his forehead. "You have visual magic unfit for your status, so I tried to sell you short. Yeah, this mission can't fail." Then Smith snaps his fingers and says, "After the mission, I'll take your visual magic." Haeun then pretends to regain consciousness, staring blankly at Smith. Smith starts acting like a model teacher. "Haeun, are you okay? You lost focus while we were talking. You must be really tired. I won't bother you anymore. Good luck." Haeun replies, Yes, I understand." Smith then leaves, blending into the crowd at the academy. Haeun watches his back, his face growing serious. After a while, it's lunchtime. Today, the students are heading to the canteen together. "So hungry, let's get some coffee." Yesterday, Haeun was alone on this side, walking toward the school grounds. Haeun sits on a long wooden bench, looking at his palm, raising it to examine carefully. This is an illegal AI chip, a creative upgrade chip. Giving me this means their goal is to accuse me of illegally using AI. In the end, I'll be swallowed by an evil smile along with scandalous headlines. He thinks again, they want to drag my image down. Professor Smith has no reason to harm me. Of course, there have been bad things between me and him, but surely someone ordered the Black Tower to do this. Haeun continues thinking. Then we can roughly estimate the scale of the situation. He recalls the arrogant guy who kept shouting 4 words, "I will kill you." Haeun thinks, this mess is beyond the ability of a confined person. So it seems it must be one of the 2 older brothers or sisters. They want to tarnish my image and completely eliminate me from the successor competition. 4 people with clear motives. First, eldest sister Minji is not actively involved in the inheritance struggle. She wouldn't do this. Older brother in Hyuk actively participates in the inheritance competition but doesn't have the courage for such a bold move. So it must be one or both of the remaining 2. Haeun clenches the chip in his hand, wondering whether he should catch Mr. Smith and question him, but then reasons differently and draws his own conclusion. The Black Tower is very sensitive to information. Even Mr. Smith probably doesn't know who the owner is. If we catch him, the information will be cut off immediately. Getting caught by the Black Tower isn't good for us. Haeun thought differently. So a little later he arrived at Kangen's Blue Tower. As Haeun went upstairs, Kangen was already in the office to welcome him. "Hello, Haeun." He turned around, curious. "So what do you want to talk to me about?" Kangen's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, thinking silently. The Blue Tower Lord. Kim Kangen looked colder than usual, but at that moment Kangen covered his face and said, "I told you not to think of yourself as a burden." His eyes seemed to avoid the topic which urged Haeun on either now or never. He wiped sweat thinking, just as rumored, what exactly is he researching that makes him this worried? Haeun stepped forward and asked, "Are you researching something?" Kangen replied, "Yeah, I'm researching a strange magical stone. It's taking more time than I expected." Haeun looked at his desk. A magical stone, a sparkling stone placed in an exquisite box. He thought to himself that must be the elemental monolai. Haeun smiled inwardly. Oh, this is a rare opportunity. Kangen invited him to sit on the sofa with him and started talking. "Since we are both busy, go ahead and tell me what's so important that you couldn't delay, Haeun. What is it that you want to tell me personally?" Kangen's face showed clear delight and anticipation, though he was also breaking out in a cold sweat. "I'm a bit too excited right now. At this rate, I won't listen to anything you say, so let's just negotiate." He quickly spoke before getting to the main point. "I have something to tell you. The magical stone that the Tower Master is researching is the elemental monolai." This surprised him greatly. Kangen narrowed his eyes. "How do you know that? This name has never been revealed outside, let alone its existence." When the secret was disclosed, the Green Tower Master bristled. "Hey, you have to be careful about what you say." Kangen could only raise his hands to reassure, "I'm not planting spies in the Green Tower or stealing any information." He became curious. "Then how do you know?" He immediately rummaged through his bag. The reason was very simple. He took out another monolai stone, which was also the one he had trained hard to obtain. It sparkled more than the raw stone. Haeun said, "I also have one." This really made Kangen jump up in astonishment. "Here it is," Haeun replied. "This is exactly a perfectly crafted elemental monolai stone." He stammered, "Haeun, did you craft this yourself?" He answered, "Yes, I did." This fact still made Kangen unable to suppress his disbelief. Ha, how ridiculous, he thought to himself. The top magical engineer of the Red Tower, James Pillar, is also known as the best magical stone craftsman in the world. Even the elite artisans of our Blue Tower, those with famous skills, and myself, among the top 3 stone crafters in the world, cannot craft this jewel, yet a normal high school student could. Kangen looked at the stone, wondering, "Haeun, or you just happened to come across this magical stone by chance?" He answered, "That's right. I discovered that the Blue Tower is the only place that can process this kind of magical stone. I just happened to carry it with me." He wiped sweat, curious. "May I ask how you got it?" Haeun didn't hesitate to respond, "I have nothing to tell. I just happened to find it and was lucky enough to craft it." This made Kangen want to recruit him to the Blue Tower even more. "I have to say, your luck is incredible." Haeun saw his eyes light up like car headlights. He also forced a smile awkwardly. He said, "All right, mages have the right to keep secrets. I won't pressure you anymore." He smiled and replied, "Thank you." Kangen quickly grabbed his glasses and specialized tools. "May I take a closer look?" Haeun happily handed over the stone. Of course, he took it carefully and observed, "This is the only magical stone in the world that contains all 4 elements simultaneously." Kangen handed the stone back to him. "So what's your purpose in bringing it here?" Haeun replied, "All right, I want to use it to craft an item." He asked, "What kind of item do you want? Clothes, decorations, or weapons?" He nodded simply and answered, "As long as it enhances the elemental magic effect, anything is fine." Kangen hesitated a bit, "I understand, but high-level magical stones require high-grade materials. The crafting fees will be different and expensive. Do you think that's okay?" At that moment, he waited with a serious face, causing him to immediately correct himself. "Oh, sorry. You're the descendant of the Magic Clan, right? So your clan will probably cover the cost." Kangen then showed an excited expression to persuade Haeun, but he immediately said, "No, that's not possible." He raised his hand to signal silence. "I want to keep this artifact creation a secret from the clan and everyone else." Kangen immediately drew in the air with magical star strokes the number 645 zeros and thousand. He said, "Ha, Haeun, you really are clever. What about the artifact fee? It seems it will be around this amount." He asked if you could pay without your family's help. Haeun said right away, "No, but in return I have another way. Yes, I will craft the elemental monolai orb right here in front of you, in front of the Tower Master of the Magic Tower." His words truly moved Kangen. So you mean you will transfer the crafting method to me right now? He nodded. This made him ecstatic. Great, this way I can definitely cover the fee and we even profit from this. Hyun said, then I have one more favor to ask. He smiled brightly and accepted. Is it something related to today's matter? Hyun handed over something. This is the chip that Smith sent you. Kangen took it up and examined it. This is a new generation upgrade chip, a low-cost type of chip. Where did you get it? He clenched his palm tightly, then replied, a mage from the Black Tower at the Academy gave it to me. He made a request to help deal with the Black Tower mages who have infiltrated the Obelisk Academy. Please help me take care of them. That night, a white car parked on the sidewalk. Hyun stepped out from inside. He looked at the driver inside and said, be careful, take care. The person inside the car seeing him off was Kangen's secretary, whose real name is Dong-soo. She replied, I'll see you again soon. Then she drove away. He stood there silently watching her leave. He finally entered the academy dormitory. Hyun jumped onto the bed comfortably. I got lucky, didn't expect Kim Kangen to be researching the elemental monolai. He smiled to himself, thinking that thanks to this, he could keep it secret from his father and still craft the item. He then thought of Sahyu, who would angrily shout, we can't let that kid get away with this. He thought to himself, originally he only intended to request 3% of the shares from Biga's exploitation rights, but now he could keep it. That's great. He closed his eyes slightly if everything goes well, returning to when he was still at the Green Tower. Kangen still couldn't stop doubting. Unbelievable. It's rumored that the security of Obelisk Academy is extremely strict, yet there's a Black Tower mage hiding there, and the only evidence is this chip. Hyun wondered, is it that difficult? Kangen smiled thoughtfully, quickly explaining, usually the Green Tower wouldn't act based solely on a student's suspicion or unreliable clues, but no matter, let's take the risk. Hyun moved through the crowded crowd while holding the device. From the other end of the line, Kangen's voice echoed, you're here, right, Hyun? He replied, yes. Then I'll rely on you to carry out the plan. The elevator door opened. Hyun quickly stepped inside. Kangen said again, yes, no need to worry. As long as the information is accurate, the SNA Magic Tower will not make any mistakes. Hyun replied confidently, yes, I trust you. Just as the elevator started moving, yes, he instructed, I will contact you again later. As soon as the elevator door opened, he entered the hallway where the butler was waiting to greet him. Hyun smiled brightly and said, I have arrived, ladies and gentlemen. In front of him was a long table where the Shin siblings had already gathered and were waiting for Hyun. Two young ladies of the Shin clan. Minji was the first to welcome him. Oh my, long time no see, Hyun said with a smile. Long time no see, you haven't changed a bit. Minji became cheerful. Are you complimenting me? Then she made a comparison. Hyun, you've grown a lot, haven't you? Soon you'll be taller than In Hyuk, right? The two young masters of the Shin clan. In Hyuk also smiled and added, Minji, don't talk about those things. He stepped forward and put his hand on Hyun's shoulder. Welcome back, Hyun. Honestly, it's hard to be completely happy, but anyway, welcome back. Hyun simultaneously replied, yes, thank you, brother. In my heart, I thought he was still as straightforward as always. Minji hearing. In Hyuk's rude words immediately scolded him. Why do you keep bringing up unnecessary stuff? Did I say something wrong? He was silent for a moment, then looked to the other side and gave a different smile. Long time no see, Jihan Xia. The two hadn't taken the initiative to greet the young master of the Shin family. Jihan said, ha ha ha. I'm not chubby like a kid anymore. Instead, I'm a man now. The eldest daughter of the Shin family, Xia, replied, little brother, long time no see. Both smiled politely, but thought differently inside. They only smiled on the surface, but it was clear they wanted to devour me alive. Sure enough, the culprit is here. Jihan raised his glass and said, let's eat and chat. Curious why the youngest brother called us here. His eyes became mysterious. Nothing special. Hyun sat down, replying, I just wanted to see you all after a long time, so I arranged this gathering. Seong-yeon asked, why did you call all of us just for such a small thing? Hyun smiled and said, even if I didn't do it, Jihan or Seong-yeon would have done it right. The words hit Z, making her furious. She slammed the table, stood up, and said, what? I can't stand this brat. All right, spill it. What's your plan, kid? Hyun curiously asked her, what do you mean by plan? She angrily said, don't play dumb. Are you planning to join the airship contest or not? He immediately replied, If I said I'm not interested, would you believe me? She yelled. Who would believe that? He asked. Then why are you asking? Z was beyond angry and grumbled, you annoying brat. Seeing her lose control like that, Jihan spoke up. CEO, you shouldn't say that. For matters like this, words aren't enough. You have to prove it with actions. Then slyly asked, Hey, Hyun. I heard you recently mastered an impressive type of magic called transformation magic, right? Can you share that magic with our family? Hearing that, Hyun was startled and replied, Good idea. By sharing the magic, I can prove I'm giving up the contest. But it's not a trick. Zay seemed excited by this. Man, that sounds great. Hyun smirked, then acted delicate and calm, her eyes sparkling with tears, voice gentle. You all this magic is my only hope. For someone like me who isn't suited to be a sorcerer, it's my only chance to live. I can't share it. This isn't even related to the succession contest. Minji, also tearing up as if moved, replied, It's okay then, no need to say more. It's the youngest brother's only hope. Jihan grew more confused the more he listened. Even in Hyuk and Sohyun didn't know what to say. Hyun was tenderly wiped of his tears by Minji, and he replied miserably, Thank you for understanding me. In Hyuk then raised his glass with a wry smile to ease the tense atmosphere. Ha ha. Let's put aside this meaningless rivalry for now. Why don't we chat and relax a bit? Minji replied, I want to hear more from Hyun. Meanwhile, Jihan was silent at the table with wine cutlery and an elegant small cake. Now Jihan and Seo were happily chatting at the meeting, and so were In Hyuk, Minji, and Hyun over here. They kept gathering and talking until the clock ticked away. Hyun glanced at it, thought for a moment, and maybe I should... Suddenly, a breaking news alert appeared on the phone screen. Everyone stopped talking at once, picked up their phones in surprise. Minji asked confusedly, What's going on? In Hyuk was surprised. This is an emergency alert. She broke out in a sweat. Right now, at this hour... Jihan clenched his teeth, frowning after reading the news. Emergency news. An employee of Obelisk Academy has been identified as a criminal sorcerer connected to the Black Tower. Lang Smith, the second son of the prestigious Smith family in France, has been arrested. The arrest was carried out by Jong Soo, a level 6 sorcerer and secretary to Kim Kan-gin of the Blue Tower. Immediately after Jihan put his phone back into his jacket pocket, everything had been witnessed by Hyun. He smiled, Got you. Judging by Jihan's extremely grim face after seeing the news on his phone, it was easy to guess Jihan was the culprit. He still hides the truth behind a mask, his expression unchanging. Hyun whispered, Jihan, it's you, right? That night on the way home, Haeun kept in touch with Kangin through the earpiece. He said, Wow, it looks like Haeun was right. The breaking news came in at 10:31. Long ago, a level 6 sorcerer and Kim Kan-jin's assistant from the Blue Tower discovered suspicious activities by Lang Smith in the supply room of the Obelisk Academy Training Center. Lang Smith was accused of tampering with materials used for the survival test. And if Long hadn't accidentally stopped by the supply room, who knows what disaster might have happened during Friday's test. The South Korean government, the Korean Sorcerer Association, and the International Sorcerer Association declared that they would not overlook this Black Tower infiltration. He then asked, But how do you know Lang Smith would interfere with the training supplies? Haeun replied, I just made a reasonable inference based on the intelligence I had. Considering that Instructor Smith had infiltrated the academy, it was highly likely he would act on campus. And thinking about the time he used mind control magic on me. This week's schedule shows the day he could act is Friday, the day of the survival test. If he wanted to rig something in the survival test, he would have to tamper with the training materials. The routine supply check usually happens on the afternoon before the test. So the only time to intervene without drawing attention would be then. Instructor Smith cast a spell on the test dummies like Long had ambushed before. She immediately rushed in to catch Lang Smith red-handed. Tonight is Thursday night. I already have the Blue Tower monitoring the supply room on him. Then he startled and leaned back. The news was evenly distributed to all Shin clan members, confirming there was a Black Tower spy at Obelisk Academy, Professor Lang Smith. I also suspect a connection between Shin Jihan and the Black Tower. I have completed the plan perfectly. Gather information without exposing myself or smirking. It was a perfectly executed operation, he thought while pacing. The only regret is not being able to get decisive proof of the relationship between Jihan and Professor Smith. But in the end, I will find out if I keep digging deeper. Over at the blue tower, Kangin was laughing cheerfully. Heian, this time I planned to help you, but in the end, I was the one who got helped. The blue tower's reputation skyrocketed thanks to solving this case. I will definitely return this favor. I won't refuse. Heian heard this and replied, I won't refuse, yes. He laughed loudly, haha, I like your honesty. All right, I'll wrap this up. Heian responded before hanging up. Yes, thank you, be careful. He took off his headset, then suddenly a huge explosion happened right behind Heian. He sweated, gritting his teeth, wondering how Bixahiu quickly raised a system panel as the fire chief charged toward him. Heian immediately used his magic as well. He struggled and muttered, too fast, I must activate my enhanced resonance skill immediately. Heian then cast a water spell to create a shield made of sea waves, shouting water shield. He used all his strength to block the attack, thinking too strong. At this rate, the water shield won't hold. He grabbed his own wrist, struggling to maintain and adjust the water shield. Heian quickly ran aside as Sahyuk's fire energy shot toward him. Instantly, an explosion erupted and he was thrown back, hitting a nearby pillar with his back. Heian looked at his own hand, which was smoking heavily. He thought, as expected, I can't avoid everything. Sahyuk looked at his own hand and said, this is the difference between our skills. He glared at Heian with wild eyes, drooling, and shouted maniacally, keep crawling even though you're just useless trash. Look at reality. Heian sat below, frowning as he called Bixahiu. He watched him laughing wildly and thought, wait, there's something strange about this guy. His eyes were bloodshot and his skin flushed red. This reaction was from an illegal stimulant called Berserker. The drug's trait is forcing mana to erupt violently, causing blood vessels to burst and turning a person's appearance into that of a berserker, a bloodied warrior. But more importantly, the user will fight to the death. Heian shouted loudly, are you crazy? But Sahyuk kept charging toward him. Bloodthirsty, he said, you think I'm crazy? No, I'm just fine. He was sweating more and more mana-red magic, circling, casting third-level fire strike. He quickly closed in on Heian like a knife and used both hands to restrain him. Heian frowned, struggling to break free from his grip while cursing the madman. Sahyuk showed no signs of sobering up. He looked crazier by the second. I told you I'm normal, actually. I just got back to normal, haha, you're about to die. His eyes widened. At that moment, Sahyuk pressed a fire spell to Heian's neck with one hand, uttering the fire strike incantation. Immediately, another explosion erupted. After a while, Sahyuk looked at Heian's body lying on the ground and laughed. Oh, look at this bastard. Heian was injured on his face by Sahyuk's fire strike, dazedly looking up at him. Sahyuk wondered, you're still alive. Then he covered his face, losing control of his words. You blocked my magic twice. Trash like you. What's wrong with you? How dare you? At that moment, Heian slowly stood up, wiped the scratch on his cheek, and breathed heavily. Sahyuk suddenly grabbed his hair tightly, screamed loudly as if affected by something, but then let go, looking perfectly normal as he said, well, it's okay. Heian watched him act crazy and immediately thought silently, just as I suspected, mood swings, definitely a berserker. Sahyuk staggered toward him, wondering, but the illogical thing was that mana. Heian recalled how he used his shield and moved quickly to dodge the attack. He reasoned that no matter how much berserker drug he took, he couldn't be this strong. Should I check it out? He grew more suspicious while Sahyuk's eyes reddened as he looked at him. Where are you looking, brat? Heian slowly cast a spell under his hand, then threw it up while releasing the spell. Instantly, swallows were created flying around. He shouted Wind Orb. Immediately, the swallows charged with Heian's energy dove straight at Sahyuk. Sahyuk cursed brat, then angrily raised his hand to cast a fireball. How dare you use that trash magic? Heian spoke up. I should have used it carefully, but I didn't expect to end up in this situation. Before he could finish his move, Heian launched her magical orb from below. His eyes and skin grew redder, making Sahyuk look even angrier. It's right below, he thought to himself. Heian raised the magic orb and slowly began to cast it. Heian called out the airstrike. A powerful beam of light shone on Sahyuk, who hadn't even closed his mouth or reacted yet. His eyes widened in terror. Heian quickly updated the status it hit. He had now activated destruction mode. With just one finger making a gun sign, he charged up a fireball that shot out from his fingertip like a bullet. He thought quietly, fire mana at this range is like a lethal fire gun. He tightened his grip in surprise. Sahyuk shouted wildly, die! Then he rapidly fired multiple fireballs toward Heian. He quickly dodged. Meanwhile, he considered the nature of the fire gun's strong firepower at close range, but only within 7.74 meters. If he ran, he could easily avoid it. After attacking, Sahyuk threw back his head and laughed madly, making him even more worried. No way the firepower kept pouring in continuously. Heian panted, wiping the burns he'd taken from the fire attacks. He said, "Do you hate me so much you had to use a chip in?" Sahyuk laughed uncontrollably, continuing to unleash magic power no matter what he said. "Chip in? What nonsense are you talking about?" Heian sighed. "It's no wonder you don't remember." On the back of Sahyuk's neck, there really was a chip emitting a terrifying purple light. Sahyuk then got agitated again, shouted loudly, and launched another move. "If you're going to talk nonsense again, shut up, die." Heian easily dodged the dark mana attacks from him. He continued, the chip, in effect, is to enhance the user's body, strengthening their mana structure. It changes both the power and range of Sahyuk's magic. "So what if you shout, you bastard?" He calmly spoke as he watched the incoming magic attack. "Funny thing is, I'm actually researching the structural changes of magic circles and mana, and also the transformation of mana structures. Because of that, I'm very sensitive to magic changes caused by mana enhancement and magic circle bursts." In his heart, Heian wondered if it was lucky or unlucky, but he had clues thanks to the chip-in and this madman drug. After Sahyuk strained his neck, shouting, "What the hell are you saying, bastard?" Heian raised his hand to start casting magic power. He said, "I don't see any gratitude from you. The problem I solve is just a matter of time." He immediately shouted resonance. But anyone who reaches this level surpasses their current realm. Yet these past few days I've been thinking. Reading the book Why Dress, he held his forehead and said the problem is punishment. Punishment increases when combining different magic circles, putting pressure on both body and mind. One punishment result is time limit. If you reach level 2 magic circle and use resonance, the limit is 3 minutes. Slowly, 2 red and blue mana circles began to surround his body. Heian continued then, "For the next 12 hours, the mana circles cannot move. I have to think carefully before using it." Sahyuk laughed loudly, arrogantly at his monologue. "You're alone, idiot. So are you scared?" He closed his eyes, silently counting the resonance time of 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, he opened his eyes and squatted down. "That's enough time." Heian placed his hand on the ground and shouted, "Earthquake." Immediately, mana spikes began to shoot up. They pierced from Heian's side toward Sahyuk. Increasing in size, this caused one of Sahyuk's legs to be pierced through. He looked down surprised and screamed in pain. Sahyuk frowned. "This is level 3 magic, so how can a worthless piece of trash like you use level 3 magic?" He laughed, scratching his head, "So I can use it." He immediately summoned an attack board and fired a fireball at him to counterattack. He shouted loudly, "Die, you brat! Please die, damn you!" Hyun. The app still thinks like this. You're not even close to being competent, let alone mastering magic. That's nonsense. Hyun seriously immediately called the water shield. A shield made from waves quickly appeared, blocking Sahyuk's fireball. He sneered and said, "Damn it, you couldn't even block that last time, and now you're using it. Go burn to death." But unlike Sahyuk's prediction, the water shield created by Heian had now turned into a swirling water vortex that made him grimace in pain. He could only utter a single "what?" Hyun grinned triumphantly, controlling the water with one hand, and said, "Understand clearly before you open your mouth. If it were me after feeling the tremor, I would realize this water shield is different from the previous one. Your magic can't touch me anymore." This made him seethe with anger, trembling. Shin Hyun, he struggled to call his name. Sahyuk then frantically charged forward. He continued to laugh savagely. "Now I get why you're strong. You're using stimulants, right? That's why you're so strong." In his rage, Sahyuk blatantly accused him. Hyun closed his eyes and said calmly, "It's over." His footsteps glided over the water's surface. "I won't pity you. It's all because of you," he said, creating a silent and tense space like a dense darkness filling the area. Beneath their feet was only water. Sahyuk felt something strange and raised his eyebrows. "What is this?" Hyun replied, "If you hesitated when trying to kill me, this wouldn't be happening." The pitch-dark night slowly obscured Sahyuk's vision. He left Sahyuk alone, shouting, "Come out, don't hide anymore. Shin Hun, stop hiding. Aim at me, Shin Hun." He called out, activating the non-tightening binding spell. Immediately, chains began to form from the air. They hung Sahyuk up and restrained him. He could only scream hopelessly. This binding magic was tightening. Darkness wrapped around Sahyuk's ankles below. Hyun said, "It's too late. The only mercy I can offer you is to send you off peacefully." Sahyuk kept yelling loudly, "Stop talking nonsense." Not done yet. If you hadn't shown up, my life would have been different. Hyun slid past Sahyuk, but he couldn't see him. Hyun said, "You think your life will change?" "I don't think so." Hearing Haeun's voice like that made Sahyuk almost hallucinate. "Where are you? Where are you, you bastard?" Sahyuk shouted, but Hyun ignored him and added, "You'd probably just blame someone else anyway. By the way, do you know why people don't use illegal stuff except for its side effects on the body?" Sahyuk immediately questioned upon hearing that. Then Hyun slowly reached for the chip attached to his neck and infused it with his magic power. This caused Sahyuk to suffer intense pain from behind. He screamed loudly. Hyun finally withdrew his hand. Mana residue still lingered on Hyun's hand. He smiled and said, "I just infused mana into your chip's heat frequency. So even with the berserker effect, it still hurts, right?" Sahyuk, as if having just endured a brutal torture, drooled with red eyes, mumbling indistinctly, "Stop it." Hyun continued, "Anyone whose body has been pushed beyond its limit can collapse at any moment, even from a light touch." Then Hyun pushed Sahyuk's chip once more, causing him to moan in pain tears and drool increasing. Hyun calmly said, Finally I'll say thank you for your crazy actions. And do you all really think you'll get anything good from Burga? This scale can't compare to before. 30% of the magic stone mining rights? No, probably 40%. After hearing Hyun's mocking words, Sahyuk trembled and burst into tears. Hyun then continued to wield his magic. He brought his hand close to the chip on Sahyuk, smiling brightly, and said goodbye. "Goodbye, Bek Sahyuk. Thanks for being so generous." He immediately infused his power into the chip, transferring a large amount of magic to it. The chip slowly oozed a thick black liquid. Immediately after, a severe pain overwhelmed his body. Sahyuk's neck was torn apart, releasing the chip that freezed the capacity and energy it absorbed. He screamed in pain one last time. Then Sahyuk's body lay beneath the ground with smoke rising from his neck. Hyun bent down to pick up the phone and immediately called In Hyuk, his father. When the other end picked up, he quickly said, "Dad, this is Shin Hyun." He asked, "Yeah, why are you calling so late?" He then began to recount the details of what happened. After listening, he replied, "I know everything already. No matter how late it is, it's very unusual for no students or police to show up while something big is happening in the dorm." In Hyuk said, "The students must have all been evacuated. You can't just conclude that's because I can keep the police away." Hyun laughed and responded, "Many people can keep the police out, but only you watch until the very end of the fight. If it were someone else, they'd jump in halfway and even stab me in the back for custody reasons. So even you two can't supervise me." In Hyuk heard his reasoning and replied, "You're right." While standing there talking on the phone, the nearby grass moved oddly rustling, which caught his attention. A pair of feet slowly stepped closer. It was a bodyguard. He was dressed in black clothes and protective gear from head to toe, but his eyes were dangerously red. He bowed respectfully before Hyun. In Hyuk also said, "I have to send CEO Hyun." After confidently handing Big Sahyuk over to the bodyguard team, Shin Hyun quickly moved to a corner to continue his phone call. The other end angrily scolded, "Hey, I know I'm watching you, so why didn't you ask for my help?" Shin Hyun stammered, making up a lie. "I wanted to show Dad the third-level magic." "Yes," Shin Hyun sighed and said, "I didn't think you'd achieve that in such a short time. That means you hid the truth that you can use third-level magic." Shin Hyun firmly confirmed, "Yes, that's right." But inwardly he thought, "Of course that's a lie. I'm really just using the resonance effect from second-level mage magic." He honestly shared his thoughts, "I'm still not strong enough. If they know I can use third-level magic, it will be hard to imagine interference from the others. And Sohyun is using soundproofing magic and illusion magic to shield the area here." Shin Hyun said this while glancing at the masked person kneeling nearby. Shin In-hyuk saw he had handled things well and nodded. Not bad. I'll send a car. Go home and stay the night." Yes, Shin Hyun didn't refuse and replied, "Yes, thank you, Dad. I'll see you when I get back." After that, he hung up. On the other side, Shin In-hyuk looked at the phone screen and smiled with satisfaction. He laughed loudly and said, "I don't know what you've been doing all year, but your confidence is amazing." Back to Shin Hyun, he looked at the person kneeling on the ground and smiled. "Long time no see, Seok-hyun." The other gently removed his mask. Kim Seok-hyun seriously greeted. "Long time no see, young Master Hyun. Please allow me a moment." Kim Seok-hyun reached out using magic to treat the wound on his cheek. His eyes filled with concern as he said, "Your wound isn't light. I'll do basic first aid. The rest will be handled by the family's personal doctor." Shin Hyun smiled sincerely and said, "Thank you." After speaking, he turned his face sharply, his expression serious as he requested, "Then I'll leave it to you." Kim Seok-hyun put his mask back on confidently and said, "I won't let this matter get out." Scene shifts to Shin Ji-han's home. He just opened the door and angrily cursed, "Damn it, my plan failed. Wondering why this happened right now." A figure appeared in the living room and asked, "Finally done, huh? I thought we'd be waiting forever. By the way, I really like this sofa." Shin Ji-han cautiously looked at the person opposite and asked, "You're from the Black Tower?" The mysterious person smiled slyly and teased, "Forget about that. You're pretty unlucky. Didn't expect the Blue Tower people to mess everything up." Shin Ji-han was left speechless because he was caught before he could act. Angered by those words, Shin Ji-han shouted, "Is this really the time for jokes? Didn't you brag that you would never fail? What more do you want from me now?" Shin Ji-han gritted his teeth and glared at the other person. The mysterious person quickly waved his hand, laughing to make peace. "I'm sorry I laugh a lot. Even if I failed the mission, I will refund your fee. Of course I will handle the consequences. You're a VIP client, so no need to worry about information leaking out. As for Lang Smith, he won't live past tomorrow morning." The mysterious voice was very certain, sounding like a death sentence. Shin Ji-han didn't care about that and retorted, "His life isn't my concern. That brat Baek Sahyu used the In-Chip and Berserker to attack Hyun. How do you plan to handle that?" The mysterious person said with a laugh. After a moment, "Don't worry about that. That kid is already brain dead." Shin Ji-han was shocked and asked, "Brain dead? What do you mean?" The mysterious person explained, "It seems he only attacked Hyun. Now he's dying due to side effects." To make it more realistic, the mysterious person even pretended to be in a deep sleep. Shin Ji-han covered his face worriedly and asked, "I don't care about that. What about Hyun?" The mysterious person answered, He's injured but has left." Annoyed by the vague answer, Shin Ji-han scolded, "Are you playing word games with me?" The mysterious person hurriedly explained, "Oh, of course not. I'm just telling you what I saw." Shin Ji-han clenched his teeth, piecing everything together. "So that means Hyun defeated Baek Sahyu, who used the In-Chip and pressed circle." The mysterious person cheered at his answer. "Yes, exactly." Not entirely accurate." The mysterious person continued. "When Big Hit attacked, not sure if it was to protect or monitor Shin Hyun, but Seok-hyun was there. He also set up soundproof and magic barriers, reacted pretty quickly. I couldn't follow the fight to the end. It was very interesting." Hearing that name, Shin Ji-han was startled. Could it be that Shadow Guard Seok-hyun started monitoring Shin Hyun from when? The mysterious person shrugged and replied, "I only saw Seok-hyun after Shin Hyun parted ways with our VIP client, so I'm not sure exactly." Remembering his father's strong Shadow Guard team, Shin Ji-han realized the significance of the matter. He paled and wondered about Kim Seok-hyun, leader of the Shadow Guards who directly took orders from his father. But why was he there? Why? He told himself if it's a Shadow Guard acting, he must be more careful. Seems like he has to avoid touching Haeun for a while. Suddenly, Shin Ji-han remembered something and asked what he planned to do with the In-Chip that Haeun held. The mysterious person waved his hand, telling him not to worry about it. The In-Chip I gave Shin Haeun has a standalone self-deleting malware. It will be destroyed and soon turn into air. Any more questions? Shin Ji-han looked away annoyed and said no. Then I will take my leave. I need to deal with Lang Smith. Saying that, the mysterious person moved to the window. He jumped off the skyscraper, still cheerfully saying goodbye. "Dear client, I'm off now." Then Shin Ji-han stared at the window for a long time. He seriously thought he must ensure Seok-hyun can't trace any evidence anywhere. "I will erase anything that could be proof. To do that, breaking my family's magic security system will be easy. Must be quick." A few days later, at Shin Hyun's house, he just finished reading a book. He gently stretched to relax his body. Shin Haeun recalled that today, the master of the Blue Demon Tower reported Lang Smith suddenly clutched his chest and died while being transported. Shin Hyun pursed his lips, thinking. He frowned and silently admitted he had hoped for something else but was powerless about what happened. Nothing more to say. Seok-hyun has already handled the Biksa case. Suddenly, Hyun's phone on the table kept ringing. Yes, turns out it was a message from his father. The message said the negotiation with Burga was complete. In exchange for silence on this matter, we have received 43% rights to mine magic stones. Well done. Thanks to that, we won't face any financial shortages for overseas projects. If you want anything, think carefully. Shin Hun skimmed through the messages, then smiled, thinking his father must be very satisfied sending everything at once. Ha looks at the clear blue sky outside. He tells himself, all right. Anyway, I'm happy everything went smoothly. Now for the rest. Shin Hun looks at the phone screen above showing information about the great match where top mages gather. The highest level of the competition will take place in 53 days. The Academy Olympiad excites the whole world. The Academy Olympiad is a prestigious event where the strongest students from magical academies worldwide gather to compete. This year, the fierce competition is about to begin. After reading all this, Shin Hun smiles excitedly. Just as Shin Hun is eagerly anticipating the Olympiad, a blue light envelops him. Shin Hun quickly realizes the 12-hour resonance penalty is over. He closes his eyes to feel the power flowing through his body. Now I need the level 3 magic circle. Shin Hun quickly summons his book. He quickly opens the book. Power flows out everywhere. Shin Hun silently tells himself to turn the page and start the test. Soon he is completely absorbed into the book. Shin Hun struggles to open his eyes. The light from outside makes it hard to adjust. He looks around confused. What is this? Is this white space another world inside the book? Suddenly a figure appears behind him, startling him. A beautiful girl with white hair and sparkling amber eyes appears. Welcome to test number 2. She smiles and introduces herself. I am Beta. I am the evaluator for this test. Hearing this, Shin Hun nervously swallows, wondering if test number 2 will be like the last one. Shin Hun recalls the requirements of the previous test. Perfectly crafting Manhwa elemental stone without error. He waits anxiously. Beta quickly explains that in this test, the successor will be evaluated based on handling magic circles. Details will be announced when the test starts, in my opinion. If you pass pages 32 to 81 with information about level 3 magic circles will be updated. Regarding this, Shin Hun can only exclaim in horror crazy. He excitedly clenches his fist, thinking about the update from pages 31 to 81. I thought this time I would only get 10 more pages. It's okay. Shin Hun worries but thinks this means level 3 magic circles are on a different level, right? Maybe even higher than acceptance rings and resonance. Feeling both excited and scared, Beta sees he has decided and says, "Then we will start the test now." With that, she disappears into thin air. At the same time, a familiar voice echoes, "My disciple, I will now announce the content of test number 2. Shin Hun immediately recognizes this voice as his master's. The voice quickly states the test requirements. From now on, 100 magic circles will appear one by one. You must activate them all. Shin Hun immediately opens the magic circles ready. His magic circles quickly activate. His master calmly instructs, once the circle merges with the natural magic circles, it will activate. Just as he is activating, the circle suddenly changes, startling Shin Hun. Huh? Why did it change? At this point, his master reminds him, activation time for each magic circle is 3 seconds. During that time, if you fail, you must start over, so be careful. Shin Hun smiles slyly, thinking, so I just need to memorize it right. As if anticipating his thought, the voice sounds again. Also, the order of the magic circles will change each time. Don't use tricks like rote memorization. Knowing this, Shin Hun is not surprised and thinks, right, it's not that easy. He closes his eyes and slowly controls the energy in his body. All right, let's try. Shin Hun excitedly activates the magic circles. Time passes like this. Back in Shin Hun's familiar home, he looks at the book on the table. Shin Hun's face turns pale. His breathing is heavy, filled with exhaustion. He sighs in despair. 8 hours, 8 whole hours, and I've only managed to activate 10 at most. Shin Hun sighs and tries to comfort himself. Well, the good news is I'm starting to understand. But relying on tricks alone, it's hard to finish. I probably need to find more clues. But Shin Hun spends time on other books. Not sure what he saw, he suddenly flinches. It's recorded in the book, but the book I wrote isn't just Idris's book. If you encounter obstacles, read my book, it will definitely help you. Shin Hun shouted in surprise. So Idris's book isn't the only one. Then there will definitely be times when I look for other books. But he realized a problem: he didn't even know their names or where to find them. Scene shifts to outside the bustling city. Shin Hun stops by a convenience store thinking he needs to go outside for some fresh air. He needs a change of atmosphere. As soon as he opens the door, Shin Hun bumps into a girl who is saying, "Let me pay." Shin Hun immediately calls her name Adella. Adella is also surprised and calls him Hyun. They both move to a nearby park to sit and chat. Shin Hun smiles and starts the conversation. "We seem to run into each other a lot, huh?" Adella laughs and replies, "Yeah." Shin Hun looks at her and teases, "You look like you stayed up all night." Adella shyly covers her face and scolds, "You too." Suddenly she says, "I'm reading this thesis. It's really good." "Do you want to read it?" It's called The Feasibility of Spatial Teleportation Magic. Shin Hun takes the document, sees the layout of the thesis, and can't help but joke, "Oh, this, haha, looks like some leaked document." Adella's eyes light up excitedly and says, "Yeah, I know, but you should just read it." Shin Hun worries, "Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic?" But he still replies, Shin Hun seriously reads the thesis. While he is immersed in knowledge, Adella happily drinks her favorite beverage. Only after 3 boxes of Adella's banana milk disappear does Shin Hun happily return them and compliment, "Oh, this is pretty good." Adella happily says, "Right," and he replies, "Yeah." Suddenly they both say at the same time, but it doesn't have a conclusion. "Hello, Shin Hun." Surprised, he notices this thesis and thinks, this thesis is based on the book left by J. Bell Beitner. I analyzed it myself, just thinking about it. Shin Hun is horrified. J. Bell Beitner. Shin Hun quickly scrolls back through the thesis. I knew right away the structure of this is a bit different, but still has Beitner's style. Many parts have similarities with Beitner's basic theory, quite shallow and hollow. But he quickly asks Adella, "Who is the author of this?" Adella is startled by the question and answers, Go Sang-jun. Back at home, Shin Hun quickly searches for information about that author. He searches for a long time but can't find what he wants. Shin Hun feels frustrated thinking, Go Sang-jun, a magic researcher, but doesn't belong to any organization. Age and gender are both very mysterious. The only document he published is what I just saw. Maybe he was heavily criticized and disappeared. He sighs, looking at the thesis. Could it be that an ordinary student only knows this much? Wrong. Shin Hun picks up the phone. He quickly greets the person on the other line. Hello. Hello, Blue Tower Master. He thinks to himself, but I'm not an ordinary student. It turns out Shin Hun connected the call to the Blue Tower Master for help. At the Blue Magic Tower, the phone rings continuously, making it impossible not to answer. Hearing the voice on the other end say, "Hello, this is Shin Hun," Kim Kangin, who had been researching all night and was exhausted, asks, "What's the matter?" Shin Hun excitedly says, "I have a matter that benefits both sides." Kim Kangin is stunned. He immediately realizes this is important. He only hears Shin Hun request, "Can you help me find someone?" Scene shifts to Obelisk Academy. In the training room, countless people are desperately training. At this moment, Shin Hun is fighting using magic rings. Jisung-chan struggles to create a shield to block Shin Hun's attack, but it's too late. Shin Hun's attack launches powerfully and forcefully straight at him. Jisung-chan panics and shouts, "Hey, Hun, that's cheating." Shin Hun calmly retorts, "Cheating what? Come on, it's just a level 1 spell. What's the problem?" Jisung-chan struggles to dodge each attack, constantly cursing out loud, "Heartless bastard. Where's the fairness? It's just a level 1 spell." Suddenly, a sharp attack flies toward him. Jisung-chan turns pale, grits his teeth to face it. Seeing the result ahead, Shin Hun lets out an "oh." He only sees Jisung-chan just in time create a shield to cover himself and avoid it, escaping a fate. Shin Hun playfully said, "See, you blocked them all, didn't you?" Jisung-chan shouted, "I almost died," determined not to lose so easily. Jisung-chan stood up and challenged, "All right, one-on-one fight. How about that?" Shin Hun didn't care much and agreed immediately. Sounds good. But he thought, can you really beat me in close combat? Seeing him busy answering questions, Jisung-chan quickly seized the opportunity to rush forward and punch him repeatedly. Unexpectedly, Shin Hun reacted in an instant and grabbed Jisung-chan by the collar. Then a neat, skillful shoulder throw sent Jisung-chan crashing to the ground. Other trainees were astonished and turned their attention to the two of them. Shin Hun smiled and said, "What now?" Though he smiled, his raised fist was highly threatening. Watching Jisung-chan lying on the ground groaning, he remarked, "Not a bad fight after all." Shin Hun. An opportunity to mock Jisung-chan with praise in their duel. Without the advantage of magic variables, it was just level 2 strength against level 3. Smart strategy. Jisung-chan angrily cursed, "Are you complimenting me or insulting me? That's unfair." Jisung took off his shirt and patched a large plaster on his back, mumbling his magic felt like hacking. "Even his close combat is amazing." He curled his lips, saying this fighter plays dirty. Shin Hun immediately stuck a big patch on his back and said, "If you don't like it, then keep training." Suddenly, Jisung-chan asked if he had any plans now. Shin Hun was stunned. Jisung-chan laughed and said, "Isn't your goal to win the Academy Olympic?" Shin Hun exclaimed in horror. "How do you know that?" He shrugged and explained, "I know you too well. You can't hide it from me. You just went crazy during that mana shield test, right? Normal students can block 27 arrows, but you blocked 74. With tests and training like that, you'd have to be first in all categories. If you want to fight the seniors, this is probably your best option right now. Given your current condition, you probably think it's hard to win the Olympic." Jisung-chan hit a nerve for Shin Hun, leaving him stunned. Seeing he didn't respond, Jisung-chan asked, "Is that right?" Shin Hun could only shrug and confirm his thoughts with a nod. Jisung-chan happily said, "I knew it." Then he seriously reminded him that the most popular person this year is a level 5 mage. With your level 2 magic, that's impossible. Yes, Shin Hun had already considered this. He silently admitted Jisung-chan was right. To win the Olympic, you can still use level 3 magic if combined, but the difference isn't huge. To face them, you have to reach at least level 4. And to do that, I have to find Go Sang-jun. As dusk fell, Shin Hun followed the address on his phone to find the way. Standing in the middle of the road, he was confused, wondering where he was. On the other side, Kim Kan-jin apologized first for taking so long to find. "I didn't expect it to take a whole week to find someone. This is my first time, too. To get to the point, Go Sang-jun's current location is here." Shin Hun found the address. Seeing the familiar building in front of him, he thought in surprise, "Wait, isn't this the old bookstore I used to visit? He's here right under my nose. Who would have thought this person would be in a shop so close to the academy?" After realizing magic didn't suit me, I've always sought magical knowledge from magic books and old books. I was always curious where Ider's secret language came from. But could it originate from here? Regaining his composure, Shin Hun decided to open the door. Nervously, he spoke up to ask. Hearing his voice, the shop owner, who was arranging things, looked up. The owner happily called out, "Shin Hun, long time no see." Shin Hun politely greeted back, "You're well, sir." "Of course," the owner cheerfully replied. "I heard you can use magic now. You look healthier, too." Shin Hun smiled humbly. "It's all thanks to you, sir." The shop owner laughed loudly and teased, "I didn't do anything. Just sold you books." Shin Hun said, "Those books helped me, sir." "Thank you, sir." The boss was flattered by your flattery and smiled, happily praising me as if it were true. "Then you asked why I came here today." Shin Hun immediately got straight to the point. "Sir, may I meet your son, Go Sang-jun?" The boss was surprised and asked why I wanted to see Sang-jun. "It's nothing, I know, Sang-jun." Shin Hun then explained that he had read the thesis Sang-jun wrote. "I have something to ask, so I did a bit of research. I heard he's here. I apologize if I was being a bit intrusive. Your words are very sincere." The shop owner didn't make it difficult for me, just recalled the thesis. "Ah, yes, that's right. There is such a thing." He nodded in agreement to Shin Hun's request, saying, "Fine, I'll let you meet him right away." Just as Shin Hun was happily thanking him, the shop owner added that even if you meet him, you won't get any answers. This made Shin Hun stunned, and he just said yes. He anxiously asked what that meant. The shop owner led him to a door and said, "Follow me, Sang-jun is in here." But Shin Hun followed him without any suspicion. The shop owner said, "Go in, this is his room." But the scene that awaited was far from what he expected. Before him, to his shock, when the door opened, Shin Hun saw a weak man lying in a hospital bed. Wearing an oxygen mask on his face, his thin, pale arm had an IV drip attached. The man lying in bed did not move. His life was very fragile. His pale face was peacefully asleep. Shin Hun blankly asked if this man knew what he wanted to ask. The shop owner replied, "Yes, this is my son Sang-jun." Both sat beside the bed looking at Go Sang-jun. Shin Hun anxiously asked if he could ask what had happened. The shop owner calmly replied, "Yes." He looked at his son and recounted that Sang-jun had broken the greatest taboo of a mage. His expression was very serious when he said this. Shin Hun wondered what taboo. The shop owner explained that when transferring mana, Sang-jun violated the greatest taboo of a mage. That was transferring mana directly into his brain. Hearing this, Shin Hun was startled and shocked. He was horrified, recalling transferring mana into the brain. That's what I did. But Shin Hun clenched his fists and asked why. Why did he do that? The shop owner sighed and said it was necessary to establish the theory of the thesis, which had completely collapsed halfway through. He said there was no other way but to transfer mana into the brain. He looked at his son with regret. I should have stopped him at any cost. Shin Hun glanced at Go Sang-jun, unable to hold back. Thinking about this man, how close has he come to high-level magic? Suddenly, the shop owner spoke again. Anyway, I'm sorry I can't satisfy your curiosity. Sang-jun would probably be happy to talk with you. Shin Hun felt guilty and replied, It's okay, sir. I'm sorry for bringing up this matter. I have stirred up unhappy memories for you. The shop owner patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's okay. Don't worry. I know you're very diligent and truly care about books. He happily recounted, You're always looking for magical books. Reminds me of Sang-jun, which makes me very happy. The sunset descended, painting the sky red. Shin Hun nervously asked the shop owner, Sir, if possible, may I look through the book your son used for his research? The man stroked his chin thoughtfully. You mean Sang-jun's book? All right. Better to let it go to someone who needs it than let it rot. Yes, but I have 2 conditions. Hearing this, Shin Hun swallowed nervously. The shop owner stated his conditions. If you read his book and write an article about spatial magic, can you put Sang-jun's name on it? Just once. That's not difficult. I can do that. Shin Hun immediately agreed. Of course, sir. I definitely will. The shop owner was satisfied and said, Good. Second, under no circumstances are you allowed to recklessly transfer mana into your brain. Shin Hun felt uneasy about this matter. He stammered, Yes, sir, I promise I will. The shop owner, satisfied, led Shin Hun to a room. All right, this is this book that Sang-jun studied. While you're looking for what you need, Shin Hun suddenly noticed something about another book. He stared thoughtfully at the book in front of him. There was something about that book. Suddenly, it moved on its own and fell off the shelf. It flew straight down to Shin Hun's feet, startling him. Looking at the book's shape, he thought to himself that it resembled the Idris book. Shin Hun quickly picked up the book and asked, Sir, what is this book? The shop owner recalled and answered, That one, it's the book Sang-jun always carried around as if it were very important. Read it. Whatever you're curious about is probably in there. Hearing that, Shin Hun carefully held the book and replied, Yes. But when he opened it, he criticized it indeed. The handwriting was bad. Just a little critique. Shin Hun then realized the more important issue was his master's handwriting. Yes. Shin Hun earnestly asked, Sir, may I take this book home to read? You can borrow this one. The shop owner generously agreed, Just take it. If you need any others, feel free to take those too. Shin Hun happily thanked him a lot. Suddenly he asked, Is there any other book written like this? The shop owner thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure. Well then. Still hopeful, Shin Hun asked, Have you ever seen a red-covered book that looks very expensive? The shop owner said, I don't remember ever seeing one like that. My little bookshop rarely has books like that. Hearing his answer, Shin Hun became even more suspicious. Then how the hell did Sang-jun get that book? Though a bit regretful, Shin Hun politely said, I understand. Thank you. On the way home, Shin Hun kept pondering how the hell the Idris book ended up in his bag. He sat on the bed studying the book he had found Sang-jun's research, but only one matched the Idris book. Holding both books, Shin Hun happily told himself it was still better than finding nothing. Suddenly, both books lit up at the same time. Shin Hun was horrified and thought silently, What's going on? Both books were glowing. A strong force pulled him inside the books, along with a voice saying, I left this book for the rightful heir of the Idris book. That familiar feeling made Shin Hun shout, Hey, I'm getting pulled in again. The voice continued, introducing this book as the Mimia book. Enjoy the blessings of knowledge from the bottom of your heart. At this moment, Shin Hun recognized his master's voice. I'm getting pulled into a book again. The book's light gradually faded. Shin Hun was sucked in before he could react. The room was left with only the 2 books placed side by side. Shin Hun woke up in a warmly decorated, simple yet elegant room. He looked around in confusion, wondering where he was. Suddenly, something appeared from behind. A pair of slender, fair hands poked his neck. Shin Hun turned around in surprise and saw a beautiful girl smiling brightly, greeting him. Found you. Welcome to the Mimia book. Startled by the girl's sudden appearance, Shin Hun exclaimed, Huh? Who are you? The girl cheerfully replied, I am Mimia. She introduced herself very briefly and got straight to the point. Mimiya stood up excitedly and introduced the manager of this place. "The Well of Mimiya. Nice to meet you, heir." She smiled gently and reached out her hand to him. Shin Hun was puzzled. The Well of Mimiya? Mimiya quickly explained that it was the name of the library. She proudly boasted, "This is Raybell Bitterner's library prepared for the future heir, a library dedicated specifically to the Bitterner successor." Shin Hun was amazed once again as he looked around. Calling it a library is a bit of a stretch. Mimiya hinted it was because his achievements were still few. The scale of Mimiya's well will change depending on the level of the successor. Yeah, judging by this size, it seems you haven't passed the second trial yet. Am I right? Shin Hun was surprised when she guessed it correctly. Yes, that's right. Suddenly, Mimiya's expression turned serious as she asked if they could speak normally now. Shin Hun looked confused, not understanding what was going on. Mimiya quickly explained to clear his mind that since they will meet often, it would be strange to always speak formally. Let's be comfortable with each other. It's nothing serious. Shin Hun agreed immediately, saying, "Sure, let's do that." Yes. Right. Mimiya praised him, the successor, saying he was quite talented. He already reached the second circle and found me so quickly. Shin Hun helplessly said he didn't understand why finding her was a good thing. Mimiya smiled slyly and said because it means you can progress smoothly without any problems up to level 5. Shin Hun shouted in horror, "Level 5, how is that possible?" He knew beforehand he wouldn't believe it. Mimiya immediately demonstrated her skill. She closed her eyes and controlled the energy within her body. A book instantly flew toward her along a stream of light. Confidently holding the book, she handed it to him and asked him to read it, saying he would understand. Shin Hun quickly skimmed the pages and realized it was a detailed theory on resonance. Seeing him guess correctly, Mimiya excitedly continued to explain that this place contains information not suitable for the ID code as well as the book he was reading. So Shin Hun wondered why all of these books were not included in the ID code. Mimiya praised the question, saying it was very good. She explained the overload from too many trial pages and too much content to verify the successor. For many reasons, only the necessary information is stored in the ID book. That's why the supplemental part Mimiya's well was created. Yes, hearing this, Shin Hun also understood everything. So you mean the master recorded more detailed content in Mimiya's well? Mimiya happily confirmed exactly that. If the ID book is a summary guide, then this place can be seen as a textbook or reference book. Shin Hun nodded understanding. He looked around and then asked if all the books here contained this dense type of information. And as my achievements increase, the number of books also grows. Mimiya enthusiastically confirmed that was correct. So have you figured out how to reach the 5th circle yet? Shin Hun, holding the book, confidently said, "Of course, with this, I can easily pass the second trial." And so Shin Hun studied according to the instructions in the book. He lay in the undefined space, floating amid a mystical scene. A joyful Shin Hun thought to himself, 79 gold synchronized 100 magic circles in the second trial took 8 hours to complete. But since meeting Mimi as well, I can handle 79 circles in one go. Shin Hun sat up slowly, recalling how recently everything he did was really this difficult. I'm confident I can finish all 100 circles as early as tonight or at the latest by tomorrow. Thinking this, his determination grew stronger. Thinking of Mimiya, Shin Hun sighed. Having Mimiya's book before the Olympics trial is truly a stroke of luck. Scene changes to a starry night at the Shin family mansion. Shin Hun anxiously followed the maid ahead. He worried, wondering why Cha had called him. Could it be to reward him for the Baeksayu incident? Shin Hun recalled the image of Baeksayu lying motionless on the ground. Seeing no arrival yet, Shin Hun annoyedly thought he had planned to spend the whole day in Mimiya's well after class, so why now? But it was still important. The maid led him to a room and called him inside. Master Hun has arrived. Shin In-hyuk spoke and then left. Shin Hun entered and greeted Father. Shin In-hyuk tiredly frowned seriously, telling him to sit down, and that they would get straight to the point. He got straight to the point, unlike last time. This time you didn't only contribute 100%, but undeniably more than half. Combined with last time, your share of mana stone mining rights is 26%. Yes. Shin Hun nodded, showing understanding. Yes, Shin In-hyuk continued, you have brought us a great profit, so you deserve a reward. He seriously asked if you wanted anything. Yes, Shin Hun immediately seized the opportunity. Yes, sir. He said, state your wish. You want the ancient relic kept deep in the family vault. Shin In-hyuk frowned slightly at his request, but didn't refuse, only asking if it was just the ancient relic. You don't believe those silly imaginary stories about secrets hidden in that ancient relic, do you? They're just antiques. Shin Hun firmly said, no, I don't think that way. I don't care about the legends about the ancient relic. I believe even legends hold the truth. Shin Hyuk sighed helplessly. You're still too young to believe in such fanciful tales. If that's your choice, I will respect it, but you can only take one item. Shin Hyuk set the condition. Yes, Shin Hyun happily replied. Yes, thank you, father. Shin Hyuk then asked, which ancient relic do you want? Shin Hyun politely answered, yes, I want the one kept in the family treasure vault. Down there is a beautifully kept cloak in 2 mystical white and purple tones. That is the cloak of Ray Bell Baylor kept in the family treasure of the divine sorcerer. Yes, Shin Hyun stood beside looking at his father. Shin Hyuk took a rectangular box with gold inlaid patterns, very precious. He gently placed the box on the table and softly said, please, I hope you won't regret this choice. He took the box and replied, yes, thank you, father. Father, as soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at him with a slightly displeased but somewhat concerned expression and said, to believe in such a foolish story, you really are still too childish. Dedicate yourself to training so you won't regret it later, if you want to come back. He smiled gently, tilting his head, and replied, it's okay, sir. After taking the box, he got into a car and went somewhere. Inside the car, he sat with crossed arms and legs, the box beside him. He spoke, most of the ancient relics our family owns are real. He glanced at the box, silently thinking to himself, Roy Uber Biden's cloak. If this really is my master's cloak, then a 30% magical stone exploitation right is nothing. Wait, but is this really my master's cloak? Thinking it over, he opened the box and muttered, what if it's fake? Seeing the item inside the box, he was so shocked his eyes widened. His eyes filled with astonishment. In his head, he couldn't help but shout, this is it! His hands gently held the shimmering mystical cloak inside the box. Mouth agape in disbelief, he asked, isn't this pure magical fiber? Magical fiber is a supreme technique where magical stones are refined and spun into threads through crafting technology. Worldwide, less than 30 artisans can process magical fiber. This isn't just partially made of magical fiber. The entire cloak is made fully from magical fiber and more than that. How could such advanced technology exist in that era? Compared to this, relics made from magical fiber produced recently can't compare, right? I've never seen anything like this. Hyun really can't believe he's holding a cloak made from genuine magical fiber. Made from real magical fiber with authentic value like this. It turns out he returned home. Now he had changed clothes and was sitting on his bed, still holding that cloak in his hands. But suddenly he noticed something on the cloak and let out a huh. It turned out he saw a line of writing on the cloak. He looked closely at the writing and said, a signature here, and this terrible handwriting must be my master's. I see it every day, so I'm used to it. Then he raised the cloak high, stared at it in amazement, and said, but what is this? The inner and outer layers' structure is reversed. Another reason magical fiber is hard to process is because the inner and outer layers must be constructed differently. The inner layer is designed to enhance mana conduction and usage efficiency. The outer layer is designed to block mana conduction to minimize damage. But the structure of this cloak is completely reversed. That means the outer layer enhances the magic operation efficiency and takes more damage, while the inner layer prevents magic loss that reduces the wearer's mana recovery ability. My master wouldn't make such a mistake. Saying this, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then, as if he had figured something out, he laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha! So it's designed to be worn inside out. I think so. Then he put the cloak down on the bed. He pressed his hand on the cloak and said, even if you reverse the outer and inner layers, it still looks the same. He observed the cloak while thinking, so it was intentionally designed this way. But for what purpose is this really an ancient relic? Now I understand why my father left it to rot in the warehouse. Then he took out a magic notebook. As soon as he opened it, a stuffed bear and 2 cakes appeared. Cut to Mimia's room. She was sitting on the sofa reading a book. He suddenly appeared in her room and called out to Mimia. She looked up at him and said, oh, the heir, you're here. He took out the cloak and handed it to her. She looked at it and stammered in surprise. What is that? Isn't that the cloak of day? She asked while running straight toward him. With sparkling eyes, she looked at him excitedly and said loudly, wow, heir, you've found this already. Your luck is unbelievable. He nodded once, then said, but this cloak seems a bit strange. She took the cloak and looked at it, asking strange how. Then suddenly she screamed loudly, making him jump. He looked at her in surprise. Then she held up 2 fingers toward him and asked, heir, you're still in the second magic circle, right? He was a bit confused why she asked, but still answered, "Yeah, that's right." Hearing that, she replied, "Then it's normal that you don't know." He said, "Stop overthinking. So how are you going to use this?" She immediately held up 2 fingers crossed in an X shape. Closing her eyes tightly, she said, "Sorry, Air. Sorry, but I can't explain anything about this cloak." He looked a bit confused and asked again, "What, why?" She handed the cloak back to him and said, "No, I'll return it." Then, folding her arms, she closed her eyes gently and hummed. Then said, "Beitner magic has a special incantation." Suddenly, she remembered something and her eyes widened. Seeing this, he immediately asked, "A special incantation?" But she hugged her head tightly and moaned, "Thinking about it. I can't say the name of that incantation." "Yeah, forget it. Beitner magic has a special incantation. A spell called foot technique." Hearing this, he looked at her in surprise and asked, "Foot technique?" She answered, "Yes. Unlike the magic you're using, this is the real foot technique." He asked again, "What, the magic I'm using isn't real?" She replied, "Well, unfortunately, that's the accurate way to put it. I can't reveal anything about the foot technique until you reach a certain level." He rubbed his chin and asked, "Is that some kind of restriction?" She answered, "Yes. This cloak is a relic meant to support the foot technique." Hearing this, he sighed and said, "So I can't explain anything about this cloak either. That's it." She opened her mouth wide and laughed. "So cool." "Exactly, you're quick to understand, Air." Hearing that, he asked again, "So what level do I need to reach to get an explanation about this cloak?" Suddenly she said, "That's the 5th magic circle." Saying this, she held up 5 fingers toward him. He was shocked by her words and stared at her. She continued, "You have to master the 5th magic circle and overcome many trials. Biden magic truly begins with mastering the 5th magic circle first." The magic book's 761 words flew out from the pages. Shin Hun, with a determined look, raised her hand and counted 98, 99, 100. As she finished counting 100, a firework exploded. He, with a face full of sweat but a very satisfied smile, said, "Finally succeeded." Suddenly, a voice from somewhere congratulated him. Confused, looking for the voice, he asked, "Is that you, Master?" The person replied, "It took effort to pass this second test. You did well. Now I will teach you how to perform the 3rd magic circle." He rubbed his wrist and repeated the 3rd magic circle. The other person explained the 3rd level of Bettino-style magic, the 3rd infinite interlaced magic circle. Hearing that, he opened his eyes wide and stammered the interlaced magic circle. After speaking, he quickly folded Idrit and let out a sigh as he returned to bed. Holding Idrit in his hands, he looked straight at it and thought, "So, I've mastered the 2nd test. Now it's time to practice the interlaced magic circle." He stood up, holding 2 books happily, saying without the cloak and Mimia's book, this test would take much longer. The night before at Mimia's water well, he remembered what she told him. You can only use it once you've mastered the 5th level magic circle and passed the 5th test. In Bettino magic, true magic only appears after mastering the 5th level magic circle. At that time, he felt troubled, rubbed his chin, closed his eyes slightly and pondered, No choice then. Until I reach level 5, I'll have to put this cloak away. Mimia stood beside him and casually pointed at him, saying, "Wait, disciple, what are you talking about? Why waste such a precious thing in storage?" Hearing her, he asked back, "Then what am I supposed to use it for?" "The inner and outer layers of the mana fabric are reversed, so it can't be used either." Hearing that, she snatched the cloak from his hands angrily and said, "Oh, then give it to me." She tried the cloak on herself excitedly and said, "This cloak can hold mana inside so it doesn't leak out, helping you reach mana saturation." He was amazed by what she said. She continued, "When mana saturates, the infinite magic circle spins faster than usual, meaning the mana flowing to the brain increases, right? In other words, your brain inherits this excess mana, helping you recover your spirit faster, like relieving accumulated fatigue in your body." He took back the cloak amazed, letting out a loud "ah" and said, "I get it. If I wear this cloak, I can reduce my sleep time, right?" She replied, "So you say you understand?" She winked mysteriously and said, "Wearing this cloak, you won't need to sleep anymore." Amazed beyond belief. It's unbelievable that such a good thing exists, he thought. Letting out a loud sound, he stared at the cloak in his hands and asked again, "No need to sleep at all?" "Yes," she confirmed. "Exactly, just wear it about 5 hours a day and you'll maintain your best condition. Besides, this is just a side effect. I can tell you because this isn't the cloak's true power." At this point, he was really eager and excited to try the cloak's side effect. His face full of expectation, smiling broadly, he said, I want to quickly master the level 4 magic circle. She then asked, but you know this only works for you. For others, it's poison. Don't lend it to anyone, she reminded him. He smiled and replied, of course I know. With this item, the upcoming test will be easier. 2 days later. Hyun was now wearing that cloak. His eyes closed tightly, then suddenly he opened them. His gaze was full of contemplation. He flipped through the book while muttering to himself, I've tried many times, but something's missing. It feels like I'm about to understand the interlaced magic circle. But the book says the interlaced third-level magic circle in Bettino magic has the power to control another person's mana. To do that, you need 100% synchronization with that person's mana. After reading those lines, he wondered in his head, is this the definition of the interlaced magic circle? Being able to affect another's mana, thinking that he smiled broadly and said, sounds interesting. Remembering his previous training sessions, he thought, actually, I wasn't expecting much. I never thought the second test was just a stepping stone to practicing the interlaced magic circle. No more thinking. He looked at the book and continued reading. To get the third-level magic circle you need, to resonate the resonance circle and synchronize with the surrounding mana. His eyes instantly sparkled because he found the way. His mind was filled with joy as the continuous resonance would gradually form the third-level spell circle. Thinking of this, he stood up, clenched his fists with determination, and loudly said, all right, this time I will definitely succeed. Without hesitation, he began practicing. He closed his eyes to practice while contemplating the union of all the abundant mana in the air and the saturated mana in his body. It felt like building a new house. The water elementals created by his practice floated suspended above. 2 streams of light. One warm red and one cool blue shot out from his chest, enveloping his body. As the 2 lights vanished, the water elementals immediately flew close to his body, creating a house right inside him. Mana was being absorbed. He practiced while feeling everything changing. The elementals suddenly called out to him, come play with us here. Hearing the call, he thought to himself, I can hear the sound of mana. He reached out his hand to play with the elementals. Smiling softly, he thought, amazing, so warm. I don't want to leave at all. If I've reached this point, I'll soon be able to master it. Just keep resonating like this. The elementals flying around him called out again. So refreshing, let's play a new game. What game? Create a playground. Join hands to form a circle. Singing, dancing, and becoming one. As they spoke, the elementals held hands to form a large circle. Suddenly, at that moment, sweat started to pour down his body. He frowned slightly, thinking it was too hot. Even though the mana deficit rate was only 1%, his body still couldn't absorb it by controlling that 1%. Mana had stabilized in his body. Gradually, he reduced the deficit rate to 0.01%. Mana silently began forming a spell circle without anyone noticing. After a long time practicing, the sky brightened, the sign of a new day beginning. He was now slumped on the floor wearing that cloak when suddenly he raised his head. His eyes opened wide, face sweaty. He stood up with a look of amazement, exclaiming, it's done. He immediately tried it, swinging his hand and saying, first level spell circle, calm mind. A stream of blue light flew from his hand. He continued, second level spell circle, resonance. And now that light added a blazing red glow. He clenched his fist and then swung his arm high, laughing with joy. Third infinite spell circle, Shin Hun. Swinging his arm high, his face full of joy, he said, this is the third infinite interrupted spell circle. His face flushed, red eyes sparkling because he had succeeded. He was content, thinking, finally, I've completed the third spell circle, the interrupted spell circle. I need to become stronger as fast as possible to reach the master level of 5 circles. Scene changes to a forest with many shades of green leaves. A figure can be seen lying on a large tree branch. The birds were not afraid at all, perching on his belly. It turned out to be Hyun. He was lying with his eyes closed, thinking on the big tree branch. His mind constantly pondering the combat survival test. It was a large-scale test in a vast training area in the mountain region of Gangwon Province. The test lasted 32 hours. All students were equipped with a special artifact. He raised his watch to check something. Inside appeared a location and a simple test requirement, where you just need to survive as long as possible within a shrinking area over 32 hours. After reading the requirement, he said, it's time to move. If there's a difference, it's that you not only have to survive monster attacks, but also deal with other students. Of course you have to survive while scoring points. The birds perched on him seemed to sense he was about to leave, and suddenly all flew away together. Suddenly, Kang Ji-hak appeared behind him, swinging his arm to cast a fire spell toward him. His face full of arrogance, yelling loudly, "Got behind you, now you're dead, Shin Hun." He quickly jumped off the tree branch, dodging the fire spell. He landed right in front of him, but Kang Ji-hak seemed overconfident and still unafraid. He shouted, "Nice dodge, but I've got your rhythm now." He did not respond to his meaningless words. Clenching his fist, he rushed toward him. The other guy immediately created a forehead shield in front of him. With a mocking face, he shouted, "Idiot, what can you do with just one punch?" His eyes sharpened instantly, and he immediately used the interrupt spell he had just acquired. He touched the other guy's shield, and it immediately cracked in many places. He could hardly believe what he had just seen, his mouth wide open as he yelled, "What?" The shield instantly shattered into many pieces, and he flew backward, crashing hard onto the ground. He clenched his teeth, confused, wondering, "Did my shield really lose to something like Earth Spike?" He stood there helplessly looking down at him and said, "Idiot, what's there to be proud of when you sneak attack? And you even shout while attacking." He really couldn't believe there was someone as stupid as him. Feeling frustrated, he rubbed his neck, then clenched the hand that had just broken the shield and smiled happily, wondering in his mind, "Is this the power of interrupt?" He weakened the core of the 2-layer shield spell and pierced it with a 1-layer Earth Spike spell. Thinking about this, he recalled how he had shattered the other guy's shield while that guy was now foaming at the mouth, lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back. System notification: student Kang Ji-hak eliminated. He turned his back and walked away, pressing his watch and thinking, because he was careless and distracted, it worked perfectly naturally. The system on the watch announced Shin Hun received 10 points. After receiving the points, he looked up at the sky excitedly and said, "A good start, huh?" But he didn't stop and kept walking somewhere, thinking, "I think I've got the hang of interrupt." At this rate, interrupt might be effective not only against 2-layer spells, but also 3-layer spells. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed behind him. He quickly sensed it and glanced over his shoulder. A huge fireball appeared in front of him. He was amazed and thought, "Fireball." He stared in shock at the fireball, and many wolves appeared around him, surrounding him completely. He couldn't believe it and yelled in his mind, "Blood Claw wolves. I'm surrounded." It seemed they were attracted by the noise from the earlier battle. Thinking so, he twisted his body, closed his eyes slightly without fear, and said, "Well, an ordinary student would complain about fighting non-stop, but as someone who needs to dominate the top spot overwhelmingly, I'm actually grateful for this situation." As he spoke, he opened his eyes and stared at the wolves, curling his lips in a sinister smile. At that moment, one of the wolves howled a long, loud howl. He still stood there without fear and shouted, "Come on, you mangy dogs!" His image appeared on someone's screen in a room filled with many monitoring screens. 2 people, a man and a woman, sat in front of those screens. The woman said, "Kim Kang-soo Majihak, these students are really outstanding. If things continue like this, they will easily make it to the top 10 by the end." It turned out that there were not just 2 of them, but 2 more people as well. A red-haired man laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, but isn't it quite hard to last until the end?" The girl spoke again. "By the way, it seems there's no one else." One person stayed silent, holding a small screen showing him fighting the wolves, doubting Shin Hyun's skills. Suddenly, someone asked the instructor, "Go Trang-soo." He smiled lightly and replied, "Yes, that's right." The red-haired man next to him spoke loudly, "Right away, he clearly doesn't look like someone who should be judged uncompetitive and dismissed." The woman asked again, "Dismissed?" He excelled at the top position in all previous exercises, and even now he's leading with a significant point gap. Saying this, the woman looked at the ranking list on the screen with his name in first place with a score of 5,341. But even more amazing is how he knew the habits of the Blood Claw wolves and deliberately didn't kill one until it called the whole pack. That's extraordinary. When a Blood Claw wolf howls, the entire pack will charge even if they're 5 kilometers away, using that habit to lure the pack to be eliminated. At this rate, we can hope for a victory at the Olympiad. Those are the words spoken by the red-haired man. He spoke with a very cheerful attitude while Trang-soo sat beside him, eyes closed, smiling proudly. Cut to the forest where he is fighting the wolves. He wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Surrounded by many wolf corpses here." He looked at them and wondered, "Have I scored about 60 points? Suddenly his whole body was shaken. He gasped in surprise. "What is this? Earthquake? No way." The ground is moving beneath his feet. Sharp ice blocks suddenly appeared. He looked horrified, gritting his teeth, staring straight at it, and said, "This thing is..." In his mind, he shouted, "A body as big as an elephant with 6 jewels on its back turns out to be a 6-jewel turtle." He wiped the terrified expression off his face and replaced it with one full of excitement, thinking, how could such a rare monster be here? Shin Hun immediately landed on the ground right beside the turtle. He smirked, staring at it, thinking, this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. The turtle suddenly opened its mouth wide and roared. Seeing that, he excitedly thought, all right, let's fight. Cut to Obelisk Academy's evaluation tower. In the outdoor training yard inside the observation room, there were 5 people. Suddenly, someone spoke Shin Hun and the 6th jewel turtle. The young man with platinum hair said, initially to escape danger, and the purpose of this is to expand the range of available options such as trainees cooperating with each other. It is a rare type of monster brought into the main training ground. The woman with blue hair and glasses responded, no matter how gifted Shin Hun is, he can't face that thing alone. Back to where he is confronting the turtle. The 6th jewel turtle is a Class 4 C-rank ancient reptilian monster characterized by strong defense. It is a natural enemy of mages. The 6th jewel turtle suddenly roared. It kicked powerfully with its leg where he was standing, but he quickly dodged away. Escaping its claws, he smirked arrogantly, thinking, if I catch this monster, I'll get a huge amount of elimination points. Suddenly, its tail swung and whipped right beside him. He startled and glanced over. He quickly raised his hand to create a shield. A blue shield appeared beneath his feet, but one tail whip shattered that shield to pieces. Back to the monitoring room. The woman with blue hair said, avoid attacks by using the shield as a stepping stone. The black-haired man also stared at the screen and said, but the shield isn't strong enough. The 6th jewel turtle is not an easy opponent even for a level 6 mage. Back to him. He immediately used fire paint. A large flame appeared in front of him. He smirked, staring at it, wondering if it would work, but the fire was extinguished by the ice blocks on that creature. He didn't believe it. Mouth agape, he shouted, no way! He was no longer excited and immediately turned and ran away. His face covered in sweat running while thinking, this is not easy at all. Even a level 5 mage can't defeat this monster alone. He kept running. The turtle kept chasing him from behind. He wondered, maybe it's faster than I thought because it has mana inside. Suddenly he realized something. Thought, wait, it has mana inside. He immediately turned around excitedly, said, oh, I think I have something to try now. He lowered his hand to his feet. A beam of light shot from his hand, enveloping his legs. He thought about increasing his leg strength. When the turtle's mouth bit down where he stood, he quickly dodged out, he exclaimed. It seemed those beams of light helped him run faster. He thought a strong force capable of knocking down a giant tree with one hit. If it got hit just once, even a bone wouldn't recover. He kept running. The turtle kept chasing him. It bit once, he dodged once, a face full of worry and fatigue. He gasped, trying to dodge its attack. He thought to himself, if I keep running like this, I won't be able to win. I have to fight back again. Suddenly, he appeared right at its feet. He immediately created a larger barrier to block the 6 treasure turtle's attack. His arm tensed, supporting the barrier, thinking, what kind of power is this? I underestimated it. I can't even block this resonating strike. He quickly generated streams of red and blue light to withstand its attack. He clenched his teeth, his sharp eyes staring intently at it, thinking this is a direct confrontation. Right after the attack, it won't be able to move until it regains its strength. Right now, he immediately swung his hand high, shouting wind. The shield in front of him suddenly vanished. He appeared exposed right in front of it, recalling his childhood. He thought he remembered reading in a picture book as a child, a double attack from the 6th treasure turtle puts tremendous pressure on its joints. At this moment, after attacking when it cannot move until its joints regain strength, is the perfect opportunity. He suddenly jumped high, staring down at the turtle. He quickly created a weapon made of ice, his eyes sharp, thinking this is my chance with the ice spear. Everyone in the monitoring room gaped, staring at the projection screen. On the screen were 2 images, one of him holding a sharp ice spear. He used an interrupt activation spell to strike the turtle powerfully. It spat out blue blood in pain from its mouth. Blood continuously flowed from its mouth. Its eyes gradually glazed over as it collapsed onto the ground. Its belly was pierced through. Blood covered its stomach. He stood there clutching his chest. His face flushed red. Sweat poured down, breathing heavily but eyes full of excitement. He exclaimed in disbelief, I won. The watch on his wrist worked very fast. It immediately announced he had earned 1,000 points. The system announced Shin Hun has received 1,000 points. He smirked and shouted, awesome, awesome! The sky was still blue, slightly humid from the sun, but crystal clear. at the magic god's mansion inside a large room with a huge TV showing his image. In front of the screen were two people, one standing and one sitting on a chair. The person sitting smiled with satisfaction and pride. It was Shin Hun, his father. He glanced at the person standing beside him who had a scar on his face and said, "Although the sixth treasure turtle is weak against ice element, I still don't understand how it managed with just level 3 magic, you know?" The other replied, "Sorry, I don't know either. It seems so. And of course there would be resistance from such a vital food source in survival tests." On the screen was his image face full of hunger as he used a knife to cut open the turtle's corpse. Hui nodded firmly. "I didn't raise him to be weak like that." That's true." The screen showed him excitedly holding a big bone with 2 large chunks of meat on it, happily running. The scarred man spoke again, asking, "AGA Master, may I ask something?" Hui asked, "What is it?" The other asked, "Why does Haeun act so boldly?" Yes, obviously, if you consider the supervisory actions of Jihan and Kosea, you'll realize those actions were very toxic. Hui replied, "Those were all intentional actions." The other replied, "Yes." He explained. In the past, when magic was still limited, Haeun naturally got eliminated from the clan battles, and as a result, his position in the clan recently has been miserable. But now, it's different. Haeun has, I don't know how, but he gained tremendous power, improved significantly in magic in the 2 months before the Olympics, and requested protection against harassment from his siblings, to stand out as much as possible to accomplish something extraordinary if he can. He planned to attract the world's attention and elevate his status in the clan-building power as fast as possible. And after being protected for 2 months, it's certain that Jihan and C's surveillance is no longer a concern. Definitely a decisive person. Back at his spot, he's grilling 2 pieces of 6 turtle meat. His eyes sparkle like stars with happiness because he's eating meat. His hand sprinkles something, adding a bit of seasoning. An evening with stars in the sky, a bright moon shining down, breaking the darkness. The air around is quite cool. Shin Hun, wearing a cloak, sits on a tree trunk holding a small piece of meat. In front of him is a crackling fire grilling the meat. He thinks about the announcement of the competition on the first day of survival training from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. All confrontations are strictly forbidden. He holds the meat in his hand, eyes thoughtful about the announcement. "I know this rule is for safety, but if we make things easier for the trainees like this, it's different from the original rules, and their skills won't improve much. But in some countries, outdoor training schools have stricter rules than the academies. And this needs to change. This time we can carry magical tools, so it's great that I can restore my strength with Master's cloak." After thinking it through, he relaxes, raises the meat to eat, saying, "All right, that's done." After finishing the piece of meat, he smiles with satisfaction, rubbing his belly, saying he ate too much. Suddenly, something behind him makes him alert. He turns around to look back. Oh, it turns out there are 2 people behind him. Sun Cha, who calls out to Shin Hun, and next to him is Adella. He is surprised, wondering about Sun Cha and Adella in his mind. Yeah, the 2 of them come to sit around the fire with him. He asks them, "So how did you 2 manage to get out of the forest together?" Adella replies, "We fought until after 11 a.m. Sun Cha also says we didn't argue at all. I was utterly defeated." Hearing this, he rubs his chin thoughtfully and replies, "So the fight ended at 11 a.m. You must have left for the delicious aroma then." Sun Cha snaps his fingers and laughs happily. "You're right." The 2 of them look at the big piece of meat before them with sparkling, hungry eyes and mouths watering. Sun Cha asks, "Ah, the smell is so tempting. When will you give us some?" He looks at the 2 with slight horror and asks, "You're not leaving Adella? That's my meat." Hearing this, the 2 look at him with pitiful eyes. Sun Cha says, "Hey, what's yours and what's ours then?" Adella replies, "No." Hearing their whining, he closes his eyes in helplessness, then can't stand it and says, "All right, I'll just throw it away. Maybe you should try some too." The 2 of them eagerly await that sentence and cheer joyfully. Sun Cha holds a piece of meat, eyes closed, smiling excitedly. The smell is really tempting. Adella also holds a smaller piece, eyes sparkling, cheeks flushed, saying, "Thank you for this meal." Sun Cha happily takes a bite. Adella also contentedly nibbles on hers. When hungry, eating food is the greatest delight in the world. They keep praising. "Isn't it delicious?" "That's right, it's really delicious." He listens happily, imagining himself as a famous chef, nodding at the compliments. After finishing her piece, Adella stares at the meat and says, "Isn't this bear meat?" The bear in her mouth is a bear monster living in the forest known for its delicious grilled meat. He replies, "Huh, no." She answers only 2 types of monsters in this training area have edible meat. Then suddenly she seems to realize something and looks at him in shock, asking, "No way you hunted a 6-turtle, right?" He gently looks at her and answers, "Yeah, during the day in the West." Sun Cha, mouth full of meat, exclaims, "Really? I've only seen 6 turtles online. How did you hunt it?" He pushes him away with disgust. "Hey, don't talk while eating." He keeps chewing and says, as expected, "You're awesome." As for Adella, she slightly lifts her head but doesn't respond to what he said. After a moment, she says, "I've never heard of a mage with fewer than 5 rings hunting a 6-turtle. Her eyes said this seriously, but he still gently replied that it was him. Immediately redo how he defeated that turtle. He swung his arm up, shouted fire burst, and a blazing column of fire shot up very high. Sok An, with a face full of sweat from the heat, opened his eyes wide to look at the column of fire. As for Adella, she opened her eyes wide in amazement, wondering about the 3 magic circles. He stood there with his back to the 2 of them, his hand still maintaining the fire column. Adella shouted in surprise, "No way, a 6-circle transformation spell!" He withdrew the fire column, glanced indifferently at the 2 of them. They looked at him with sparkling eyes, filled with fascination and admiration. Sok An spoke up, "Oh wow, amazing." Adella also said, "It really can be eaten." He was helpless at their reaction, thinking about the master's magic even if it's just 3 circles. "Son." Cha looked at him and asked, "Is there any other choice besides keeping it a secret?" "Wow. How did you win? Did you aim for the turtle's head with 6 circles?" He replied, "No, I just pierced it through the shell from above." Hearing that, he shouted in surprise, "What?" Then asked, "Does that make sense?" He crossed his arms and smiled. That's what happened. He said it was being live-streamed from a drone belonging to the academy. "So you can watch the footage again after it's over." He smirked and replied, "No, I think I'll watch it first." "Right, Sok An?" He looked at him confused. Adella seemed to understand and smiled softly without saying anything. He spoke, his eyes full of pride. "Tomorrow we will fight fairly and honorably." Sun Tra excitedly waved his hand and shouted, "Oh my God!" "We can't beat you," Adella said, eyes closed lightly, smiling softly. "Well then, good luck." "I also have something I want you to see," she said, placing her hand gently on her chest, eyes opening wide to look straight at him. Small shards of ice appeared around her. On the 2nd day of the survival test, those in the monitoring room were still there, staring intently at the large screen, watching without blinking. The person in the middle spoke, 2 hours left, the survival circle has shrunk, and now there are only 4 left. Who will stand at the top of this survival battle?" Shin Hun was walking through the forest at this time, hands in his pockets, eyes looking straight ahead, not stopping. Suddenly, something appeared unexpectedly. He immediately sensed it and turned to glance behind, instantly using wind spear. The winds from his magic formed sharp spear segments that struck strongly toward the unexpected presence. He smirked and said, "So we've returned to the supernova stage, huh?" Suddenly, someone landed hard on a large branch. It was the silhouette of a muscular young man who appeared right above him and immediately punched down hard at him. He gritted his teeth and quickly dodged the attack, but the man didn't stop and continued hitting him. He shouted in his head in horror, "Too fast." The other kicked toward him. He lowered his body and dodged the strike, supporting himself with his hands, and bending down on the ground, looking up at the other, gritting his teeth, thinking, "This is just the beginning and close combat is what I'm worried about." A roundhouse kick came flying in just an inch away, too fast and powerful. The one who charged at him earlier was another mage. He laughed and said, "Shin Hun meeting me here is your bad luck." Haeun immediately recognized a close combat mage, Ji Sang-guk. He unhesitatingly replied, "Sorry about that, but I think you're lucky." Morning at Obelisk Academy. Sang-guk's arrogant figure left after beating up a student so badly that he lay there with white eyes. The female students blushed as they watched. That's Ji Sang-guk body enhancement magic is the strongest. Everything was within Haeun's sight. Suddenly he glanced at him. Haeun thought, "For 2 years he has been one of the 2 best fighters here. As expected from body enhancement magic, Sang-guk and I are about to face each other." His expression showed no fear. Sang-guk was very excited to fight. Haeun thought, he's not someone who can be easily defeated. He clenched his fists and slowly started casting magic silently, thinking that if so, he would fight close combat with him. Heian raised his fist and executed the body enhancement skill, then charged forward. Sanguk saw him rushing straight at him and he immediately showed disdain. A direct and fair fight, huh? Pretty cool. At the outdoor training ground of Obelisk Academy, the evaluation room's wide screen was live streaming the intense duel between Heian and Sanguk. He struck down, but Heian quickly dodged. In front of the main screen were the judges talking among themselves. It seemed both Shin Hun and Ji Sanguk chose to fight using body-enhancing magic. One person spoke up. This match clearly favors Ji Sanguk. Over the past 2 years, his combat skills have been top tier. He even won the International Youth Body Enhancement Magic Championship. In Hyuk-cha countered, however, considering yesterday's 6-protected turtle match, Shin Hyun's abilities are unpredictable. Back to Heian's side, he continuously dodged Sanguk's hand attacks, his eyes wide open as he began casting Demon's Eye magic. Heian could clearly sense each move Sanguk intended to launch, noticing his demonic mana flow focusing on enhancing his fists. No looking down, he saw Sanguk's knee joint glowing again, moving down toward the knee. That meant Heian immediately summoned a foot-breaking shield spell that nullified Sanguk's incoming knee strike. He gained confidence, but the shield cracked into pieces. Heian thought, just as expected, the kick was strong, but if I use a magic shield, I can push him back. Then he shattered his own shield, surprising Sanguk, who wondered, destroying the shield itself. I've never seen this magic before. Is this really the return of the genius mage? Sanguk immediately got excited. The rumors weren't lies. This is getting interesting. Heian launched another attack, but Sanguk dodged again. He thought to himself, but I have my pride. I won't lose in close combat. And smiled. Heian raised his hand, thinking this was his chance. His fist slowly gathered mana into a stream. Then he punched Sanguk's torso, making him frown and instinctively cross his forearms tightly to block. He sweated, watching the result, wondering what it meant. Everyone in the evaluation room was astonished he blocked that punch. Only In Hyuk remained unimpressed. Sanguk then threw a kick toward Heian's body, who quickly rolled to dodge and kept up the offensive stance. He thought he saw that move. His combat instinct is not bad, even excellent. If I fake an attack with fire magic, even with a defensive spell, his hands would still get injured. Acting on that thought, he shot a fire blast, making Sanguk grit his teeth as both hands were badly burned, hanging limp and smoking. Taking advantage, Heian quickly ran forward, raising his fist too fast for Sanguk to react. Sanguk used his old defense-crossed forearms again, but Hyun, familiar with this move, smirked. Ha, you're going to block again. He immediately launched another fire strike, forcing Sanguk to endure the incoming magical attack. Meanwhile, Heian swiftly slid to Sanguk's other side, targeting his exposed flank. This made Sanguk frown. He thought, is the body enhancement magic on his hands fake? It's just a kick. Hyun then lifted his legs, smiling triumphantly, leaving Sanguk full of questions. Since when did he boost his legs with enhancement magic so quickly? After taking the full kick, Sanguk painfully clutched his side, groaning loudly. He muttered, "Damn, it looks like my ribs are broken." But that only fueled his fighting spirit. But I am a warrior. I can endure this pain and let my instinct take over the attack. Attacking is the instinct of a warrior. With that thought, he raised his fist high, aiming at Heian, preparing to strike. Heian looked at him resolutely and said, "If you rely too much on physical strength, you'll shatter." Ignoring this, Sanguk charged in, raising his leg for a kick. But Heian caught his leg early, pulling Sanguk down from the air. He asked again, "Aren't you overdoing it?" Sanguk's leg was pulled down, unable to resist due to loss of balance. He quickly landed safely on his feet. But things weren't easy when Sunghook got distracted and lost his balance just as Hyun counterattacked. Sunghook took a hook punch from him, screamed loudly, then fell backward to the ground far away. He looked at Sunghook, whose face was pale, foaming at the mouth, eyes wide open, and breathed a sigh of relief. Hyun slowly analyzed his own attack. At that moment, he focused all his mana under his chin to minimize damage. Looking back at Sunghook now, he looked like his previous opponents, who could only lie on the ground, moaning meaninglessly. Hyun smiled, using his shirt to wipe away sweat. As expected, his combat instinct was excellent. Not just his attack skills, but also his defense. He really wasn't easy to deal with. Then he turned on the two-way screen watch. It notified him that he had earned 100 points along with a congratulatory message. The sky quickly darkened as the forest area gradually shrank within a shrinking light circle. Hyun checked the watch. Only 3 people remained. He frowned, a bit tense. No, now only 2 people left. Suddenly, a familiar figure approached and greeted. Good evening. It's a beautiful night, isn't it? The second person was none other than Adella. Hyun would fight Adella history repeating itself. Inside Shin's skyscraper, a large screen showed the battle video of Hyun and San Seo-hyun. Jihan sat at the table watching angrily, saying, no way in a nationwide academic test broadcast something like him ended up the last survivor. We didn't touch him. He's clearly getting increasingly out of control. She bit her nails anxiously. At this rate, Hyun will become the heir candidate again. No, this is unforgivable. Absolutely not absolutely impossible, right, brother? Jihan silently looked at Zia. She frowned and called him, say something he defeated the 6 treasure turtle all by himself. How? How did he defeat the 6 treasure turtle? That's because it's a live broadcast test. So not only the internet, Dad must have watched it too. Yes, our whole family did. She slammed the table and stood up. Jihan could only sigh. Seha, please calm down a bit. Okay, Seha. Sweat pouring continuously. No, how can I calm down in this situation? Her eyes widened in surprise. This was Jihan, who had become cold yet still thoughtful. Her brother didn't say twice. He raised his hand, causing Zia to fearfully step back, stammering and trembling repeatedly. I'm sorry, I'll shut up. Please don't punish me. Vaihan sneered. And then what? Then he smiled benignly, using that hand to rub Zia's head. He disguised himself as kind and asked, What are you saying, Zia? Why would you punish me? Zia looked up at her brother's face. Her smile was no longer simple, it was frighteningly angry. Are we siblings? Uh-huh. Then he withdrew his hand from her face and held his own face. Zia knelt down, voice trembling. Thank you, brother. Jihan said, Hyun is always so fierce, snatching all the good opportunities. We're siblings, but if he keeps stirring things up like this, we can't let him be. He began to smile cruelly. Back in the forest where the fight was happening, it was quickly scorched by an explosion of fire energy. At the same time, Adella cast a spell creating a magic circle, shouting, Moonlight Bullet. She said, This time I won't fall into the trap again because today I watched your fight 10, even hundreds of times. She quickly analyzed that previous battle. You pulled the sun to your side, didn't you? But tonight's battle will be different. The night sky brightened. Adella's hands slowly shifted mana to prepare to launch her attack. She thought I won't give you a chance to counterattack. Immediately, the energy bullets fired out. They shot like chastening bullets toward Hyun, demanding he have dodging skills. Hyun was immediately grazed on the hand by one bullet. He frowned. That's the United White Moonlight Bullet. But Adella kept casting her magic. He also recognized the technique. The number of shots was different from the midterm evaluation. It's impossible to dodge them all. Adella then said magic users focused on control and skill will weaken against a simple long-range barrage. Her eyes shone. Adella reached out her hand toward him, shouting, This is your weakness. I will surpass you in skill, giving it my all. Immediately after, a barrage of bullets from her small magic circles rained down on Hyun so heavily that it caused an explosion. Hyun exhaled sharply through the thick smoke. After the attack, more bullets flew from the other side. He used his shield to block them. He said, Weakness or not, I have the advantage in my heart, thinking silently that this was just a brute force tactic to pressure him into a weak spot. So what analysis and decision have you made? Meanwhile, Adella was still proud of herself. But he used multiple shields to block from many angles, thinking, Of course, using all the resources I have in this battle, that's not something just anyone can do. The heir of the prestigious Shin family really is different. Hyun smiled and said aloud, Adella, since when did you reach the 4th magic circle? She continued to channel her magic. Hyun outwardly appeared calm, but had already prepared a magic hand behind his back, a frozen palm. Adella finally stopped. She said, You recognized it immediately. He thought to himself that he needed to mask his attack with a snowflake smoke bomb magic he formed slowly, flying toward her. Yes, at that moment, Adella added, I reached the 4th magic circle 4 days ago, and that's not all. She closed her eyes tightly and slowly summoned her powerful technique. The bright moon above suddenly shone irregularly. From above, an arrow descended as if sent by the moon. Adella said, Now I won't fall for such an obvious trap again. She quickly reached behind her. Immediately, a lightning strike from crystal thunder hit down. It created a breakthrough effect for Adella. Her eyes contained a four-pointed star. Hyun widened his eyes in surprise. That was the clairvoyance eye. He said not only the fourth magic circle, but also mastery of clairvoyance. Isn't that too much? A bit about clairvoyance eye. It is a secret magic technique owned by the prestigious Starish family on Adella's maternal side. It is a divine detection eye similar to the ruby eye of Kim Kangan, the Lamb Tower's master. The current Adella is a combination of the CBW family's strength and agility with the burst power of the Starret family, making her extremely formidable. He whispered, "This is what you call a monster in human form. Now I will fight with everything I have." She brightly said, "I'm not foolish enough to hold back against you." Adella then reached out her hand and instantly created 4 magic circles. They all emitted powerful energy toward him. Adella said, "The magic you used to defeat the 6-shelled turtle, when were you planning to use it?" The 4 energy streams looked just like 4 four-pointed stars. They grew larger as they approached him. At the last second, Hyun smiled calmly and said, I was about to use it." He immediately widened his pupils. A flash of light appeared. He shouted, "Clairvoyance eye!" A large flow of information streamed before his eyes. Moonlight bullet of Adella mana, attribute light, 27.74. Mana attribute dark, 71.33. Mana attribute water, 0.93. Cast continuously 12 times using the ceiling Pele formula and concentrated through the spiral shape of the Ferdania equation. Interrupted immediately. It moved the initial direction of all 4 energy beams, causing them to plunge into the ground easily. This made Adella even more incredulous. Moonlight bullet went off course and slid just before hitting the target. "What the hell did you do?" How could he smile and respond like that from your perspective? "What do you think I did?" "Did you see it with your clairvoyance eye?" That night at the Mage Council mansion, a man named Jeremy leaned on In Hyuk, looking at him and stammering, "In Hyuk, what kind of magic is that?" "That kind of magic capable of interfering with spells that seemed impossible. What exactly is it?" He was very worried. That was Vicky Sangcheon, head of the Mage Council and also Adella's father. The large screen showed the battle progress of both fighters. Their father was the audience watching them. In Hyuk just answered, I don't know either." He was curious again. "Didn't Hyun say anything to you?" He answered, didn't say anything. Sang Cheon sat down and said, "It's really surprising that Hyun also has moments of hiding things from me." In Hyuk laughed after hearing that and said, "For over a year now, he started to fear nothing anymore. Now he's hiding a lot of secrets from me." Sang Cheon replied, "I understand. After so many years away from home, Hyun must have changed a lot." He added that he believed Hyun had changed a lot. Sang Cheon asked, "Isn't it true that for a man to mature, he has to travel a lot?" He rubbed his chin and honestly said, "I thought he just got lucky in the last midterm evaluation. It's a bit embarrassing to say this in front of you." In Hyuk said, "But I thought that kid Hyun would only shine briefly then fade away." Not only did he not object, he even agreed. "What you say isn't wrong. I understand that after all, Hyun is still someone who dislikes everyone." Sangcheon narrated, "When the boy defeated Adella, it wasn't entirely because his magic power was stronger. He won thanks to his own strategic mind and technique. Soon people will dissect all the information about Hyun, and once they uncover that his weaknesses will be exposed, he will soon lose his advantage." In Hyuk responded, "Exactly, especially since Adella is a master at information analysis." Sangcheon heard those praises. He quickly added, "Spot on. My daughter's analysis skills are top-notch." Then he bowed his head. "But I must have underestimated that boy. When my daughter first lost direction about her goal, her eyes were completely empty and soulless. But now her eyes sparkle more than ever." He smiled and continued, "I'm truly grateful that Hyun has returned." Adella has also started to regain her motivation. But In Hyuk kept his eyes glued to his son as he continued fighting on the screen. He laughed in agreement. "Yeah, that's something worth appreciating." At that moment, the loudspeaker on the other side announced, "The life-or-death battle is over. Survivors, please stop fighting immediately." At that moment, Hyun stood there in the thick fog caused by the fierce battle. He covered his face with his hand to see through the fog more clearly. He and Adella both had stopped. On the ground remained marks left by the battle. Adella wiped the sweat from her brow and let out a relieved breath. Hyun said sheepishly, "If there was more time, maybe I would have won." Adella didn't back down and replied, "No way, no matter how you look at it, I was the one winning." Neither gave way. They stared at each other intently. Trang-soo quickly stepped out to mediate. "All right, that's enough. Both of you calm down and go back." So the match ended in a draw. The next day at the academy, Adella met Hyun just to declare yesterday I was the winner. He proudly responded, "Dream on." As usual, I was the winner. His sharpness made her feel indignant. As usual, since when? She spoke bit by bit. "I finally figured out your magic-powered trajectory-shifting strategy. 5 minutes was enough." Then he briefly said to her, "Why 5 minutes is enough for your spirit to be drained and for you to lose." Hearing them argue continuously, Sun Trang behind could only sit and watch. He spoke up. "Seriously. Hey, if you want to argue, take it to your room. Causing trouble in my room, you know how annoying that is." Just as he began to complain, he immediately received the fury of the two. "What do you know to butt in? You're the 26th eliminated one." This left Sun Chan speechless. He could only whine and hit the TV complaining, "But this is my room. I just want us to peacefully watch the replay of the life-or-death battle together." He had laid out all kinds of food and drinks on the table like a small party. There was banana milk, soda, and pizza. He said, "Let's party. How can we miss banana milk?" I also prepared pizza, French fries, and drinks. Sun Chong quickly threw a tantrum, claiming those were just for them. Of course, seeing him so considerate, Adella quickly sat properly and became the exemplary girl. Hyun also quickly and neatly sat on one side of the bed edge, then told Sun Chang, "You're blocking the whole screen." Seeing them act like backstabbers, he felt even more frustrated. Hyun urged again, "Come on, hurry up. We have to watch it from the beginning." This made Sun Chan shout loudly, "An auntie-drama lasting 14 hours is way too much." And finally, the tape was watched all the way to the end. 14 hours later, late at night, Hyun and Adella were still watching TV while Sun Chan had already fallen asleep with his head resting. While sleeping, he mumbled in a sleepwalking tone, "Ah, the information-analyzing monster." Hearing that, Adella quietly chuckled. Hyun wondered, "What are you laughing at?" She quickly grabbed a blanket to cover Sun Chan so he could sleep better. She replied, "I'm laughing because it's just too funny." After finishing, she sat back on the bed and said, "Watching a 14-hour-long analysis video." He laughed and said, "That's really tough." She added, "Honestly, halfway through, I thought he would give up and run away." Adella smiled warmly. "You have a truly good friend." He rested his chin on his hand and said to me, "He's the best friend in the world. A super, super good friend." Adella became regretful. "I'm sorry." Surprised, he asked, "What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" "Him," Adella replied. "For a whole year, I pretended not to know him. I wanted to keep my distance, but also wanted to hold on. But now I realize all my previous decisions were wrong. I'm sorry." He smiled and replied, "Why do you have to apologize? I'm actually the one who rejected signals from her. I'm the one who chose to keep distance. Don't worry about it." Well, at first, I also chose to keep distance from him. He looked toward Sun Chan and said, This made Adella very surprised. Even Sun Chan was awakened by that shocking news. He jumped up awkwardly and asked, "What are your words true?" Adella was quickly startled. "Ah, you're awake!" Since when he sighed, he's been awake for a while now. It's okay, Hyun said again. "Now I'm not the same person I was a year ago. I have new strength." Both Adella and Sun Chan were surprised. He continued, "I also have trustworthy comrades. I have something I want you two to see." Right after he spread both hands, an energy orb slowly formed. This made Adella wide-eyed in surprise. "That's it." Sun Chan gaped in amazement. "No way." In his hand was an energy orb. "It's called the Lunar Light Bullet." Hyun smiled and said, "That's right. This is my magic." They stared in wonder at the orb in his hand. Sun Chan stammered, "So your magic transformation can target the opponent's magic formula too?" Hyun replied, "Yes, I also have a divine eye that can see the entire magic formula." Adella was itchy divine eye. "So that's how you knew my secret?" "Yes," he said. "Usually secret techniques aren't passed outside the family. This is something I analyzed and developed myself. Of course, I had to observe it many times up close to see if it would work." Adella asked again, "So how did you pierce through the shell of the sixth treasure turtle?" Hyun answered, "Also by magic transformation. I intervened in its shell and reduced its durability, actually generated from magic." Sun Trang raised both hands admiringly. "As expected, you really are a monster." He then asked, "No need to explain again how you bent the trajectory of the lunar light bullet, right?" Then, Adella said, "If the condition to use intervention magic is to fully understand the opponent's magic, doesn't that mean you didn't use intervention magic from the start because you couldn't?" He laughed and nodded. "Exactly, you understand quickly. In this match, you focused entirely on using the lunar light bullet. Thanks to that, I could analyze mana. Of course, if you used it along with other magic, I'd be in trouble. She sighed and didn't realize that using the lunar light bullet was actually a critical danger. She wondered again if that magic had any other weaknesses. The mana analysis calculations are quite complex. You said more so I can only intervene with the magic right in front of me. In real combat, there isn't enough time to calculate, so I can only slightly alter the trajectory. He spoke while casting a spell in her hand, drawing a spell line as an illustration. Then asked, "What about rotating the opponent's magic 180 degrees and sending it back?" He just replied that there isn't enough time, so that's impossible. Hearing that she expressed regret, really. That's too bad. If you could react back, the effect would be incredible. Even now, it's already a very powerful spell. Suddenly, Sun Chan interrupted. Wait a minute. He angrily leaned toward Hyun and shouted, "Sit still and listen to me. Calm down. Why are you so comfortable revealing this super powerful magic?" Then he wondered, "You don't understand." Even Adella turned and asked him, "You don't know." This made him sweat even more. "What are you guys talking about? I don't understand anything." Both he and Adella said in unison Olympic. Only then did Sun Chan realize the key point. He said, "I will take you to the Olympics. Please help me out." Immediately, Sun Chan's eyes widened as he called out to Hyun. He quickly raised his hand, but Hyun immediately responded, "Oh, Sun Chan, go ahead." He bowed his head a bit hesitant. Adella understands, but I don't have the skills to join a major tournament like that. Even third-year students participate, hehe. But what I mean is, second-year students might be possible, but there are 7 third-year classes, so getting a spot in the academy is a bit tough for me. He immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." Hyun suddenly became fierce, warning him that no matter what happens, she will make sure he participates. Understanding what he was threatening, Sun Chan immediately startled and backed away in panic. Adella smiled and said there are many restrictions, but intervention magic will be like a joker card. If it's a match where you can use this magic, a decisive match to protect your magic stone while firing cannons to attack the opponent's magic stone, assault their base, and capture their flag. A siege battle, he immediately replied, "Exactly. In decisive matches and siege battles, that magic is basically cheating." Hearing that, Adella immediately got surprised and asked, "Is it really that special? If so, do you have any hidden cards?" When asked, Hyun just smiled and confidently replied, "Of course." That night, back at his lodging, Haeun put on Baitenyo's cloak and held the address book. He flipped through each page and said, "It's done, Haeun." Then he pressed his hand on the page and said, "Let's go, shall we?" Immediately, from inside the book, a burst of colorful flowers and magic circle symbols shone brightly. After a moment, Haeun was teleported to Mimi's well. She looked at him in surprise and called out, "Oh, specialist." Haeun took off his hat and cloak and replied, "It's me, Mimi." She immediately pointed at him and laughed. "You're later than I thought. Don't tell me you didn't get first place." He confidently raised his head. "Of course I got first place." The score from the match against Turtle 6 Bao was the decisive point. "Do you remember when I said I have to win a gold medal in a competition?" Mimi replied, "Oh, I remember. It's the Olympics, right?" He smiled and said, "That's right. I also told my friend about it, and about intervention magic, too." Mimi continued, "Really? But didn't you say it would be better to master intervention magic before telling them? You told that too soon." Hyun smiled and said, "No, I told them at the right time." Mimi was stunned hearing that. "No way you've already mastered intervention magic." "Mimi, you're truly a prodigy." Hyun nodded. "Yeah, so can you find me some books on destruction magic?" He reached out requesting, "The third-rank master of destruction magic has arrived. It's time to step into that field." He smiled, clenching his fists. After returning to the real world, a call from Kangen came in. He picked up and said yes. "Tower Master of the Turtle Tower." 6 Bao from the other side said, "Hyun, I watched your inspection video already. Truly surprising. I didn't expect you to single-handedly defeat Turtle Tower 6 Bao." He laughed cheerfully in response, "Ha, it was just luck." He then said, "Think about it. You fought evenly with Adella, who has reached level 4. How did you break through the shell of Turtle Tower 6 Bao like that?" Then Kangen smiled again and said, "Oh, right. Also, I saw Adella's lunar light bullet deviate from its trajectory. At first, I thought it was a mana distortion field, but actually it wasn't." Hyun awkwardly replied, "Tower Master, I sincerely apologize, but I can't share the details of my magic." He responded, "Ha, I'm just too excited. My fault. You don't have to answer. A mage has the right to keep their secrets." He added, "But Hyun, your magic is really impressive. I'll study it myself." Yes, Kangen recalled something and said, by the way, I contacted you about the elemental magic item you requested earlier. He wondered if it was good news or bad news. He smirked and said it's good news. Everything is ready now, so let's get serious. Kangen is currently in the laboratory. The stone vial is placed in the bottom of the experiment tank. Hyun was surprised, really. Is everyone overdoing it? Take it slow. He immediately called a video showing the whole lab, winked at the camera, and said, No. Everyone here is a dedicated craftsman who can't resist a new mana stone. He saw the results and laughed, thinking just as expected they must be pushing themselves to the limit. Kangen said again, You don't need to worry about the creation. He replied, Thank you, I'm really looking forward to this. He added, All right, until next time. Hyun suddenly interrupted, Oh wait, I have a request. This made him think of Master Smith and wonder if the request was about compensation for the Smith incident. He seriously replied, No, that depends on what the Tower Master thinks. Kangen excitedly said, Is that so interesting? I wonder what proposal you'll make this time, tell me. Hyun explained, for this year's Olympic exam, I need craftsmen to make relics from the Blue Tower to be sent as engineers to the national team. Upon hearing about the competition, Mimi immediately broke into a sweat. What? You'll compete against a level 5 mage. He continued holding the magic book and replied, Yes, that's the Tower Master's condition. Hyun gritted his teeth, wondering if he was underestimating this. Yes, Kangen asked for his opinion. Do you want our craftsmen to become official engineers for the Olympics handed over to you? He answered yes, but on the outside smiled and said, But the answer is, I refuse. This made Hyun even more awkward, thinking to himself, this really isn't an easy request to accept. Kangen suddenly said, I want to say yes, but if you, Hyun, win a one-on-one match against a level 5 mage, then we'll talk again. This made him sweat nervously. That's the only acceptable option. Kangen told him he knows among the students participating in this year's Olympics, there are 2 level 5 mages. It's not that I doubt your ability, Hyun, but mobilizing our craftsmen requires a huge amount of money. Carrying such a big commitment just for honor is a bit difficult. Hyun was silent after hearing what he said. Show us solid evidence that you can win a gold medal at the Olympics, Mimi. On the other side, a voice said, So do you have a plan yet? No matter how you think about it, as the current successor, defeating a level 5 mage is impossible. Hyun said, So now I've been given a grace period of about 10 days. She was surprised you planned to master a countermeasure and settle the match within that time. He replied, if there's a countermeasure, somehow it could be done. Mimi said, but mastering it in just 10 days isn't easy. But do you really have to go that far just to make the Blue Tower send an engineer? He sat on the other side with a stack of books and said, of course, otherwise it wouldn't mean anything. The only person in the country who can adjust and customize artifacts approved by the Olympics belongs to the Blue Tower. Hearing this, Mimi was amazed. That place is really top-notch. Ha continued saying that 10% of artifacts are made by ordinary craftsmen, and artifacts made by Blue Tower craftsmen have at least a 10% performance difference. Furthermore, the only people currently capable of adjusting elemental magic light artifacts are those from the Blue Tower, because the performance difference of artifacts determines the winning rate in the tournament. If so, then we really need their support. Hyun replied, yes, let them participate, and then I'll select the magic books, this book and this one too. Mimi wondered. Then when are we going to the third challenge page? Shouldn't we hurry? He smiled, holding a stack of books he had chosen, and said, I plan to read all the books you prepared for me before we go. Oh, Mimi seems really interested, huh? Such sharp thinking. All right, when you enter the third weapon training room, send my regards and tell them I'm still fine. Hyun asked. Send regards. How do you know who's there? She sat down playing with a stuffed rabbit and said, it's a secret. Mimi hugged the rabbit happily, saying, if I had known earlier, it wouldn't be so good. That night, at the Shin building, the host welcomed all distinguished guests attending the Madosinga Corporation's anniversary celebration. I wish you all enjoy this wonderful event. Everyone inside the building was continuously chatting excitedly. Indeed, it was the chairman. Meanwhile, Jihan was being praised by a guest. At this point, it can be said that the chairman is almost certain to become the next head of the Madosinga family. He smiled and replied, You're too kind. I'm just lucky, haha. Duihan wore a bright smile and added, Everything I have now is thanks to you all. Everyone quickly responded. The future of Madosinga is definitely bright. Suddenly someone spoke up, certainly, and moreover the young heir is building his own reputation. When hearing Hyun's name, Jihan's face darkened as he turned to look at the guest. He explained, Everyone has seen it right. Who could have imagined that he could defeat a 6-star turtle on his own? Once a genius, always a genius, right? Hearing that, Jihan's hand holding the glass froze. The man continued. Have you seen him fight? Adella, who's reached the 4th level? Facing the Mystic Moon-class secret techniques of the Holy Guardian family, he's still defended by himself. Truly amazing. After witnessing that, who would dare say he's unfit for anyone? If his face was covered, people would think it was a real magic duel between adults. Seeing him keep talking about Heian, Jihan felt himself pushed back. Everyone started shifting focus to the young Master Shin. I'm really looking forward to Heian's participation in the Olympics. Me too. The family head is also very pleased with Heian's performance. Now Jihan just stood there like a statue, hearing the name Heian ringing in his ears. His face darkened. A glorious finishing blow in a moment made Jihan think that with this situation, the air position might be taken by his younger brother. He cursed silently inside, so noisy. Memories of a troubled childhood flooded back. Since childhood, Jihan had looked at his younger brother with jealousy. That guy, they just say whatever they want. I don't like it at all. The thing I hate most is you, Shin Hun. I thought I had pushed you down, but now you're crawling back up. After the conversation ended, the guests noticed, where did the chairman go? He disappeared just now. On the main table was a shattered glass of wine. Now Jihan left the party he himself had caused. He stormed onto the rooftop, pulling at his collar angrily. Jihan stood by the railing, mumbling, It's no good for me, I can't beat that guy. That guy needs to die. His feeling after thinking about his younger brother's death was excitement. Hyun sat on the sofa, carefully reading a book. He silently flipped through the pages. Around where Hyun sat was surrounded by books. After finishing the last book, Hyun quickly closed it. Mia was sitting at the table drawing. Hearing that she asked if he had finished reading, he replied with a yes. If this is everything, then I think it's done. She cheerfully asked if he had finished reading all the books about destruction magic. Have you understood more about destruction magic? Hyun quickly answered, Not at all, not even a little. Of course I don't understand it yet. She asked again, At least you've surpassed a vague understanding, right? He replied, I can grasp part of the structure. Mia raised her sketchbook as an illustration. She said it's normal if you don't understand it. If you told someone without wings to flap and fly, they wouldn't understand, right? Right now, since you don't meet the conditions, there's no way you can understand destruction magic. He smiled and said the drawing is a bit confusing, but I still understand it. The drawing was an illustration of Mia's previous statement. She quickly pouted, it's a masterpiece. Hyun thought about the conditions. So to meet those conditions, I have no choice but to enter the 3rd challenge page. She replied, yes, all the answers lie in the 3rd page. He was a bit curious, but asked the person you asked me to send greetings to, is that the one who teaches destruction magic? Mia folded her arms, sweating a bit, and said, if you're curious, go see for yourself. You've finished reading the books already, right? He then asked, so tell me, is there some kind of restriction preventing you from talking about the 3rd challenge? She smiled, it's not a restriction. Mia remembered someone very special. She said we made a promise, a personal promise between us. The book quickly glowed and flowers and leaves bloomed from it again. Hyun returned to the real world. He wondered what kind of promise made her unable to say a word about the 3rd challenge. He put Mia's book down and picked up the iDress book. Speaking of which, the reason for this, Hyun flipped through the iDress book, which slowly began to glow. He pressed his hand on the magic circle drawn on it. Immediately, the effect of grass and plants began to sprout and grow. The page quickly burst with tons of branches. They were large and dense, wrapping around his body. Although uncomfortable, Hyun was determined, if I listen, I'll understand eventually. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in the plants. After a while, Hyun was transported into a forest. He was surprised. This place was a forest. He stood among large ancient trees and thick grass. Looking ahead, he pondered it wasn't an ordinary forest. All the trees were unrealistically huge. So, where exactly is this? He slowly analyzed. I thought I'd enter an unfamiliar space like last time, but there's no guide and I don't hear my master's voice. Impossible. Hyun began to enter the forest. Walking, he said, could this whole forest be the challenge page? Such a vast forest. He stood on a mountain edge observing the grand landscape below. Hyun laughed, not believing his eyes. This is truly absurd. He turned back toward the forest, thinking my master's magic is really beyond imagination. The more he walked, the more forest he saw. He thought no matter how far he went, there was no end. Hayun approached a stream. The entire scene was breathtaking. He wondered what kind of test is this anyway. Suddenly light shimmered shakily through the leaves below. The forest around trembled. Hayun's eyes widened in worry. Is it an earthquake? No, it's a premonition warning him something's wrong. Something was staring at him. Hayun slowly turned his face, scared. It was a huge prehistoric monster. It was staring at him. Its body was covered in hard scales, reddish like heated iron. Its tail looked like a scorpion's, and its limbs had long claws. Hayun frowned, thinking this is absurd. It was so close, yet I didn't sense anything. The monster roared. The air from its mouth pushed him back. Hayun was quickly thrown into the stream. He shouted as his whole body was soaked. He nervously looked at it, slowly analyzing each detail. The eyes were reptilian, the scales like armor, hard as a crocodile's. Claws and fangs sharp as swords, no doubt this is a disaster-level drake. Hayun's body stiffened. He thought it was just a mythical creature. Defeating this is the ultimate test. That thing impossible. His face was drenched in sweat. Hayun could only think, unable to speak or move. I can't move. Even a light breath causes the mana in the air to tremble. This is a completely different level from any monster I've ever encountered. Hayun frowned, seeing himself as nothing more than a block of mana, the tastiest prey. Can I escape this? His forearm began to twitch. He noticed the water surface ripple, focusing his eyes as if hunting prey. Hayun thought carefully before deciding no way. Even at his current speed, he couldn't outrun a drake. But the bigger problem is that his body can't move right now. If that thing charges, I'm done for. Hayun widened his eyes, wondering why the drake wasn't moving closer. He wondered while locked in a gaze with it. Hayun asked aloud if something was holding it back. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out impressively. Hayun quickly looked over, and indeed, a woman in a green outfit approached. She said that even facing an overwhelming monster, he shouldn't lose hope. His will is ironclad. Even in a desperate situation, he remains calm and composed. The woman had long, shiny green hair, and her attire was elegant. Her long ears suggested she was an elf. You've passed. Now you can move again. Hayun was very surprised and stammered, asking who she was. She smiled kindly and introduced herself. My name is Elena Greenwood, once known as the Guardian of the Forest, a great mage and an old friend of Jay. Hayun was amazed and whispered to himself, could she be a goddess? He looked bewildered at the tall woman behind him. She looked at the huge monster and said, let me handle this. Elena slowly stepped in front of the beast. Hayun stood up sweating and very curious. She spoke clearly to the monster while enticing it. You also do not enter my territory. That is truly commendable, as I see you mean no harm. Even though you have destroyed my garden, I will still forgive you. Then Elena began casting a spell with both hands. She commanded, be silent, return to where you belong, the remnants of a fallen clan. A gust from her spell swept the forest. It flew through every nook and cranny. Hayun watched. The grass and plants seemed to dance. He wondered if the forest was resonating together. Elena's chest began to glow, abundant power continuously emanating as if proclaiming she was the true ruler here. Then she raised her hand and continued, if you do not understand my words, return to dust. Her eyes softened. Her pupils brightened. At the same time, a force appeared, slicing the monster apart. Blood sprayed from its body, causing the monster to roar in pain. Hayun observed the whole scene. The big monster was easily attacked. He wondered where those wounds came from. That's Elena's magic. She just needs to raise her hand to cast the spell. The mana will do the rest, he thought. There was no sound, only afterimages remained. What the hell did she just do? Hayun couldn't believe his eyes. The open wounds on the monster's body smoked heavily after being cut by the mana. In moments, they slowly closed as if a healing power was applied. Stitches returned to flesh perfectly healed. The monster returned to a healthy state. The wounds Elena caused, she also healed. She warned, this is your final warning from me. Go away! The monster immediately became obedient. It turned its back and left. Hayun was sweating after witnessing everything just now. He wondered inwardly, the wounds healed instantly. That's a disaster-level existence. And this person can face it like it's nothing. Who exactly is she? Elena glanced over with a kind smile. She asked, are you okay? He replied immediately, yes, I'm fine, thank you. Elena gestured with her hand, saying, you seem a bit surprised. Now please come with me. I am her successor. It looked like the entire forest was glowing with a halo. After a moment, Elena led him into the only wooden house deep inside the forest. The surroundings were sealed with a special kind of magic. She personally brewed a warm cup of green tea to offer Hyun. Elena said, "Try it. This is an herbal tea that Jay really likes. It will help you calm down." He picked up the cup and replied, "Thank you." He slowly raised the cup, savoring the flavor of this tea, which was so unique it made his eyes widen in surprise. Hyun felt enlightened from within. Just one sip of the tea made him stare blankly, wondering, "What is this?" "This tea makes my mind instantly clear." Hyun continued drinking, which pleased Elena. He finished the tea in one gulp. He placed the empty cup back on the small saucer. She asked, "How do you like it? Is it to your taste?" He immediately answered brightly, "Yes, this is the best tea I've ever had." Elena smiled. "Good, I'm glad you like it. Do you feel calmer now?" He stammered, "I'm sorry for being a little rude." She kindly replied, "Oh, there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's impressive that you didn't give up against a dragon." Hyun thought, "So it really was a dragon? I also couldn't have escaped from it." Elena explained, "Even though it's the strongest creature in this garden, it doesn't dare to come near my territory. But maybe it was attracted just now." Hyun was a bit curious. Attracted by what? Elena reached out and said, "The dense, pure mana in your body is like a juicy bait for that dragon." She sighed and continued, "In its eyes you look like a perfect delicacy. Its hunger and craving overpower its fear of me." Hearing her detailed description made him break out in a cold sweat. Elena then asked, squinting with a smile, "Do you have any more questions?" He hesitated and replied, "Is this really inside the bookie dress? It feels so real. It doesn't feel like being inside a book at all." It took 15 minutes to walk from the dragon's spot to Elena's house. The forest is so vast. The scale is completely different from the previous trial pages. "Where exactly is this place?" Elena replied calmly. "This area extends from page 214 to page 232 in Idris's book. The third trial page." Hearing this, Hyun widened his eyes in amazement. "So that dragon was an illusion created by magic?" He stood up abruptly to ask the main question. She thought for a moment, seemingly not too specialized. Who knows? It's neither real nor fake." Hyun was confused. What do you mean?" Elena explained, "This space is created by reproducing things from the past. The world inside Idris's book recreates the greenwood forest that once existed." Elena raised her hand and said, "You can understand it as a copy of the original world, so it's neither real nor fake." He was a bit surprised. "So they built this world based on things from the past and put it inside the book, right? But how?" Hearing his many questions, she didn't bother to explain. "I don't know either. The only person who understands and can do that is Ray and his successor. That's you. When you reach Ray's level, you'll understand how it works." After she answered this question, he continued with another. "So why did the master create this world?" She answered, "To pass on a type of magic to you." Hyun wondered, "What kind of magic?" Elena smiled with her eyes closed and replied. Her bright blue eyes slowly opened. Hyun seemed shaken by the power from Elena's pupils. She said, "The third-level magic of Bartenio, a destructive type of magic, an eye that can see through the essence of magic. Divine eyes." The eyes seemed to see through everything, golden eyes. He stammered, "Is that the evil eye style, Bittner divine eyes?" She smiled, pulling her eyelids with her hand as she spoke. "Yes, but my divine eyes are still not perfect. The only ones who can fully control the divine eyes are Day and you, the air. And I was taught to entrust the task of awakening that magic. And so I exist even if only as a passed-down memory." Back to the modern city, the black four-wheeled car rolled down the street. Inside was In Hyuk. He spoke up to report, "Go ahead, Seok-hyun." Sitting with him in the car, he quickly replied, "I will report on the issue you mentioned earlier." He meticulously detailed the situation. Young Master In Hyuk and young Lady Min-ji showed very little interest. Young Master Haeun and, surprisingly, young Lady C also seemed not very interested. It seems the Master's orders have had a significant impact. He began to ponder, then continued, "Indeed, C has become a bit gentler, but I don't think she would simply abandon Haeun. Perhaps she's just cautious, knowing that your shadows are watching over Haeun." In Hyuk then asked, "What about Jihan?" Seok-hyun answered, "Young Master Jihan also seems a bit guarded, but only to that extent. Even the party held earlier showed no suspicious signs." In Hyuk thought further, "Is that so?" His eyes softened. It seems both have learned to separate personal feelings from the common good. Anyway, don't let your guard down. Until the protection period ends, protect closely. Seok Hyun replied, Yes, I understand. Then he swiped a hand to cast a silent magic seal. Instantly, a shield formed. He said, There is top secret information, so I'll mute the sound first. In Hyuk agreed, All right. He said, This is a report on whether anyone in the clan is colluding with the Black Tower. First among the elders dissatisfied with the return of young Master Yoon, along with high-ranking officials from each branch, we have investigated a total of 32 people. In Hyuk silently continued to listen. Seok Hyun continued, Regarding the Black Tower, they are clean. He seemed dissatisfied, which means if it's not related to the Black Tower, they might not be innocent. He handed a report to him. Yes, among the 32-5 are highly suspicious. If things got noisy, the hyenas would have sniffed it out. In Hyuk slowly examined these people. He frowned seriously and said, I will handle them myself. Back at Elena's house, she said, Then from now on, yes, we will begin training to master the divine eyes. Standing behind Haeun, he immediately replied, Yes, please do whatever you think is best. Elena smiled and said, Just as expected from Jay's heir, you are exactly like him in this way. Now she covered his eyes and continued, Now close your eyes. He wondered, Like this? Yes, she replied. Yes, exactly. From now on, I will transfer my mana into you, the successor. Elena's tone softened, slow and steady. Her hand pressed against his back as she began casting magic. She continued, And I will explain about the divine eyes. Normally, information about the divine eyes can only be accessed after reaching the fourth circle. You can find it in another book. He was surprised. From the fourth circle. He thought silently. Even though I have read the books on destruction in Idrat's library and Mimi's library, there is no information about the divine eyes at all. He wondered, so that means unless you reach the fourth circle, you can't see any information about the divine eyes. He closed his eyes, puzzled. Maybe the other book Miss Elena mentioned means Mimi's library. She was somewhat surprised. Oh my, you know about Mimi's library. Ha-hun laughed and said, Ah, yes, of course. I also have a message from Mimi, then a thought slowly formed. If you make it to the third trial page, he asked me to pass on this message. She's doing much better. That's a private promise between the two of you. Suddenly, Elena's energy became unstable, making him call out to her, Miss Elena. She immediately snapped out of her thoughts. Ah, I'm sorry, Haeun. Sweating, he wondered. For a moment, Miss Elena's magic fluctuated. Did I accidentally say something I shouldn't have? The power continued to flow into Haeun. Elena smiled and said, Ah, I'm sorry, so you've already met Mimia. That's great. We'll talk about Mimia at a more convenient time. For now, let's get back to the topic of the Sacred Eye. She explained why the Sacred Eye was revealed at the fourth circle. It's actually not that important. That's also why I'm at the third trial page of the Idris tome. He wondered, Miss Elena. She replied, Yes. Because Jay left me here, he entrusted me with the task of explaining everything. Of course, there's also the issue of how much information can be recorded in the book. Really, he sure knows how to make others work themselves to exhaustion. He thought to himself, the amount of information that can be recorded, Mimia said the same thing. Just adding trial pages and magic formulas to confirm the successor required a massive amount of mana, far beyond what a normal magic book could hold. So Idris's tome only contains the essential information. The rest has been compiled into a separate book, Mimia's tome. Elena's eyes grew brighter. The power she infused was also enough. Elena held out both hands and said, Now everything is ready. Open your eyes, successor. Immediately after, when Haeun opened his eyes, his pupils shone astonishingly. His mana synchronized completely with Miss Elena's endless circle. I couldn't even tell where my mana ended and hers began. He touched his shining eyes, trembling, and said, Miss Elena, there's something. It feels very strange. She smiled and said, Yes, it's a bit unusual, right? I have blocked the optic nerves with mana. Haeun stammered, You blocked my optic nerves. She smirked and said, It's still too soon to be surprised. The Sacred Eye is a sixth sense completely separate from the 5 regular senses. To train that sixth sense, the other senses are just unnecessary distractions. Haeun's body began to tremble. Elena placed her hand on his shoulder and slowly said, touch, smell, and taste gradually fade away. And finally, even your hearing is slowly disappearing. Haeun's eyes trembled as he opened them wide. That's right, I've started to lose all sensation. His body collapsed. Elena spread her arms. Her magic was powerful. She spoke, Successor, now I invite you to step into the world of death.